Sri Ram, President AIOE and Senior MD and CEO DCM Sri Ram Industries Limited. Mr. Arun Chawla, Director General FICCI. Ms. Veena Swaroop, Chairperson IR Summit and former Director HR Engineers India Limited. Mr. Jasbir Singh, Vice President AIOE, Chairman and CEO Amber Enterprises India Limited. And Mr. Vijesh Upadhyay, Chairman Dattopant Thengari, National Board of Workers Education and Development. He is also the former National President of Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh. Welcome, sir. Welcome, ma'am. Namaskar and a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first Global Industrial Relations Summit organized by All India Organization of Employers and FICCI, supported by ILO and ENY as knowledge partner, with its main theme as Industrial Relations for a Self-Reliant and Developed Business World. I would now request Director General FICCI, Mr. Arun Chawla, to come and speak up on his opening address.
Mr. Satoshi Sasaki, Deputy Director and Officer in charge of the International Labour Office, Country Office of India, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to all of you. Let me start my small bit of remarks that I want to convey with two stanzas of a poem written by a very eminent poet, Dayanandan. It talks about relationships. Relationships are all about give and take, improving after every mistake that we make. It's about compromise and understanding, falling together in times, crash landing. It's all about selflessness and sacrifice to keep each other's hearts warm and nice, to keep the tree of love growing when times are tough, to keep the relationship sailing when tides are rough. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is changing faster than ever before. Industrial relations is seen as a critical success factor for any business. More and more bilateral dialogues should be encouraged, not only to find solutions to each other's problems, but to focus on efficiency, productivity, and innovation. Now is the time for both the IR protagonist, management and trade unions to join hands to face and fight the phantom of the market forces and have unleashed a terror of insecurity and extinction. It's not the time to find faults or point fingers, but to take joint responsibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware that the government of today is also striving to create an enabling environment for both ease of doing business and ease of living. The government has spearheaded much needed labor reforms by enacting the 4 labor codes. The new codes are the answer to changing times and bringing in ambit the informal workers under the umbrella of social protection and minimum wage. Inclusion of new evolving workforce like the gig and platform workers is a big step to improve the IR situation in India. Hence, the theme of the summit is very apt. Industrial relations for a self-reliant and developed business world. Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat is a new economic policy for India. The classic vision of an entrepreneur is an individual actor who's able to take risks, weigh pros and cons, make quick decisions, and staying afloat while riding out the highs and lows of the market forces. They should be tenacious and play the long game and build businesses which are inclusive and sustainable. It will not only make them richer, but benefit employees and others too. As All India Organization of Employers, the most representative employer organization, we have been interacting with all stakeholders and made recommendations to government from time to time to implement policies which will usher in an era of smooth industrial relations. In all our endeavors, we have received the support from the employee groups as well as, and I must mention that ILO has been a very strong partner in our advocacy and capacity building exercises. Ladies and gentlemen, as this summit will progress, we will get to hear many dimensions of industrial relations from various stakeholders participating in this 1.5 day of deliberation. And I'm sure the shared learning with global experience is going to be of immense importance, and we look forward to a very successful HR Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for an inspiring opening address. I will now request Mr. Alok B. Shriram, President AIOE, Senior MD and CEO, DCM Shriram Industries, to deliver his welcome address.
Sasaki-san, Officer in Charge, Country Office, India for the ILO, Mr. Arun Chawla, Mr. Jasbir Singh, Mrs. Veena Swaroop, Mr. Viresh Upadhyay, and my friend Ravi Perez. All the delicate invitees, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this first Global Industrial Relations Summit scheduled for today and tomorrow. I am grateful to Mr. Satoshi Sasaki, Deputy Director and Officer in Charge, ILO Country Office in India, for sparing his valuable time amidst his busy schedules. I extend my warm welcome to everyone present in this auditorium. This summit is one of its kind and the first in India, wherein we will have eminent speakers from across the spectrum to address us. As you are all aware, the theme of the summit is Industrial Relation for Self-Reliance and Developed Business World. Industrial relations is very dynamic in nature. The major players in industrial relations primarily are the employers, the employees, and their representatives as trade unions. During the pre-independence period, the general practice was hire and fire, poor employment, wages, disputes due to strikes, and generally an adversarial nature of employment. In order to change this, the Trade Disputes Act of 1929 was introduced, but there was no machinery for settling disputes. It was in 1938 that the Bombay government enacted Bombay Industrial Relations Act, and it was the first time with a machinery for settling disputes, which was the industrial courts. Post that, the ID Act 1947 was enacted, and subsequently we saw the setting up of the Indian Labour Conference, a tripartite body to look into industrial relation problems in India. In 1956, the emphasis shifted from legal enactment to voluntary arrangements, and thus establishment of workers' committees, joint management councils, recognition of unions, workers' participation, etc. came into being. Thus, everyone stated to appreciate the importance of industrial relations in an industrial setup. It fostered industrial peace, promoted industrial democracy, and improved productivity, benefiting both the management and the workers. Since India has ratified Convention C-144 concerning tripartite consultations to promote the implementation of international labour standards, therefore now the tripartite setup in India consisting of the government, employers and trade unions plays an important role for creating a conducive environment through social and labour reforms. The Government of India always takes along its tripartite constituent employers and trade unions for all tripartite meetings and discussions. The trade unions are meant to protect the interest of its members, and the employers are responsible to provide a conducive and supporting organizational climate to help employees and workers integrate themselves with the organizations. The employees also appreciate that the ultimate objective of a business enterprise is to begin to make profits. Once profits are made, all stakeholders must get a fair share. It has been the endeavor of the government to create a conducive environment by bringing in required reforms which is beneficial for all the concerned stakeholders. In India, we had innumerable labor laws to comply with which predate independence. These labor laws do not address the future of work and Industry 4.0. I am sure with the implementation of the four new labor codes and its rules, it will have a positive impact in the current industrial relations scenario, addressing the complexities of current times, not only giving flexibility to business by means of ease of doing business, but at the same time maintaining a fair workplace practice and balance in the ease of living. In fact, we have limited the scope of IR to our workplaces. We need to go beyond the boundaries to script a new definition of IR which will make every business self-reliant in this developed business world. The world of work is profoundly changing. Technological change is transforming how organizations operate and how people do their work. The fear that technology will cost jobs is unfounded. It has been proven time and again that technology enhances jobs, maybe with different kinds, and reskilling is a must. Globalization continues to demand business improve their productivity and international competitiveness, which places pressure on hard-fought labor standards. The COVID-19 pandemic threatened the viability of many businesses. These forces are to a large extent beyond the control of government, employers, workers, and their representatives, which necessarily pushes these actors to respond in new ways to these new realities. In addition to these exogenous pressures, the changing nature of regulation and business structure have also impacted work and organizations. In general, the requirement of modern business, including more flexible management and workers' organizations focusing on creating a smarter and more motivated workforce, which is more aware of the new techniques and working things. The industrial scenario of the country has evolved in the past few years, with new technologies, ideas, and talents challenging those of the established organizations. In times like this, it is of utmost importance for industrial relations to be a part of any business model for the corporates to create a fair and inclusive environment. It is highly volatile times, and industrial relations should take center stage to ensure the trust, focusing on business excellence and customer satisfaction across organizations. Top management and boards should recognize industrial relations as a key success factor for business, and so it must be on the radar of top management in order to create a fair and inclusive work environment for all white-collared and blue-collared employees. I thank AIOE Secretariat headed by Mr. Arvind Francis for all the efforts in bringing this summit together. We plan many more national and international events in this year, and we encourage all member participations. I'm happy to say that this year the South Asian Forum of Employers has elected me as their chairman, which is a lot of recognition for AIOE and FICCI. I am also happy to say that an Indian member will be elected to the ILO General Body this year, and I think that's a great recognition for India all round. It shows our importance in the emerging world. At the end, I would like to welcome all of you to this summit and hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a warm and captivating welcome. Since Mr. Vijesh Upadhyay has to leave early for another conference, I would like to call upon Mr. Vijesh Upadhyay, Chairman, Dattopant Tengri, National Board of Education and Development, and former National President of Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh, to address the audience.
Thank you. First, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to अरविंद जी को मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगा। इन्होंने मुझे जो मेरा फेवरेट सब्जेक्ट रहा है, I am practicing as a trade unionist since last 42 years, and this has been the area of my everything you can say, expertise, experience, whatever you can. So I am thankful to him. The only constraints I have to leave early because I have another session. So dignitaries on the dais, brother Satoshi Sasaki ji, and my great dear friend Arun Chawla ji, all others. Generally, if I can speak Hindi everyone is comfortable? Great, thank you. तो ये जो IR का एरिया है, इस एरिया को बहुत आइसोलेटेड एरिया के नाते देखा गया। मैं उस दिन बीना जी से बात कर रहा था तो मैंने कहा कि मैं दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं कि आपने IR पर पेपर इनवाइट किया और इस प्रकार के एक इवेंट, रियली नॉट बिकॉज आई एम हियर, मैं इसलिए नहीं, इस एरिया को जितनी इंपॉर्टेंस दी जानी चाहिए वो दी नहीं गई। हमने इश्यू बेस्ड IR को इंपॉर्टेंस दी। इश्यू बेस्ड मीन्स जब प्रॉब्लम्स बड़ी हो गई, और हम सब जानते हैं, यहाँ कुछ लोग हैं, मारुति का जब झगड़ा हुआ उस समय प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने इंटरवेन किया और कुछ टॉप इंडस्ट्रीज और ट्रेड यूनियन लीडर्स, उनको कहा गया भाई अब आओ देखो जरा क्या हो गया। एंड आई एम लकी एनफ आई हैड बीन पार्ट टू दैट ग्रुप, और हमने इंडस्ट्रीज के कुछ टॉप लीडर्स थे उस समय, बहुत एग्जॉस्टिव एक्सरसाइज करी हम सब लोगों ने। मैं आज जो बात रखने जा रहा हूं उसको रेफरेंस में लेते हुए, प्रॉब्लम आने के बाद IR की इंपॉर्टेंस, ये जो एक कंसिडरेशन का एरिया रहा उससे अलग हट करके, अभी जो हमें समझते हैं कि IR क्या है, तो वर्कमैन, एम्प्लॉयर, एम्प्लॉई, कुछ लेजिस्लेशन, इकोसिस्टम इसका क्या है? Why not we are considering entire ecosystem? When I talk in entire ecosystem, तो फैक्ट्री के बाहर क्या है, सोसाइटी में क्या है। मैं एक लाइव एग्जांपल देता हूं। आसाम की एक पेपर फैक्ट्री में क्लोजर हो गया, सैलरी मिलना बंद हो गया, तो वहां का पूरा मार्केट, स्कूल, वो सब लोग एजिटेशन के लिए खड़े हो गए, और उन्होंने कहा कि हमारा पूरा का पूरा बिजनेस इन एम्प्लॉइज पर डिपेंड था। एम्प्लॉइज को सैलरी नहीं मिलती, इसलिए मार्केट में सब उधार चल रहा है। अब ये जो हमारे IR हम सब समझने वाले, देखने वाले लोग हैं, इफ भी कन्फाइंड IR की केवल एम्प्लॉय एम्प्लॉयर रिलेशनशिप और इंडस्ट्री तक सीमित है, तो शायद हम थोड़ा भूल कर रहे हैं। जो इकोसिस्टम में सोसाइटी आती है, सराउंडिंग्स है, मैं थोड़ा क्लोज और जाता हूं, सप्लाई चेन का कितना रोल है इंडस्ट्री में। लेकिन मैं हार्डली कहीं सुना हूं किसी बातचीत में कि सप्लाई चेन के कंसर्न, उनके इश्यूज, उनकी प्रॉब्लम्स कभी डिस्कस नहीं होती। ऐसे जो एंसिलरीज काम करती, मैं कई बार बोला करता था, वो एक्सटेंडेड वर्कमैनशिप और एक्सटेंडेड ओनरशिप समझना चाहिए उसको। एक बड़ी इंडस्ट्रीज की एंसिलरीज जो काम करती हैं, मैं कभी किसी फोरम पर नहीं सुनता था कि उनके कंसर्न भी डिस्कस होते हैं। तो पूरा का पूरा इकोसिस्टम अगर IR के कंसिडरेशन में नहीं है तो हम थोड़ी भूल कर रहे हैं। इसको समझना पड़ेगा, इसको लेना पड़ेगा। रूल मेकिंग का जो विषय आता है, मैं हमेशा कहता रहा, ये ट्राइपार्टाइट क्यों है, व्हाई नॉट बाइपार्टाइट। और यहां कुछ लोग होंगे तो मुझे मालूम नहीं है, अभी जब नए ये आज जो लेबर कोर्ट्स आए, जब इनका काम शुरू हुआ था, इन वन ऑफ द ट्राइपार्टाइट मीटिंग विद मिनिस्टर, हम इंडस्ट्री के कुछ लोग और ट्रेड यूनियन सब जाके मंत्री को कहा, यार आप हमारे लिए बना रहे हो तो लेट इट शुड बी आवर टेस्ट। आप कुछ भी कर रहे हो, हम दोनों एतराज कर रहे हैं। उस समय सेक्रेटरी गौरी कुमार थी, वो हमको अलग ले गई, कहने लगी भाई हमको कोई एतराज नहीं हो सकता। और इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, फिक्की में ही हमने एक छोटी टीम गठित करी थी। उसमें एक प्रोफेसर थे JNU के, और एक हमारी जो रिटायर्ड उस समय की सेक्रेटरी थी एक उनका नाम मैं भी भूल रहा हूं, मैडम काफी देर तक आपके साथ एसोसिएट रही, हमने 2-4 सीटिंग करी। हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव था, सुधा पिल्लई, यस करेक्ट, तो हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव था कि अल्टीमेटली प्रैक्टिस तो हमने करना है, इंडस्ट्री और ट्रेड यूनियन है। इफ इट इज एग्जॉस्टेड बाय टू अस, हम लोग अच्छा कर लेते हैं तो गवर्नमेंट को तो स्टैंप ही लगानी है। लेकिन अगेन क्योंकि ये आइसोलेटेड एरिया है, प्रायोरिटीज और भी बहुत है इंडस्ट्रीज में, इसलिए इसको ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस नहीं मिली। और 2-3 मीटिंग के बाद, ये अभी मीटिंग फाइनली क्लोज नहीं डिक्लेयर हुई, बट उसके बाद कोई मीटिंग नहीं। तो बाईपार्टाइटिज्म, इस पर जोर देने की जरूरत है। मैं इंडस्ट्री का वर्कमैन हूं, इंडस्ट्री आप हमारी है। मैं बोला करता था, देयर इज नो वर्कमैनशिप विदाउट इंडस्ट्री एंड देयर इज नो इंडस्ट्री विदाउट वर्कमैन। तो मेरा इससे ज्यादा क्लोज क्या रिलेशन हो, इसलिए बाईपार्टाइटिज्म पर जोर देना चाहिए। जब मैं इसकी बात करता हूं तो मैं एक जो प्रैक्टिकल बात आप सबको कहना चाहूंगा, सबसे कठिन काम इंडिविजुअल के साथ डील करना है। और बहुत बार हम देखते हैं आईआर और एचआर की प्रैक्टिस, हम रूल्स के सहारे खड़े होते हैं डील करने के लिए। अगर मेरा एक्सपीरियंस गलत नहीं है तो मैंने जितने भी बड़े बड़े डिस्प्यूट्स देखे, मैं कह सकता हूं कि 95% इंडस्ट्रियल डिस्प्यूट्स रूल्स और लॉज के कारण नहीं थे, इंडिविजुअल्स की ईगो के कारण थे, आइदर फ्रॉम इंडस्ट्री मैनेजमेंट और फ्रॉम ट्रेड यूनियन लीडर्स। 95 से ज्यादा बड़े से बड़े इश्यूज में मैं इन्वॉल्व हुआ। और बाद में आता है कि भाई इट बिकॉज ये, तो ये हम अगर इसको ठीक से समझना चाहते हैं तो जो इंडिविजुअल की ईगोज है ये क्यों आती हैं, अगर हम इसको एड्रेस करने की कोशिश करें तो वी कैन हैव बहुत अच्छा आईआर का एरिया कर सकते हैं। और मैं एक बात हमेशा कहता था, इंडिविजुअल्स को एक पर्टिकुलर अप्रोच से एड्रेस नहीं किया जा सकता, एवरी इंडिविजुअल इज डिफरेंट। और मैं बताया करता था, हम सब रोज सवेरे भगवान की प्रार्थना करते हैं और हमारे यहां गणेश जी की वंदना की आरती के शब्द अलग हैं, हनुमान जी की अलग है, शंकर जी की अलग है। व्हाई इट इज यार, मैं उसमें नहीं जाता स्पिरिचुअलिटी में। इफ यू आर ट्राइंग टू कनेक्ट इंडिविजुअल, यू हैव टू बी विद दैट इंडिविजुअल। मुझे बात करनी है तो मेरा ही नंबर मिलाना पड़ेगा। कामन आरती है ही नहीं, कामन वंदना है ही नहीं, और हम सब एक कॉमन अप्रोच के साथ कि दिस इज द रूल, दिस इज द प्रैक्टिस एंड इट विल बी प्रैक्टिस, दैट काजेस प्रॉब्लम। इंडिविजुअलिस्टिक समझना है, देखना है, और ऐसी कुछ अप्रोचेज के साथ अगर हम लोग बढ़ते हैं तो हम बहुत सारे इश्यूज को रिजॉल्व करते हैं। अभी 50-60 के माइंड सेट, टेक्स्ट बुक, जितने भी लेजिस्लेशन है, सब 60s की इकोनॉमी के हैं। वर्ड ऑफ वर्क पूरा बदल गया, वर्क प्लेस का कंसेप्ट बदल गया, वर्कर बदल गया, वर्क प्लेस बदल गया, इंडस्ट्री 4.0 हो गई, टेक्नोलॉजी का इंटरवेंशन इतना हो गया, और अभी हम लोग सोसाइटी 4.0, सोसाइटी 5.0, मैं इंडस्ट्री की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, सोसाइटी 4.0, 5.0 ये आ रहा। व्हाई सोसाइटी शुड बी आवर कंसिडरेशन, बिकॉज इंडिविजुअल कमिंग टू इंडस्ट्री, ही इज कमिंग फ्रॉम दिस सोसाइटी। आपको समझना पड़ेगा कहां से आ रहा है ये आदमी। आज भी हम जानते हैं, स्लम एरिया से आता है तो उसकी अप्रोच अलग होगी, किसी दूसरे पोस्ट एरिया से आता है तो अलग अप्रोच होती है। दिस इज मीनिंग एंड वी मस्ट कंसीडर इट। ये जो सोसाइटी में चेंजेज आ रहे हैं उसको भी समझ करके हमको व्यवहार में लाना पड़ेगा। ऐसी जो बहुत सारी चेंजेज आ रही हैं, इन सब चेंजेस को अगर आईआर के प्रैक्टिस के डोमेन में लाया गया तो मैं समझता हूं कि फ्यूचर में जो भी इश्यू, जो भी कंसर्न आ रहे हैं, उनको हम एड्रेस कर पाएंगे। लेकिन जो कस्टमरी ट्रेडिशनल अप्रोचेज है, टूल्स है, प्रैक्टिसेज है, उन्हीं को हम लेकर के चलते रहेंगे तो जो रिजल्ट अभी रहे हैं, रिजल्ट वही रहने वाले हैं। इफ वी वांट टू चेंज द आउटकम, वी हैव टू ब्रिंग चेंज इन अप्रोचेज, टूल्स, प्रैक्टिसेज, और इसको लेकर के चलेंगे तो चलेगा। रूल्स नेवर वर्क्स, बिहेवियर, प्रैक्टिस, मेरी जो अप्रोच है वो काम करती है। इसलिए उसको हम कितना ला पाते हैं, समझ पाते हैं, इसको देखने का प्रयास हो। और मुझे टाइम का कंस्ट्रेंट्स है, इसलिए मैं एक निवेदन के साथ कंक्लूड करके, जैसे मैंने शुरू में अप्रिशिएट किया कि इट्स अ गुड बिगिनिंग, गुड इनिशिएटिव. एटलीस्ट FICCI शुड कंटिन्यू इट. IR and only IR, where humans are in a center for consideration. अगर ये चीज हमने मैनेज कर ली तो मैं समझता हूं कि कोई भी कंसर्न ऐसा नहीं है जो अनअटेंडेड रह जाता है. एवरीथिंग कम्स फ्रॉम द ह्यूमंस. इफ वी आर कनेक्टेड विद दैट, हम 100% इसको रिजॉल्व कर सकते हैं. इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आप मुझे क्षमा करेंगे, मैं बाकी लोगों को नहीं सुन पाऊंगा. और जैसे मैंने कहा कि मेरा लाइफ लॉन्ग ये बड़ा फेवरेट सब्जेक्ट रहा है. मेरे बहुत सारे बड़े सीनियर जिनसे हमने बहुत सीखा, ऐसे भी सब लोग हैं. उन सब लोगों से क्षमा मांगते हुए मैं अपनी बात पूरी करता हूं. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सभी का.
Thank you so much, sir, for your remarkable words and practical aspects of IR. May I now request Ms. Veena Swaroop, Chairperson IR Summit and former Director HR of Engineers India Limited. Ms. Veena Swaroop to talk about the summit overview and setting the context for the next 1.5 days.
A very good morning to all of you, Mr. Sasaki, Mr. Alok Shriram, Mr. Jasbir Singh, Mr. Upadhyay who is just walking out, and Mr. Chawla. All the delegates, including our dear students who are here today, and for these 1.5 days of the conference. As Summit Chair, it's my privilege to extend a very warm welcome to all of you to this first AIOE Global IR Summit. At the outset, I would like to thank AIOE FICCI for giving me this opportunity to lead this very important summit. Thank you very much for that. Industrial relations, being a hallmark of collaborative work style, is a dynamic relationship that employers, employees, and managements have had over the years. It is a relationship between managements and the workmen, and often very delicate and sensitive. It's a relationship which demands focus, attention, and a spirit of trust and faith. Credibility is most important here. Industrial relations has its roots in the Industrial Revolution. There were free labor markets, large industrial organizations with thousands of wage workers, massive economic and social changes which led to the onset of labor problems. Though attempts were made to form trade unions earlier, they actually caught root in India during the First World War. Industrial relations came about with the objective to safeguard the interest of workers and management. We have all experienced it evolving over the years. If I look back to my initial years of service with the Oil and Natural Gas Corporation in the early 80s, I remember in ONGC at that point of time, we had 9 recognized unions. And what was the environment at that point of time? And if I compare it to the present time, there's a vast difference in attitudes, in behavior, relationships between trade unions and managements. There's enhanced maturity, and there's a spirit of collaborative working, and that is what is required today. Industrial relations has evolved over time. It is at center stage of organizations and in fact a competitive edge for organizations. Hinging on collective workforce ensures continuity of work and production, impacts productivity, and gives fillip to self-reliance and development of business and a nation at large. With a view to give impetus to this very critical driver of successful business, the All India Organization of Employers, AIOE, in collaboration with FICCI, is convening this first global IR summit on the theme Industrial Relations for a Self-Reliant and Developed Business World. This initiative is supported by ILO. My thanks to ILO, and EY is a knowledge partner. Thank you, EY. Focusing on the complexities involved, and the sessions have been very carefully curated to exhibit the nuances through examples and experiences globally as learnings for future implementations. Covering major aspects of successful industrial relations, the conference includes sessions on IR, the Indian landscape, IR key to organizational productivity and sustainability, the global canvas on industrial relations, practices and perspectives, it's a masterclass, effective negotiations and communication skills, IR reforms and labor codes, the road ahead, employer-employee relations, a very cordial play, and what are the provisions available to help having it so and strengthening it. Reimagining IR in turbulent times, leveraging on technology. The summit includes panel discussions, plenary talks, and a masterclass, wherein through discussions and presentations, the perspectives, thoughts, practices, and experiences will highlight the issues and challenges and showcase the best practices. An array of speakers from India and overseas, from government, public, private sector, academia, and international organizations will share their thoughts and their experiences. To encourage the thought process in this very important area of industrial relations, we also held a paper writing competition for practicing professionals and students. We received a good response. The winners will be awarded during this summit. My congratulations to all the winners and also to those who did compete for it and would be getting a participation certificate. Another added feature to this summit is a panel exposition, a very small one outside in the foyer. So when you go out for tea, you must have a look at some of the best practices which have been displayed there. A lot of effort has gone into preparing for this summit. The rich experience of our committee members of AIOE, the core committee members for the summit, and the untiring hard work put in by Team AIOE, Arvind and his team, has gone a long way in weaving the fabric of the summit and associated initiatives. I'm sure the participants will benefit by the talk and rich takeaways and the practices for the future. I wish the summit all success. Thank you very much. Do enjoy the summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us an overview and for setting the context for the summit. May I now request Mr. Satoshi Sasaki, Deputy Director and Office in Charge, ILO, Country Office of India, for the keynote address.
Representatives of the tripartite constituents of the ILO, leadership of AIOE, leadership of FICCI, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today on the vital issue of achieving healthy industrial relations as the foundation for productivity, business growth, and economic growth. This is an appropriate moment to focus on this important topic, as many nations grapple with the economic impacts of the war in Ukraine. As you may know, the achievement of harmonious industrial relations is the key issue for the ILO. In this respect, the ILO emphasizes the centrality of the social dialogue as a fundamental to achieving the productive and peaceful workplace, and indeed for the achievement of the economic and social development. It is ILO's mandate to promote social dialogue through various means. These include the ratification of and implementation of the ILO conventions, the provision of the technical assistance, knowledge development, capacity building, and sharing of experiences and good practices. Indeed, social dialogue lies at the heart of the ILO's mandate and shapes our priorities as an organization, as well as the measures we implement at the country level to realize Sustainable Development Goal number 8, the goal of the decent work for all. A little bit about ILO's history will show the importance of the social dialogue. The ILO was established in 1919 in the wake of the First World War on a set of founding principles that included in the recognition of freedom of association. Our Constitution created a governing body of workers and employers representatives, enjoying equal status with the government representatives. This planted the seeds of what becomes known as tripartism, or consultation between government and employers and workers' organizations, mainly at the national level. Living through the First World War convinced the founders of the ILO that lasting peace could only be achieved if it was based on the social justice. It was recognized that achieving social justice would require the democratic participation of workers and employers together with the government. At the end of another devastating world war, nations again reaffirmed freedom of association as essential for sustained progress. They emphasize the continued need for seek out opportunities at every level for dialogue and democratic decision making with a view to improving the welfare of all. These principles become enshrined in the ILO's Declaration of Philadelphia, adopted in 1944. The declaration extended the scope of the ILO's work by affirming the centrality of human rights for all people. The Declaration of Philadelphia is a visionary document which contributed to shaping the global order after the Second World War. In its most basic form, social dialogue rests on the principle that those most affected by decisions should participate meaningfully in shaping them. It's about having a seat at the table, whether that table is simply to share information, to exchange views, or to formally negotiate rules that govern work and conditions under which work is performed. It's about having a voice, often a collective one, which gives workers and employers a say in decisions being taken, including very difficult ones that may arise during the economic downturn involving reduction in employment and wages. We can think of social dialogue as an industrial relations toolbox with a variety of processes, each serving a different function. Some are cooperative with shared goal and interest, such as the case of the workplace cooperation and consultations. Others distributive or protective, such as collective bargaining and tripartite dialogue on minimum wage setting. The regularity and consistency with which the partners engage in social dialogue strengthen the process to deal with difficult issues. We need to promote all forms of social dialogues in order to reap their benefits. We know that workers' representatives are more likely to cooperate in activities to improve productivity at workplace when they have the opportunity to negotiate a share of the fruits of the progress through collective bargaining. International experiences are remarkably consistent in finding that it is a combination of bargaining and workplace cooperation that leads to better productivity outcomes. These are significantly different from the outcomes generated through only bargaining or only workplace cooperation. The failure to resolve the distributional issues may also affect the result expected from changes in work organizations. When workers know that they will share the gains from the new work arrangement or technology on an agreed basis, they are more likely to embrace change. They are also more likely to adopt more flexible working time arrangement when they have a say in how this is shaped, so that they are able to balance work and family life. Social dialogue plays a critical role in facilitating change and ensuring that enterprises and workers are both in a position to take advantage of the opportunities that change brings. Clear evidence of this was provided during the COVID-19 pandemic. In this regard, the ILO partnership with the AIOE and EPICI jointly undertook a study to identify good practices of enterprises to address the industrial relations impacts of the pandemic and to maintain production. The study involved a survey of 21 enterprises, of which 11 were members of EFI and 10 were members of the AIOE. Approximately 76% of these enterprises were unionized. The surveyed enterprises identified a range of the challenges arising from the pandemic. These, for example, include labor shortages, revenue losses, and liquidity challenges, supply chain disruptions, and lowered staff morale and higher level of stress among them. The majority of surveyed enterprises, however, managed to avert severe revenue losses largely as a result of the industrial relations practices that they deployed to deal with the crisis. These enterprises achieved this largely as a result of prioritizing social dialogue based for the responses to the crisis. In this regard, intensive use was made on bipartite social dialogue mechanisms, such as works committees and establishment of the management worker plant level task forces, specifically to develop, implement, and monitor mitigation measures. In addition, trade unions were incorporated as partners in development of and implementation of pandemic response measures. A partnership between management and workers that is built on mutual respect, trust, and commitment to the enterprise is therefore vital for business growth and success. So your deliberations at this event today and tomorrow will no doubt identify actions to further strengthen this critical partnership. I wish you a successful and productive summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. It was an insightful oration, and your emphasis on promoting social dialogues is very well noted. We will now release the souvenir. I would request Mr. Jasbir Singh, Vice President AIOE and Chairman and CEO Amber Enterprises India Limited, to give vote of thanks.
All the dignitaries on the dais, delegate, invitees, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is my proud privilege to propose a hearty vote of thanks to the chief guest, Mr. Satoshi Sasaki, Deputy Director and Office in Charge for ILO, Country Office and all other dignitaries. Mr. Satoshi, please accept my gratitude for sparing your time from your busy schedule and gracing this occasion. We are also thankful for your inspiring address and for giving us the clarity which will guide us on the path of better IR. We are sure that the other social partners would also play their corresponding role in promoting harmonious industrial relations in the country. Throughout the inaugural deliberations, we heard everyone reiterating the facts that industrial relations plays a very significant role in any business. Secondly, all the dignitaries spoke about that social and bilateral dialogues, discussions should be promoted and encouraged at all levels to foster smooth and cordial relationships. Thirdly, everyone emphasized that world is changing at a very rapid pace and the challenge is to keep ourselves relevant in the current times. There has been a paradigm shift in the conventional way of functioning and we all need to adapt quickly to changing times. The threat is looming large over our head, but if we realize it early and act accordingly, when I'm sure we'll all sail through. All the IR partners will have to rise from their conventional outlook and should rather evolve to address as per the changing trends. I completely agree with our President AIOE, Mr. Alok Shriram, that it is high time that industrial relations should take center stage to ensure a thrust on productivity across organization. I thank Mr. Arun Chawla, DG FICCI, for his opening remarks. He made a very important remark that now is the time for both the IR management and trade unions to join hands to face and fight the phantom of market forces that have unleashed a terror of insecurity and extinction. It is not the time to find faults or point fingers, but to take joint responsibilities. This is in fact going to be the future of IR, not only India but globally. In all fairness, I must thank Ms. Veena Swarup, who is the chairperson for this summit, for all her efforts for curating and shaping this summit so meticulously. My sincere thanks to Mr. Vrijesh Upadhyay, Director General, Datupant Thangadi Foundation, for his inspiring address. He had other engagements, but he agreed to squeeze in to be present for this inaugural session, though for a brief time. His presence meant a lot for us. Last but not the least, I am thankful to all who have joined for this summit. We are grateful to all the distinguished invitees for accepting our invitation. With these words, I thank you all once again and hope that your supports will continue in coming years too. Let us join our hands for better industrial relations for better India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. We'll now break for tea. Okay. Group photograph first. We are breaking for tea. Please be back by 11:30. We'll then be starting with our sessions.
गुड मॉर्निंग माँ, कैसी हो? हाँ माँ, पूरी शिफ्टिंग कंप्लीट हो गई और कल सारा फर्नीचर भी आ गया। आपकी तुलसी भी खुश है। अच्छा बताओ, नेक्स्ट वीकेंड की फ्लाइट टिकट्स बुक करूं? सुपर्ब। अच्छा माँ, दरवाजे पर कोई है, मैं आपको रात को फोन करती हूँ, ओके?
मैम, myself रमेश फ्रॉम प्लान स्टार केबल नेट सर्विसेज।
आप बिलिंग के लिए आए हैं?
हाँ जी।
पेमेंट कैसे करनी होगी?
कार्ड मशीन है मेरे पास।
एक मिनट। भैया फुल टाइम।
मैम कैश और कार्ड?
कार्ड।
थैंक यू मैम।
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. I'll see you at the conference room after lunch. Rohan.
Yeah.
Just a minute. These macros are quite confusing.
I signed up for an online class for Excel macros. ऐप पे काफी अच्छा ऑफर चालू है. You should check it out.
Oh, really? Thank you. Flight tickets? Yes. Hi.
Hi.
I want to enroll for Wednesday 8 p.m. Zumba classes.
Sure, ma'am. For Sodexo consumers, we have a special 25% discount.
That's nice.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir.
The Amber Group is a leading integrated solutions provider in room air conditioning and commercial air conditioning for Indian Railways, metro coaches, buses and defense equipment. It also manufactures critical reliability components for air conditioners and consumer durables at its 15 manufacturing facilities and serves all marquee customers. This growth story is built upon both organic and inorganic factors. The company added new customers and made certain strategic acquisitions, namely Sidwal, an air conditioner manufacturing company for mobile application, Ilgin, an electronics designing and manufacturing company, and PICL, a motor manufacturing company. The production facilities at Amber are geared to produce a wide range of products and components, including room air conditioners for railway and metro coaches, buses, and defense equipment, heat exchangers, multi-flow condensers, extrusion and vacuum formed components, sheet metal, copper tubing, injection molding, electronics PCB and electrical motors. The group's R&D infrastructure is backed by more than 100 engineers, continuously working on new designs in accordance with customer and market requirements for air conditioners, motors and electronic PCBs. Manufacturing excellence, unmatched service, precision engineering, continuous innovation and responsive customer centricity. These attributes sum up the essence of the Amber Group. Leadership through innovation.
Every day, inch by inch, for more than half a century, we have worked to perfect our craft, the art and science of producing industrial rayon. Established by century-old DCM Shriram Industries Group, a group founded by Lala Shriram, a doyen of Indian industry in the 1890s, to further the cause of the industrialization of India, while India was transforming itself as an independent nation after British rule. Following Lala Shriram's successful venture into textiles, heavy chemicals, sugar, alcohol and power, the group decided to step into the arena of industrial fibers. This is where our story starts. In 1965, when the group set up a rayon tire cord plant with technology from US-based Bonnet Fiber and engineering from US-based Chemtex. Since 1965, every day, inch by inch, we have continuously invested, monitored and tested, scrutinized and improved our technology, our production process, our training programs for employees, our sustainability and environmental impact to deliver the highest level of quality and efficiency to earn the respect as a trusted partner of our customers and stakeholders. Half a century later, this commitment, this dedication continues. It is a promise to our customers that relies on a focus on excellence in every step of our process. It starts with sourcing the best raw materials the world has to offer, including softwood pulp from top producers who practice sustainable forestry initiatives. All raw materials are thoroughly inspected. The wood pulp is steeped in caustic to mercerize the fibers, shredded to increase the surface area and aged. After this, chemicals are added to dissolve the fibers and improve the quality of the golden syrup called viscose. This viscose, pure and free from any contamination, is regenerated in deep trough spinning operation into yarn. The regenerated yarn is washed, cleaned and given a final coating of finish for improved processability. Meticulously processed with the desired properties imparted, the yarn is combed or twisted, woven and treated for the global market. Our customers from the plants of the world's leading tire giants continuously buy our products in different forms such as yarn, greige fabric and dipped fabric. The final product is processed based on the exact specifications of each customer. Every process, every product is passed through rigorously monitored quality systems, put through an extensive series of chemical and physical tests, before being carefully packed, loaded for our global customers and shipped to their assigned destinations in any of the 6 continents, ensuring that a zero-defect product is received by our customers. Our commitment to environment is total, and we believe that the environmental norms set by our government must not only be met, but exceeded on a continuous basis. Over the last 6 years, we have reduced consumption of fossil fuel by almost half, replacing it with agro waste, an environment-friendly renewable fuel. We are always investing heavily in both technology and safe environment practices. This commitment to excellence is strengthened further by a deep partnership with our employees and their families, a legacy of ensuring their health and safety. Our employees are continuously trained in every aspect of the product and process, safety procedures and standards, as well as emergency response procedures. We believe in a total quality management philosophy and have many Kaizen activities happening in the plant. For employees and their families, we take pride in our community resources and recreation centers that encourage their personal growth, well-being and happiness. It is this heartfelt connection with our employees, this commitment to the environment and community around us, this pride and passion in our craft, this meticulous focus and enduring promise to deliver the best, that every day, inch by inch, for half a century, has made us who we are. Shri Ram Rayons, excellence since 1965.
गुड मॉर्निंग माँ, कैसी हो? हाँ माँ, पूरी शिफ्टिंग कंप्लीट हो गई और कल सारा फर्नीचर भी आ गया। आपकी तुलसी भी खुश है। अच्छा बताओ, नेक्स्ट वीकेंड की फ्लाइट टिकट्स बुक करूं? सुपर्ब। अच्छा माँ, दरवाजे पर कोई है, मैं आपको रात को फोन करती हूँ, ओके?
मैम, myself रमेश from Planstar Cable Net Services.
आप बिलिंग के लिए आए हैं?
हाँ जी।
पेमेंट कैसे करनी होगी?
कार्ड मशीन है मेरे पास।
एक मिनट। भैया फुल टाइम।
मैम कैसा होगा?
कार्ड।
थैंक यू मैम।
Yes sir. Sure, sir. I'll see you at the conference room after lunch. Rohan?
Yeah.
Just a minute. These macros are quite confusing.
I signed up for an online class for Excel macros. ऐप पे काफी अच्छा ऑफर चालू है. You should check it out.
Oh, really? Thank you. Flight tickets? Yes. Hi.
Hi.
I want to enroll for Wednesday 8 p.m. Zumba classes.
Sure, ma'am. For Sodexo consumers, we have a special 25% discount.
That's nice.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sodexo.
The Amber Group, is a leading integrated solutions provider in room air conditioning and commercial air conditioning for Indian Railways, metro coaches, buses and defense equipment. It also manufactures critical reliability components for air conditioners and consumer durables at its 15 manufacturing facilities and serves all marquee customers. This growth story is built upon both organic and inorganic factors. The company added new customers and made certain strategic acquisitions, namely Sidwal, an air conditioner manufacturing company for mobile application, Ilgin, an electronics designing and manufacturing company, and BICL, a motor manufacturing company. The production facilities at Amber are geared to produce a wide range of products and components, including room air conditioners for railway and metro coaches, buses, and defense equipment, heat exchangers, multi-flow condensers, extrusion and vacuum formed components, sheet metal, copper tubing, injection molding, electronics PCB, and electrical motors. The group's R&D infrastructure is backed by more than 100 engineers, continuously working on new designs in accordance with customer and market requirements for air conditioners, motors, and electronic PCBs. Manufacturing excellence, unmatched service, precision engineering, continuous innovation, and responsive customer centricity. These attributes sum up the essence of the Amber Group. Leadership through innovation.
Every day, inch by inch, for more than half a century, we have worked to perfect our craft, the art and science of producing industrial rayon. Established by century-old DCM Shriram Industries Group, a group founded by Lala Shriram, a doyen of Indian industry in the 1890s, to further the cause of the industrialization of India, while India was transforming itself as an independent nation after British rule. Following Lala Shriram's successful venture into textiles, heavy chemicals, sugar, alcohol and power, the group decided to step into the arena of industrial fibers. This is where our story starts. In 1965, when the group set up a rayon tire cord plant with technology from US-based Bonnet Fiber and engineering from US-based Chemtex. Since 1965, every day, inch by inch, we have continuously invested, monitored and tested, scrutinized and improved our technology, our production process, our training programs for employees, our sustainability and environmental impact to deliver the highest level of quality and efficiency to earn the respect as a trusted partner of our customers and stakeholders. Half a century later, this commitment, this dedication continues. It is a promise to our customers that relies on a focus on excellence in every step of our process. It starts with sourcing the best raw materials the world has to offer, including softwood pulp from top producers who practice sustainable forestry initiatives. All raw materials are thoroughly inspected. The wood pulp is steeped in caustic to mercerize the fibers, shredded to increase the surface area and aged. After this, chemicals are added to dissolve the fibers and improve the quality of the golden syrup called viscose. This viscose, pure and free from any contamination, is regenerated in deep trough spinning operation into yarn. The regenerated yarn is washed, cleaned and given a final coating of finish for improved processability. Meticulously processed with the desired properties imparted, the yarn is combed or twisted, woven and treated for the global market. Our customers from the plants of the world's leading tire giants continuously buy our products in different forms, such as yarn, greige fabric, and dipped fabric. The final product is processed based on the exact specifications of each customer. Every process, every product is passed through rigorously monitored quality systems, put through an extensive series of chemical and physical tests, before being carefully packed, loaded for our global customers, and shipped to their assigned destinations in any of the 6 continents, ensuring that a zero-defect product is received by our customers. Our commitment to environment is total, and we believe that the environmental norms set by our government must not only be met, but exceeded on a continuous basis. Over the last 6 years, we have reduced consumption of fossil fuel by almost half, replacing it with agro-waste, an environment-friendly renewable fuel. We are always investing heavily in both technology and safe environment practices. This commitment to excellence is strengthened further by a deep partnership with our employees and their families, a legacy of ensuring their health and safety. Our employees are continuously trained in every aspect of the product and process, safety procedures and standards, as well as emergency response procedures. We believe in a total quality management philosophy and have many Kaizen activities happening in the plant. For employees and their families, we take pride in our community resources and recreation centers that encourage their personal growth, well-being and happiness. It is this heartfelt connection with our employees, this commitment to the environment and community around us, this pride and passion in our craft, this meticulous focus and enduring promise to deliver the best, that every day, inch by inch, for half a century, has made us who we are. Shriram Rayons, excellence since 1965.
गुड मॉर्निंग माँ, कैसी हो? हाँ माँ, पूरी शिफ्टिंग कंप्लीट हो गई और कल सारा फर्नीचर भी आ गया। आपकी तुलसी भी खुश है। अच्छा बताओ, नेक्स्ट वीकेंड की फ्लाइट टिकट्स बुक करूं? सुपर्ब। अच्छा माँ, दरवाजे पर कोई है, मैं आपको रात को फोन करती हूँ, ओके?
मैम, myself रमेश from Plant Star Cable Net Services.
आप बिलिंग के लिए आए हैं?
हाँ जी।
पेमेंट कैसे करनी होगी?
कार्ड मशीन है मेरे पास।
एक मिनट। भैया फुल टाइम।
मैम कैश और कार्ड?
कार्ड।
थैंक यू मैम।
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. I'll see you at the conference room after lunch. Rohan.
Yeah.
Just a minute. These macros are quite confusing.
I signed up for an online class for Excel macros. ऐप पे काफी अच्छा ऑफर चालू है. You should check it out.
Oh, really? Thank you. Flight tickets? Hi.
Hi.
I want to enroll for Wednesday 8 p.m. Zumba classes.
Sure, ma'am. For Sodexo consumers, we have a special 25% discount.
That's nice.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
The Amber Group is a leading integrated solutions provider in room air conditioning and commercial air conditioning for Indian Railways, metro coaches, buses and defense equipment. It also manufactures critical reliability components for air conditioners and consumer durables at its 15 manufacturing facilities and serves all marquee customers. This growth story is built upon both organic and inorganic factors. The company added new customers and made certain strategic acquisitions, namely Sidwal, an air conditioner manufacturing company for mobile application, Ilgin, an electronics designing and manufacturing company, and BICL, a motor manufacturing company. The production facilities at Amber are geared to produce a wide range of products and components, including room air conditioners for railway and metro coaches, buses, and defense equipment, heat exchangers, multi-flow condensers, extrusion and vacuum formed components, sheet metal, copper tubing, injection molding, electronics PCB, and electrical motors. The group's R&D infrastructure is backed by more than 100 engineers, continuously working on new designs in accordance with customer and market requirements for air conditioners, motors, and electronic PCBs. Manufacturing excellence, unmatched service, precision engineering, continuous innovation, and responsive customer centricity. These attributes sum up the essence of the Amber Group. Leadership through innovation.
Every day, inch by inch, for more than half a century, we have worked to perfect our craft, the art and science of producing industrial rayon. Established by century-old DCM Shriram Industries Group, a group founded by Lala Shriram, a doyen of Indian industry in the 1890s, to further the cause of the industrialization of India, while India was transforming itself as an independent nation after British rule. Following Lala Shriram's successful venture into textiles, heavy chemicals, sugar, alcohol, and power, the group decided to step into the arena of industrial fibers. This is where our story starts. In 1965, when the group set up a rayon tire cord plant with technology from US-based Bonnet Fiber and engineering from US-based Chemtex. Since 1965, every day, inch by inch, we have continuously invested, monitored and tested, scrutinized and improved our technology, our production process, our training programs for employees, our sustainability and environmental impact to deliver the highest level of quality and efficiency to earn the respect as a trusted partner of our customers and stakeholders. Half a century later, this commitment, this dedication continues. It is a promise to our customers that relies on a focus on excellence in every step of our process. It starts with sourcing the best raw materials the world has to offer, including softwood pulp from top producers who practice sustainable forestry initiatives. All raw materials are thoroughly inspected, The wood pulp is steeped in caustic to mercerize the fibers, shredded to increase the surface area, and aged. After this, chemicals are added to dissolve the fibers and improve the quality of the golden syrup called viscose. This viscose, pure and free from any contamination, is regenerated in deep trough spinning operation into yarn. The regenerated yarn is washed, cleaned, and given a final coating of finish for improved processability. Meticulously processed with the desired properties imparted, the yarn is combed or twisted, woven and treated for the global market. Our customers from the plants of the world's leading tire giants continuously buy our products in different forms such as yarn, greyish fabric, and dipped fabric. The final product is processed based on the exact specifications of each customer. Every process, every product is passed through rigorously monitored quality systems, put through an extensive series of chemical and physical tests before being carefully packed, loaded for our global customers, and shipped to their assigned destinations in any of the 6 continents, ensuring that a zero-defect product is
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be beginning with our plenary session soon. Please be seated.
received by our customers.
I would like to call upon Mr. Anurag Malik, and I would request Mr. Arvind Francis to please take over.
So very good morning to all of you. We are going to start with the next session, and the next session is a plenary session which is on the theme Industrial Relations, the Indian Landscape. And we have Mr. Anurag Malik, who is going to take us through a presentation on the landscape, the Indian landscape on IR. I'll briefly introduce him to all of you. Mr. Anurag Malik is in EY's Workforce Advisory business in India. He also leads EY's organization and people field of play for Europe, Middle East, India, and Africa, which gives him the opportunity to drive growth of EY's people consulting solutions across these regions. He's passionate about working with organizations to bring humans at center of their larger transformation programs. He has spent more than 20 plus years in people consulting and has advised more than 300 organizations across India, US, Europe, Middle East, and Southeast Asia in areas such as people strategy, HR technology, HR transformation, organizational design, leadership development, mergers and acquisitions, performance management, and leadership development. He's passionate about learning, especially using technology to help organizations identify skills for the future, build digital capabilities at scale, and drive digital transformations. He has also led EY's skilling business in the past, which delivered employability skilling
to more than 1 lakh people across India and other Southeastern Asian countries. He truly believes in the power of applying next generation technologies for solving new and conventional people HR problems. He enjoys incubating, mentoring, and supporting HR technology startups. Anurag is a postgraduate from XLRI and has previously worked with Arthur Andersen in their HR consulting practice and with Asian Paints as a part of their corporate HR function. So I would invite now Mr. Anurag Malik to take us through the presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, AIOE. Thank you, Fiki. Thank you, ILO, for inviting me here for this special address. And thank you, Veena ma'am. When she called me, she invited me for this session. She said, Anurag, come and share perspectives on IR, emerging IR landscape, IR climate. You know, my first thoughts went back to my college days. So I was fortunate to do a post-graduation in industrial relations from XLRI in 1998. And as I was thinking about what perspectives to share, I realized my upbringing, my knowledge, my concepts were greatly influenced by my professors who would come through those turbulent times of the 80s and the 90s. I was in Jamshedpur, and it was a very turbulent IR environment, not only in Jamshedpur, but many parts of the country. So we were exposed to, and XLRI was a fantastic experience. We were exposed to HR leaders, we were exposed to IR leaders, we were exposed to trade union leaders, and a lot of that, you know, kind of conditioned our thinking on industrial relations and how it's evolved in the country. But over the last 25 years, I must acknowledge that, EVA has given me the opportunity to work with a wide variety of clients. And 25 years is a long, long time. And I was reflecting on the journey. And I thought, maybe what will be best for the audience is if I was to share what I'm hearing from corporate India today, okay, on IR. What's the landscape? What's top of their mind? And when I say they, I will try and share what's typically called an employer perspective. Okay, so what's top of the mind from an employer point of view? I've also had the opportunity of speaking to a lot of trade union leaders. I had worked with some of them in the past. As preparation for this session, I called some of them. A couple of them had retired. They had now a reflective view. A couple of them are still serving in their current roles. Very interesting perspective. And I also have spoken to people from the workforce, young workmen, and I thought some of that's also views I should share. So that's what I'm going to come with. I'll share perspective. I must also acknowledge that some of these will be thought-provoking. You may agree, you may disagree, and that's the nature of industrial relations as a topic. So if some of this just catalyzes your mind thought process, I know there are a lot of conversations, sessions today and tomorrow on various features of IR. So feel free to to pick up points I've used, challenge what I've done, agree with what I've shared. Be happy to engage in any further conversation on this. Okay, so what's a broad view? I'm not going to go into history. I think in the morning, all the speakers did give a very good perspective on how IR has emerged. So what's the view today? Opening view is that there is a lot of positive sentiment in corporate India around changes, intent of the government, and around the changes that the government has been making, and especially with the labor codes changes that the government is trying to drive. So positivity, optimism around that, definitely. I think as I spoke to, as I said, some of the trade union leaders, some IR leaders, I also got a fairly positive sense on corporate India in general. I mean, a lot of conversation was about growth. Very few conversations around disputes, very few conversations around challenges, largely positive optimism around growth and how are we doing enough in terms of harnessing the power of the collective, employer, trade unions, and the workmen in terms of taking the opportunity, leveraging the opportunity that's coming down. So the sense is, the broad sense today is that true activism has come down. There's no doubt about it. And there is, I mean, even if you were to look at data, if you were to just look at data of disputes, number of days lost in strikes, lockouts, I see so many, IR practitioners, industry leaders today. I'm sure as you look at your environment, there is the aggression in the industrial environment has definitely come down, and there is universal acknowledgement. Even if you were to think about the big industrial relations disputes that we had, the ones that are top of your mind, what happened in Haryana, what happened in Karnataka, seems like 5, 8, 10 years in the past, right? And thank God for that. So things seem to be improving. But interestingly, as you engage with IR leaders, there is still concerns that the regulatory environment, the entire ecosystem around dispute resolution, the support of the government, state government machineries around reconciliation, settlement, clarity around some of the laws, there's still an expectation that things can move better. Okay, so I would say it's conservative optimism that's there around this. If you look at IR leaders, and I spoke to many of them, one is, I must acknowledge that true IR leaders, passionate people who want to make a career in IR, I think it's a diminishing community, and we need to encourage more people to take that up as a profession. I think it's a very powerful impact role that you do. One clearly sees a shift in perspective. A lot of discussion around IR supporting not only a role in terms of handling the industrial relations environment in the plant, but today as a custodian of company brand, company values. Very strong acknowledgement that our actions, the good things that we do, and also the slips that happen, have a very strong local, national, global brand implications for our organization. And I think that's a very strong fundamental change. The other perspective that one gets as one speaks to IR professionals is that, interestingly, the focus of an IR professional today has moved from internal, focus on your internal workforce, focus on your internal collectives, trade unions, to, interestingly, an internal plus an external focus. They clearly realize, and there's a realization that every action today has an implication outside, at the minimum in the community that the plant is or where they serve. Okay, so need to focus on the larger communities, engage, communication of their actions, engage not only people who are inside the plant and work, but a far greater extended communities is extremely important. So I think that acknowledgement is there. The other thing that one sees, and again, if I was to put my personal barometer from what we studied in terms of welfare practices in 1998 to now, clearly the needle has moved dramatically. I mean, my clients, organizations I serve, core manufacturing services sector, I think the needle movement in terms of the quality of welfare support, infrastructure support that's provided to all categories of workmen, I think it's moved dramatically. Full-time workmen, quality of infrastructure, canteen facilities, support facilities, facilities for engaging their families. I think things have moved, but as I said, conservative optimism right now. Let's click a little deeper. What about the worker? And I'm taking a broad definition of worker. I know worker is today it's a very wide term, so we'll debate that also. Interestingly, if you engage with young workers that are coming into the workforce, there is a dramatic change in perspective. I was supporting a large auto component company, and they had invited me to their plant outside Haridwar, and they wanted me to speak to some of their workmen. And they said, why don't you talk to some of our youngsters, because we want you to talk to them about skilling, upskilling. Only if they get engaged in skilling can we really, I mean, they had a large automation agenda, we can really drive it. And as I started speaking to them, I realized that the perspective had changed dramatically from what we had seen for 25 years back. I was talking to a workforce that had grown up in a small tier 2, maybe tier 3 city. But I was amazed by how digitally connected they were. The availability of communication that they have. I was amazed with the questions that they asked me. So they were engaging with me. They understood that I'm a HR person. Maybe I work with other companies. I can consult them on careers. I was amazed with the quality of career conversation I was having. They were asking me how to grow. How can they shift industries? They wanted to understand the gig workforce. They wanted to understand entrepreneurship. So the mind of what we've traditionally known as worker has clearly evolved. And I think it's important for us to acknowledge that. Okay. What is also important is what we see with any Gen X, what we call Gen X, Gen Y person, irrespective of social or demographic strata, that they're extremely focused on careers. Okay. For them, involvement as a collective is secondary, but my career is primary. How quickly, if I was to stay with my employer, how quickly can I become a supervisor? How quickly can I become a shop floor leader? What's the path available for me? Can this organization do it, or do I need to? What kind of opportunities can get outside? So it's an excellent thought process. What's the worry? If one was to flip the coin, the worry is I realize that their investment, and I know it's a controversial point, their investment in what's traditionally called a collective or a trade union, a mindset around that we need to work together over a period of time for the betterment of our community, seems to have dwindled. Okay, maybe I think it's more a career focus that's happened. So think about it as you're thinking about your next generation of workers. What about trade unions? And again, this comes from the conversations I had with, as I said, both retired and serving trade union leaders. I think universal acknowledgement, almost universal acknowledgement, I'll clarify why I said almost, around the fact that the role of the trade unions is still paramount, right? The role, fundamentally, why trade unions exist is still very well acknowledged across corporates. Communication body, ability to get a large group of workers together, ease of engagement, a need for a representation body, to channel communication and objectives. I think 90% today of corporates recognize that. Yes, there are a few that believe that the role that trade unions used to traditionally play is not required. They can engage directly given today's digital world and communication channels. But largely the role is still recognized. I think the concern still that came across was that the speed of change in mindset is still relatively slow. And I must also acknowledge that as I'm saying this, it's not a national view that I don't want to generalize. I saw very different perspective around this. If I was to think about my clients in Kerala versus Tamil Nadu versus as you enter Gujarat versus not, I think the perspectives are and I'm sure you'll appreciate the variations in trade union philosophies that happen, but still concerns that the focus around protectionism, concerns around politicization, personal agendas of leaders, they're still there. However, given the fact that 95% of the corporates that I spoke to, extremely large focus on productivity, extremely large focus on the fact that we have to engage better to drive productivity. We've got to leverage the opportunity that this growth is giving us. Comes across that there is still a large sweet spot between what we call the employer and the trade union that still needs to be explored. Okay, and interestingly, that sweet spot has existed for many, many years. What's the format of that sweet spot? It's still that traditional conversation on productivity, increase in productivity, improvement in opportunities. How can it benefit the union? What about upskilling? I think there is an acknowledgement the shelf life of skills has gone down significantly. So you cannot expect even joining as an entry-level blue-collar worker to be able to do the same role for 30, 35, 40 years. upskilling is paramount. Automation is a reality, and it's important that there is a combined acceptance and working towards ensuring that if some skills become redundant, rather than us having to deal with a redundancy issue at scale, how are we upskilling and redeploying at scale? So a lot of opportunity around how can trade unions engage around some of these issues for mutual benefits, win-win benefits came through. So that's the industry perspective that I picked up. There is, if I was to dive deeper and just scratch the surface a little more, what else is top of the mind today? Interestingly, the fact that new workforce models have emerged today, and industrial relations climate in every format, how you engage with them, how you hire with them, what is the regulation around that, it's today top of the mind. We were, with a lot of cases, we were discussing seasonal workmen, and I was really surprised to look at data of companies that year on year, interestingly, the numbers of seasonal workmen are growing. See, when I say seasonal workmen, people who come in for specific time of the year, I mean, it may be a sugarcane industry, or it may be linked to a particular season where you suddenly have an increase in manpower required, or it could be for certain roles, for certain jobs where you take part-time. The numbers are going up. We looked at migration data. Interestingly, migration is going up dramatically. People migrating from a Guwahati to a Delhi, or from a Kerala to a Tamil Nadu, or to Maharashtra, going up dramatically. So great acknowledgement that the workforce models are changing, evolvement, and it's a reality. The other interesting part that came up was that interestingly, while we've always been concerned that do seasonal workmen, part-time workmen, whatever you call them, do they really get the right? Do they get what they deserve? Interestingly, what came out was that it's emerged in most cases as a win-win arrangement, right? So the employees are very happy. It gives them flexibility of deployment. It gives them flexibility of managing cost in line with business needs, seasonal requirements, business needs. Interestingly, as I spoke to trade union leaders also, there was acknowledgement that what's happening is great, because if you look at a large proportion of seasonal workmen, there are times of the year for majority of them where they need employment. It's an additional source of income for them, right? So it is a win-win model. They can come in, they can support for an amount of time, and maybe if they are in farming, they can go back when they need to be back to take care of their crops or agriculture. So it's a model. It's not an exploitative model that as many would naturally assume. It's a model that's emerging. So what's the challenge? The challenge is still around the ambiguity in definition of, I'm sure you would be thinking, Anurag's also using different words. Sometimes he says part-time, sometimes he says seasonal. I mean, I can add more words: gig workmen, platform, full-time, contract. There are so many terminologies that have emerged today. And as I speak to some of the senior most IR practitioners also, they also say, Anurag, it's such a real model, but we're worried about the ambiguity that exists, right? How do we treat them? We're worried that today, I know that if they're coming to me, they're doing important roles for me. If I need to be skilling them for my productivity, for their good. But if I start doing that, where am I crossing the line and technically, from a regulation point of view, getting question on, are you principal employer? Are you employing them for the right kind of roles? I have the right intent. They want to do it. So industry is looking forward to the labor courts and better clarity around many of these workmen. The other part is that while there is now acknowledgement that the labor court seems to have made a good attempt in defining some of it, it still needs greater clarity. So if you've looked at the labor courts, you've looked at implications. My sense as a consultant is that it defines platform workers very well, right? So platform workers, people who gig workers on a technology platform serving, I think it's defined very well. But gig workforce in general, the law starts, or the proposed code start talking about non-traditional models of employment, which still leave room for ambiguity. And hence, I'm sure as the government clarifies some of these, they come in force, state government rules are enacted, there needs to be greater clarity around this. I know I'm spending a lot of time on new workforce model, but acknowledgement that it's absolutely top of the mind, and it's something for the immediate future. What else? As I engaged with them, we discussed the role of the government also. Okay, the picture is only complete if you look at the role of the government, the state labor departments, the state government's role, the central government's role. As I said, largely positive optimism. I think largely there's a belief that the government is very serious in its intent of driving changes in some of the issues that have been there over a long period of time. But what's the concern? So I pushed as I was asking for what are the three concerns. I think the speed of dispute resolution, closure of conciliation, litigation processes still remains a very big issue. Topmost issue, the amount of time invested by employers and employees alike, trade unions alike in some of these. And interestingly, it remains the same for an extended period of time, 20, 30 years. So real hope that as the state rules for some of the labor codes come into force, need for accelerations around settlement of this. The other interesting part was, I think corporate India, IR, HR heads realized that with the new labor code, there'll be moved to a lot of online interface between an employer and the government. So interestingly, there is also an ask around what they call citizen services or labor services. That just let's take an example, a standing order today. Interestingly, I heard the same issue across states that if I need a copy of the standing order, it's a very tedious process today, right? So, and I'm just taking one example. There are I'm sure all of you understand, there are multiple of, these forms, formats, clarifications that are required. So if we're going online, I think citizen services or labor services, let's call it, there needs to be a dramatic improvement. I asked what else. Interestingly, the other big point that came up was the role of the factory inspectors. And the role that factory inspectors have played over a long period of time, a belief that their role's been of a critic, maybe rightly so, that's how it was envisaged. But the belief that that role needs to evolve. And again, interestingly, if you look at the labor codes, I'm sure you would have noticed that there is now an attempt in the labor codes to move that role from purely a critic and audit, a questioning role, to an enabler role, a problem-solving role that the factory inspectors are playing. So excellent in terms of what's being picked up by the government, but a concern and an area that slows down things. And what else? There is still with labor codes coming in, there is concern around the definition of wages. Lot of, I think, worries around definition of wages. My personal belief as a practitioner is that the labor codes have tried to clarify that. Hopefully, as they get rolled out in the states, the exact definition of wages, what does it include? We realize that it will not include HRA, it will not include CCA. But perquisites, what about performance bonus? Because as I'm sure all of you would understand, wages will impact the leave encashment, the overtime. It's not the gross salary that existed. Clarity of definition of workers. I don't need to reiterate that point. I think there is great need. Let me take another industry where the need is even louder. ITS. So I was talking to a client in Pune, 60,000 workforce, and their interpretation of the labor codes is that post the implementation, 45,000 of our people out of 60 would be classified as workmen because they are not in supervisory roles. So what's the implication from a definition of workmen, coverage from a wages, leave encashment? So there's greater need for clarity around that the industry is exposed. So since I spoke a lot about labor codes, a final word on labor codes and what are the specific aspects that the industry is talking about. I think the industry is looking at labor codes in three buckets. They're looking at it in a cost bucket, that what's the cost implication, and it's a significant cost implication, so it's extremely important for the industry. A compliance bucket and a risk bucket. Cost bucket, I've touched upon most of these. There seems to be emerging clarity with the labor codes that the definition of gratuity would evolve. The definition of gratuity would evolve from how we computed it traditionally, linkage to base salary, to linkage to wages. The definition of gratuity and how its computation can also evolve and it become retrospective, and that's a big implication for corporate. So all corporates make annual provisions for gratuity, but just imagine if it has to be calculated, provision for on a retrospective basis, what's the total impact on the P&L of an organization? And it's linked to definition of workmen, it's linked to definition of wages. So there is a cost implication, but the exact implications I think corporates are worried about in doing it. Leave encashment, I'm sure you know, is changing. There is a clear recommendation in the labor codes that leave encashment needs to be year on year. Sure, a positive move. Leave is earned by a worker, so in all due respect, it should get paid out. But over a period of time, industry was used to, carry forward of wages, leaves, it lapsing. I think the implications that are emerging are very clear, that they'll have to be encashed beyond a limit of 30. They'll have to be encashed year on year at the end of the calendar year. So what the cost implications of that? And let's go back to the the word workmen. What's the extent of the workforce that will get impacted by that? And overtime. So clarity on how overtime will be dealt with, 2x the wages. But since the definition of workmen is getting clarified, who all will it impact? What's the implications on the P&L? Who do I need to pay overtime? And with COVID and work from home, it's only got more complicated. So how do I calculate overtime for somebody who's working out of home? Tomorrow if my sales staff working in the distribution channels are on the field and they get classified as worker, how do I calculate overtime for them? If they're traveling, how do I calculate overtime for them? If I'm looking at different kind of hours of working, which hopefully the state rules will support, Saturday working, Sunday working, 40 hours spread out, what are the implications for that? So a lot of cost implications, and top of the mind, I think there's clarity emerging, but I still thought I'll summarize that. A lot of work on compliances to be done by corporates. I spoke about overtime. So given the criticality and the increase in coverage, how to track it? And for the varied categories of employees, how to track it and ensure that it's a robust mechanism. The very interesting implication on full and final settlement to be done in 2 days. In my 20 years of service, the only state I had heard making it a mandate was state of California. I'm not sure if you heard of that. They've had a law that full FNF to be done in 2 days. Implementing it across the country, it's a great thing, because yes, there's been a risk. There's been the concerns that by some companies it's even used in exploitative measures, that FNF is not done over an extended period of time. But what's required from a systems policies to settle it in 2 days, I think there's work to be done. Labor codes lay out the need for safety committees, medical examination of workmen, processes around that. So work to be done around setting up, mechanisms for that. And finally, formats are evolving. Again, the government is doing a great job in terms of simplifying it, making it online. But the question that organizations are asking is that if I have multi-location, if I have plants and offices across locations, and the formats are going to be notified by different states, am I going to follow different formats in different states, or can there be a common central government regulation for national organizations, so to say? Otherwise, it's a compliance thing that companies will have to involve. Finally, risk, and I'll close with that. I know I'm just about out of time. So what's the concern? The concerns are around online inspections. I think there is a welcome to the fact that the interface is going to get online. My dealings with the labor departments, labor inspectors, my submissions will become online. But exactly how will it, so there's positivity around it, how will it work needs to still evolve. There's an interesting part that what's the implication, what's the monetary implication of non-compliance or non-adherence? The first one, in most labor codes, what's been talked about, the first incident of non-compliance has a higher commercial implication. But the second one onwards has a prosecution implication around that. So how does that work, and how do we take care of risk, proactively take care of risk? And the labor codes also talk about now workmen free to approach civil courts also for taking up some of their matters. How would that roll out? What kind of mechanisms are required to take care of that interaction? I'll pause. I know I've tried to cover a lot in 30 minutes. As I said, I started with I thought I'll try and cover an employer perspective, an IR perspective, a trade union perspective. Try and share as many point of views that I've heard. I hope you found it useful. I know I'm out of time, but do we have time for a couple of questions? Thank you.
So thank you, Anurag, for that wonderful presentation that you made. You started with a 10,000 feet view, and then you slowly brought it to almost at a say 10 meters view. So you rightly spoke about the changing role of all the players in IR, whether it's the government or the workers or the employers, and you also took us through the new 4 labor codes which has been enacted. The central rules have been, suggestions have been taken, and the states now busy making the state rules. We are just waiting for the implementation order of the labor code, and you very rightly took us through the implementation that it is going to have over not only for the employers but also for the employees. So now I'll open this forum and we can take few questions or any clarities if somebody would. I could see Alok Shiramji. So sir, I would somebody can hand over the mic to him, please. Yes sir, please go ahead.
Anurag, thank you for a great overview. I just had a question. We always have a dichotomy between large enterprises and MSMEs. So what would be your advice for the government, how to make the new codes, etc., bearable by MSMEs? They don't have the bandwidth to deal with a huge amount of paperwork and compliances.
Excellent point, sir. I should have covered it. Maybe if I have your permission, I have EY's labor code specialist Puneet here. Puneet, would you like to pick up the MSME perspective specifically?
So, sir, I think some things government has done in the labor code. So, like for example, on retrenchment, where earlier approval from central government was required, if you have 100 or more workers, they've increased that ceiling to 300 workers. Standing orders, which were again earlier required by establishments with 100 or more workers, they've increased those ceiling to 300 workers. There are a lot of things that have been done in the labor code so that compliance by SMEs doesn't have to be as rigorous as it would need to be by large organizations. Having said that, yes, there are a lot of things that still need to be done. Whether it is, and one big issue is this whole multi-state presence that organizations have in India. For each state, you need to maintain different registers, different records. How can we club and how can we do it better? Those are aspects not dealt for in the labor code. So while some pieces they have done, there is a lot more that should be done for SMEs to make it efficient.
Maybe we can get some specific suggestions later.
Sure. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else who would like to ask anything or need clarity? Yes, Sanjay Bhatia, sir.
Like to have your views about the new labor codes. Will they bring more? I saw some of the things you had a slide on that, that it will bring clarity on wage and other workers or whatever. But overall, for the business, again, maybe SMEs, will it, what the existing labor laws are and the labor codes, what are going to come? Will that bring more clarity, convenience, compliances, or ease of doing business, as we call it, for the businesses? What is your view on that?
Definitely. Sorry, I know. Puneet's the...
No,
Puneet's area.
He's not going to let me speak on anything on labor codes. Please, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just saying, so a lot of things in the labor codes are amazing things. Like, for example, under current 2930 laws, each law have a different definition of wage, different definition of employee, different definition of establishment, different compliance, different return, different register. All of that has been streamlined under labor codes. There is one common definition that is applicable across all 4 labor codes. There are common returns. Imagine instead of maintaining 30 registers under 30 laws, you now have to maintain 4 registers under these 4 codes. That's great work done under labor codes. Having said that, there are a lot of practical issues that still need to be addressed. What they've done is taken those 29 laws, kind of consolidated them under 4 labor codes. But some of those inherent issues that have always been applicable under current laws, unfortunately, have not been fixed under labor codes. And that needs work. Like Anurag spoke about the definition of worker. The definition of worker is someone who's not a manager, not a supervisor, is a worker. Is that definition relevant in the current scheme of things? Probably not. With AI coming in, a lot of things getting automated, most people would probably be in a managerial supervisory level. So those are inherent aspects under current labor laws that have unfortunately not been fixed under labor codes. But on a general level, 20-30,000 feet above the ground, amazing work done in terms of consolidation and making it efficient for industry to implement.
Just connecting it with, I was sharing a industry feedback, sir. If one dives deeper into the top issues of an employer, of a HR manager, an IR manager in a plant, I think the majority of issues today stem from ambiguity. And given the ambiguity, even if I have an intent, let's say seasonal work, I was discussing part-time or seasonal workmen, the ambiguity around potential implications stops me or makes me concerned to take definitive actions around what I need to do, how do I need to support them, skill them, etc. The ambiguity, I spoke about government services, I spoke about the role of the labor department, the factory inspector. I think the largest issue today is stemming from ambiguity, interpretation, subjective interpretation. Long time for dispute resolutions, conciliations, given, archaic laws and ways of working. So the intent is absolutely clear and very well appreciated that all of these are going to get solved. But given the gamut, our sense also is that yes, there's clarity, there's great clarity in the labor codes. As states are enacting their rules, there is more specificity coming in. I think there would still be feedback from the industry, and the government might want to go back, another 6 months or a year and see if there is additional clarity required on some of these issues. But a step forward in the right direction around almost all the issues that one could traditionally think of in IR.
First of all, very insightful presentation.
Thank you very much.
For the large corporates, they have bandwidth to their IR HR teams for multi-location. For SME or for SME, MSME, is there any platform where they can see a sum up of, rather than waiting for inspector to come and just giving them summons that you have not complied for this?
Good.
I can say with full confidence. So as EY, we've done multiple webinars on labor codes, which have very good material on what the labor codes are, what the changes are, and we've done industry cuts to see how the impact is for large organizations, what the impact will be for small organizations. So that could help. Government hasn't come up with anything as of now because they're still in the drafting and implementation stage. I'm sure once the labor codes are actually implemented, government will come up with guidelines. But as EY, we have a lot of material. I'm happy to share some of those links for the webinars.
So that will be really great because from AIO perspective, we circulate it to our SME and MSME also.
Absolutely happy to do that. Absolutely.
For an awareness program.
Yeah, absolutely happy.
So we've done 9 webinars on labor codes already. I'm happy to share those links.
Smaller, institutions or companies, they don't have that bandwidth and they don't have access to Big Four, EY, KPMG and all.
Sure.
So that will be very helpful.
Sure, sir.
We understand the interest of the audience. It's more towards labor code, and just for information, let me tell you, tomorrow the first session is on labor codes. So I would request everyone to be here at 10 o'clock if you want to listen more about the labor codes. Yes, Rahul, you can please go ahead.
Hi. Just only one thing, we know that earlier days there are a lot of ambiguities related to the contractual workforce, outsourcing and all. Yes, the labor code has tried to address that in a large scale, and also for the gig workers platform. What do you think that what is the positive outcomes can happen with the the role of the principal employer and the contractual employers and the employees?
I think 2-3 things quickly. Number one is, as I said, platform workers definition is now, at least to my interpretation, quite clear. So anything where there is no ambiguity in interpretation, I think it's ready for implementation. Number one. Number two is gig workforce. Yes, there is some room for clarity, because right now the labor codes talk about it as non-traditional models. So I think the term non-traditional needs more explanation. But the good thing that the government is doing and labor codes are doing, under the labor codes there is a specific now coverage for, or proposal for coverage for, social security benefits for gig workmen. So I think that should get addressed, and it's a move in the right direction. Full-time contract workmen, again a terminology that has got clarified, and I mean maybe if you're not using it in your organizations, you should use it. There's very good clarity that you can take people as on full-time contract, what traditionally used to be called retainers, and you can have clear start and end date. Yes, they will be entitled to security fixed term. Yeah. So there is clarity that has emerged. Where is room for a little bit of ambiguity? Contract workers, I think there is still some room for ambiguity on core and non-core. Let me give you one example. Since I come from HR, when I read that, I say, oh, is HR core or is HR non-core? Is finance core or finance non-core? Is admin core or non-core? So I think it's the second level of clarification that will just put a lot of this to rest.
So, thank you so much, Anurag, for this insightful session. I hope everyone will benefit out of it. And so we'll stop here and we'll move forward to the next session. Thank you.
We now have the CEO's panel. I would like to call upon Mr. Sanjay Bhatia, past President AIOE and Managing Director Hindustan Tin Works Limited. Mr. Rakesh Kumar, ex-Chief Managing Director NLCIL and ex-Chairman Scope. Mr. Jasbir Singh, Vice President AIOE and Chairman and CEO Amber Enterprises India Limited. Ms. Kanika Shriram, President Shriram Rayons, a unit. Mr. Sanjay Bhatia is going to moderate the session.
Good afternoon, friends. This is I think after a very, very interesting inaugural session and the EY session, I think this is now responsibility comes to us to carry it forward. And I have excellent panelists with me, starting from Kanika, Jasbir, and Rakesh. So as introduced already, so they are already, Rakesh ji has long experience. So all these two Jasbir and Kanika, they are already in business and running the businesses, and so they have the practical experiences. Of course, I also run my own business. So we have over a period, there are certain experiences on dealing with the constituents of different constituents, like whether it is government or the employees, workers, or trade union, or how do we really? We had been doing all that. I have almost now completed almost about 45 years of my experience in the business. So I run a packaging business, and I was just telling the director ILO that when we started business, when I entered the business in 1970, if you are in an industrial estate and if there is no flag outside, so that's a target. There's a potential market for the trade union leader, that there's no flag, no trade union flag outside the factory, and so there's a good clientage for me there. And so what I just told him, that we put a flag ourselves outside our plant, so that they know that there is someone is there. So so these are certain things which we have done. I think I would just say that it would be very, very important to how do we approach industrial relation. I think three things are important. There are key things for any harmonious relationship, which is communication, compliance, and compassion. So these are three things which are very, very important for us. And the IR consultant, which I had at that time, who was advising me, as I said, during my initial year of industry, is that he said, please remember three things. You should be fair, firm, and reasonable. So these are the three words you must remember always, and follow them to the T, that you should be very fair, then be firm on that, and be reasonable all the time. So I think these are few things which help IR things, and this is maintaining, as we say, equilibrium in the relationships between three stakeholders, as I said, employer, employee, and the government. So over a period, as already mentioned by Anurag also, and which is a fact, that the man-days loss have really come down. We don't see those things, the strikes and lockouts, those kind of things now we don't hear. But of course, two incidents which happened, especially which Brijesh ji mentioned in the morning session also. One was the what happened in Maruti in the year 2012. So that gave a wake-up call once again to all of us. And there's another was a company in I think Foxconn, or so that also happened, where the workers, they went on virtually, they destroyed virtually, a lot of loss to the company there. What kind of issues had been there, I think we'll hear from the panelists. And of course, what we know, that these are the things like putting posters, banners, wearing up black badges, shouting slogans, go slows, work to rule, etc. So these are the things which had been there, followed by the reaction from the employers and what they really do. And so finally, I would say that it is the mutual trust
which is very important and which will really keep us going. So that's something which would be the final word probably. Mutually trusted progressive industrial relation promotes true collaboration to solve complex problems across all functions and directly with business. Therefore, enhanced industrial relation is the backbone of business sustainability. The organizations earn exceptional credibility, loyalty, and trust of their employees. I think with these few opening remarks, I would just now move on to the my panelist on the subject and request Rakesh ji to start.
Thank you very much, Bhatia sahab. First of all, I must thank AIOE, FICCI and ILO for giving me this opportunity to be here. I got a call from Veena madam. Although I am a finance professional throughout, most of the part of my career as Director of Finance till 2018, and I took over as CMD NLC India Limited as CMD of the company and group companies. And I also chaired Scope for 2 years. But when I got a call from Madam Veena, I was wondering what kind of HR perspective I should give. But then when I look back on my tenure as CMD NLC, I saw that yes, we can share some practical experience, what I faced, how I handled, what could have been done better, and this could be a food for thought for all of you. And of course, representing public sector, I wanted to give some perspective of the public sector as against the private sector, which has a lot of peculiarities that a manager in a public sector is hand-tied with so many limitations that I would like to share when we go through my sharing. First of all, when we want to have a perspective of the public sector first, we must know that public sector is under tremendous pressure from all the stakeholders, much more, and that too without much enablement. Pressure coming from environment, especially COVID, which has changed the business models, processes, the way we used to work, the way we used to deal with workers, and we have also been under pressure because the economy is growing, and being the biggest driver of the economy, PSU has to perform a very big role where targets are increased, rules are made stringent for MOUs, and capex targets. This budget, 33% increase to 10 lakh crores. Under these circumstances, the importance of IR is enhanced manifold. If you are not able to sustain your business for even one day, you are gone. Your targets will not be achieved. You cannot restore the production again. So under these compelling circumstances, under these pressures, and in a public sector, any issue can be rigged up at any level. So management of a PSU has to manage at all levels, whether it is at internal union level or at state level or at ministry level or government of India level, because issues are flared up. They have to be convinced, all these stakeholders have to be convinced that whatever we are doing is right, appropriate, and you cannot hide. You have to work in a very transparent manner. A 10 rupee RTI query will compel you to share the all the facts and figures without any delay in a time-bound manner. So, in spite of all this, I would like to very proudly share that public sector has been able to manage the IR much better, which is reflected in the profit as we can see in the CPSC survey report to 21-22. The net profit has increased from 93,516 crore in 1920 to 2,48,781 crore in 21-22, and because CPSCs are expected to contribute to the economy in a bigger way, so the dividends which have been contributed to the exchequer has grown from 71,692 crore to 1,15,171 crore, which is quite substantial, lot of increase. And in spite of facing the COVID, in spite of facing the pressure, in spite of opening up the economy and facing the risks because of Ukraine war and many other issues. Challenges are too many. Now labor codes are going to be implemented, where of course it is going to be a very happy news that 29 laws are going to be merged with 4 labor codes. But the transparency has to be maintained. There are draconian provisions which can keep the managers on toes to keep everything very systematic, very meticulous, whether it is records, communication, compliances, and whatever procedures are to be followed. So I would like to share some of my experiences at NLC India Limited also, just to give you a brief. That NLC India Limited is a public sector incorporated in 1956, started the mining into lignite and power generation based on lignite. Then we entered into coal based power, coal mining, and then renewables also. So there was always a pressure on PSU that to continue the operations, especially in COVID time, where we had to resort to a lot of compliances. We had to deal with the labor going beyond rules. As Bhatiaji told that you have to deal with labor with all the 3 important aspects: communication, compliance, and compassion. I used compassion the most, because whenever there is any issue, we have to really deal the issue on the spot, come up with a because the circumstances are different, it is not a usual business, so sometimes we have to look beyond the rules. I would like to share one very big crisis event which happened in NLC in 2020. We faced 2 fatal accidents, and in those 2 fatal accidents we lost some 20 people, 20 members of our family, NLC family. And I'm sorry to I'm just trying to share. It will give you a bigger, deeper perspective into how we could overcome without interrupting a single day power generation or mining from that period onward. As soon as the accident happened, I immediately visited the spot. There were hundreds of workers standing there, too much agitated, and immediately I mixed with them. I took care. There were 5 dead bodies there. But I am just sharing from the bottom of my heart to this august gathering. With my own hands, I picked up the bodies, and immediately thereafter, workers saw that this man is not a different side of the table. He is always like us. And immediately the whole commotion, the whole agitation turned into soreness, and they started putting कंप्लेंट्स टू मी कि सर सेफ्टी भी कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ हो गई, ये यूनिट हेड ने ऐसा नहीं किया, वैसा नहीं किया। उसी वक्त हमने यूनिट हेड को सस्पेंड किया और उसी वक्त हम उनकी जो फैमिलीज थी जिनके वर्कर्स those died, I met the family members immediately, and on the spot we decided to take care of the family. We made a task force and to see to it that not only they are comforted with the minimum cash, minimum support from us immediately, and those injured were taken to the best hospital. After taking care of the accident related safety aspects, we immediately took the families, 20 families, to Art of Living course. In that course, we brought those 20 family members, all the family members, to mainstream by addressing their shock, their trauma. And I'm thankful that I got the expert of Art of Living who were expert in dealing with traumatic conditions. And after that, there was a lot of hue and cry on the compensation to be paid. And our Honorable Minister decided that we should give at least 15 lakh rupees as minimum compensation. But these union leaders at national level, they were demanding 1 crore, which was not possible. Then after consulting with everyone, immediately in the same evening, I proposed that, okay, I will consult. We cannot go beyond 15 lakh because our Honorable Minister has decided 15 lakh. But beyond 15 lakh, we will share from our own salaries. Not only executives, but also permanent workers, contract workers also. So we devised that it will be a sort of voluntary effort. 1 day salary, those who give consent. And we got 67% consent. We got 1 day salary, which was much more than what was finally decided to be compensation of 30 lakh rupees. And after getting the money and paying them, we returned 65% of 1 day salary because that was surplus in the next month itself. This way, we could bring all the workmen as a family. Even a contract workman was also identifying with that family, with the management. And since then, we did not face any problem. I'm happy to share that in my tenure, we doubled our power generation capacity from 3000 megawatt to 6000 megawatt. And we set up a plan for tripling the power generation capacity in the next 8 years, for which each and every project is a realistic project working on the ground. And I'm happy to share that we have very amicably, very nicely concluded 2 wage settlements with our workers and contract workers also. And this is the learning from my side, that we will have to use the compassion. We will have to be very transparent. I just wanted to share 5 points, and we must focus on the working conditions, especially on safety. We should address the grievances very fast. We should be very transparent and ethical. Especially, we have broken many rules during those crises, with the, of course, with the approval of the competent authority. But those have gone a long way to establish the trust, restore the trust in the industry, and now our production has increased to unprecedented level. Our projects have also, capacity enhancement has also gone much faster beyond the targets. And last but not least, that we must maintain a very transparent communication with the stakeholders. We must. That's why we set up a quarterly structured meeting with unions. I'm happy to share that those incidents after investigation, we showcased to all our union leaders transparently, so that it is an ethical approach and they should be on our side. This is what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rakeshji. I think you very rightly gave us your experience in the PSU and how really using compassion with your people there working there, and especially during COVID time or the tragedy which you mentioned has happened, and you worked along with them. I think these are the important thing which is there, that they should feel that you are part of them, and and also focusing on certain working conditions like safety and addressing the grievances and using ethical practices and all. I think these are excellent way of handling the industrial relations situation, and this is absolutely, thank you very much for sharing. Now I'll request Jasbir ji, who is the Vice President of AIOE also, and of course going to take bigger responsibility after 2 years, and so let's hear what are his views on this, and how his journey had been in the business.
Thank you, Sanjay. Just before I start, I'll just brief. We are not a PSU. We are a B2B company, having 24 manufacturing plants spread in 9 states in India. We're largely focused in consumer durable sector, giving end-to-end solution from design to mass production. So I'll just give you my thought process and share some general views, and then we'll happy to take Q&A later on. I think IR today post-pandemic has moved beyond employee and employer relations. Today IR is the prerequisite for success, any success in industry, where especially every Indian is aspiring to grow, whether it is employer or employee. We are all aspiring to progress, we are all aspiring to grow. And particularly in India, where economy is gearing in a very planned way to ameliorate new opportunities, better standards of living for masses and shared prosperity. A positive reflection of this change which we all witnessed during the COVID-19, where we saw how managements and the workers came together and formed COVID task force. And this is a story of every company, whether it be small or large or super large companies. And we all fought through these challenges of pandemic. Organizations today have actually realized that bilateral dialogues are very essential to thrive in today's competitive environment. Management and workers both should practice listening and empathy, which goes a long way in evolving as better partners. Driving trust and ability to confide are important considerations for a good HIR. There are many organizations who invest a lot of its people not only for upgrading their skills but to enhance their overall performance. Through learning and development, organizations create opportunities not only for its employees but for contractor and other category of workers to grow. Many organizations invite suggestions, a lot of good ideas come out of it. Suggestion schemes, boxes are placed to handle grievances for blue-collar workforce. And many organizations, they believe in ensuring the satisfaction and happiness of its employees because they believe that happy employees will provide good services to its customer. Especially FICCI, I'll just narrate what FICCI as a social compact committee, Gujarat, has done a very unique thing. They have gone beyond to create a multi-stakeholder platform wherein industry players, basically corporates, NGO partners, experts and scale partners have come together for providing a co-solution to ensuring thriving workers and business change. They ensure 6 outcomes. First is wages. Ensure living wages that enable life of dignity for informal workers and their family. Second is health. Ensure health, social security, cover and grievance redressal mechanisms to enable informal workers and their families to weather crisis and with dignity and adequate support. Access to entitlements. Enable access to government entitlements through worker registration and greater access to public services. Safety. maximize safety against life-altering accidents and health risks that often reduce breadwinners to a financial burden on their families. Future of work. Informal workers to be equipped for the future of work by offering upskilling and growth opportunities. On gender, ensure gender equality in pay, treatment, and opportunities so all informal workers can be fully integrated and realize their full potential. India today is transforming to become a preferred manufacturing destination and global supply hub where IIR will play a very crucial role in transferring these thoughts into action. The need of the hour is to create many such platforms to create an ecosystem which is competitive, fair, and inclusive. As Sanjay ji also mentioned, fair, firm, and reasonable. This will help all the concerned stakeholders to make a difference for better tomorrow. I'll take a pause here, stop here, and happy to take Q&A later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasbir. that was short and crisp, as we say, that short and sweet rather. So so I think putting up a suggestion box and making the employees happy so that they know that whatever our grievances, that it is going to the decision maker, the policy maker, or the top guy in the organization. I think that's very important. So that gives him a lot of satisfaction. I think it's important that between the trade union and management, they should realize that whosoever starts a fight or an issue, I mean, they should also know how to end it. So, so I think that is very important. So now let me just move on to my favorite, Kanika. So the young business professional now, and of course running is her own business. And let's hear her. Kanika.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Good afternoon, everyone, dear panelists. I think the words we've been hearing over and over again today: firm, fair, reasonable, compassionate, empathetic, without ego. I think these are all synonymous with one another. They all need to flow through what I think all of us here are trying to achieve within our organizations. We all know that proper IR practices form the backbone of our audiences. Businesses are there to make profit, but in order to do that, you need to ensure that manpower, machine time is not wasted. Any waste that is generated is minimized. And I think that's all what we're here to sort of progress. We've seen that through the pandemic, there are practices that have evolved, that have changed. The demand from the workforce has changed. We're seeing the fact that, work from home is becoming more and more asked for or in demand. We may not be able to accommodate that. For example, in our factory in Kota, where we manufacture industrial textile, it's a continuous process. A work from home in our instance may not make sense. But we have to find via medias. As part of our added practices, I think reskilling and upskilling are two most important factors that we need to look at. Shriram Rayons has been around for over 56 years. We have seen a large change in the age profile of our workmen, for example. Reskilling and upskilling is important. Automation is a reality. These are facts that all go hand in hand. They are not exclusive to one another. They're all inclusive. The fact is that we can have formalized forums of interactions with our unions, but how do we take that even beyond and create multiple forums for grievance redressals to ensure harmony, to ensure safety, to ensure safe practices, to ensure that there is a feedback loop from the workmen who are actually on the shop floor, very often operating your machinery, and looping that back into better practices across the board. I will give one example of, when we had COVID, as part of our factory, there is a colony in place. And I think a large part of my team is here as well. And I must commend them. During COVID, the way they were able to manage this, where we have over 600 workmen's families who live on site. Nobody had to go anywhere. Everything was coordinated, medical facilities, groceries for people who were affected and impacted. These are all evolving practices. They have to change with time. There is no one answer fits all. I think it's important to mention that for sure. I think, Sanjay ji, it's better to keep this brief for now so that we can go ahead with the rest of the discussion as well and maybe take on some questions.
You can continue. That's not a problem.
I'm all right for now. Then.
Okay.
So
thank you very
sir.
much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I think my panelists had been very kind and very, very short. So they wanted to keep and probably open it for discussion and questions from the floor. As I think Kanika also mentioned that they focused on reskilling and upskilling. Because you see, with the technological upgradation in the companies, in the businesses, in the manufacturing, it's important that the people who are running them, so they also have been trained to run those equipment. So it's not only the safety of the equipment or the productivity of the equipment, but it is how to handle it. So these are the people behind the machine. So they would be very, very important. And so we have to give them the right training so that they can appropriately and really handle them. And of course, she mentioned about the way how they dealt with the COVID period. You also mentioned about how you address the COVID period. All of us, I think, sitting here have gone through that, and we have our own experiences when the factories were not allowed to run, but then certain essential commodities, those factories who are running, manufacturing, they were in essential commodity business, they were allowed to run. It is really difficult. As I told you, we are from the packaging industry. We were also allowed to run because without packaging, the food product will not reach the market. So we were allowed to run the plant, and I know how we managed it and how the logistics were there, and how even the people who were ready to come from the village, the villagers said, we will not allow you to come back to village because now you are exposed. So we will not allow you. So these are the kind of things when then we have to go and meet the concerned that Parmukh there जो गांव का बड़ा था उसको समझाया बैठ के किया कि भाई how safe working conditions are there, what precautions we have taken, and that is how we have all gone through all these practices. Anyway, I'll just now open it for question and answer in case open to the floor. So yes, Satish.
Thank you. I think I'm very happy to see practicing owners here, and you have really dealt with IR. My question is one which I'm all the time worrying me. No, we are talking about skilling, upskilling. How we are going to align with the reward recognition? Because the problem is that we see one side only because the business need them for a skill based. How we are linking their career growth, their performance, their wages with that. If we don't do that, this will not go for longer period because the unions, workers also thinking in that. This is a one side story. We need this, but they're saying what we are getting out of it. One is that service. You say that they will survive. This is a minimum Maslow story you are talking about. But how your view is very important because you are the pioneers in industries. You have experience. I want to know from you. Thank you.
I think it's a very, very relevant question, and our Anurag also from EY, he also talked about it. IR in future as we call it, and how do we deal with the third and fourth generation of the workers also who are only focused on their career growth. That what are they going to get? So let's hear. Yes, Kanika, you want to?
Yeah. Thank you for your question. I would like to take a little different spin on your question. Is today we find that our workers are driving us to upskill them, to reskill them and upskill them. And I think that makes a big difference. It not only adds to your productivity, it is adding to your bottom line. Your material wastage is lesser, your manpower wastage is less, your machine wastage is less. It makes all the difference in the world. You then have to, we all need to talk about how we distribute our profits anyway, right? How we realign these things. This is all has to come into the flow and the nature of our businesses. They're all interlinked at the end of the day. That's so
good. I think Jasbir ji also want to.
Yeah, I think it actually depends on broadly what is the vision of the company. If vision is making profits or vision is progressing collectively. If you are progressing approach, at the end of the day you are doing the same thing, but the approach is different, right? So it is like good profit or a bad profit, right? Good profit is good progress and happiness. Bad profit is blood pressure, So regarding this reskilling and upskilling, so if you are progressing collectively, you are moving with that vision, then definitely the skill metrics change will take care of their awards, rewards, and of course their pays and wages accordingly. Because if you see on one side, of course, there is a GDP number which is growing and per capita which is growing. That's one thing which anyway will move forward. But on other side, the moment you reskill and upskill, automatically the organizations realize that yes, this person is now not doing a small unskilled job. He's into semi-skilled or highly skilled job. So that's the parameter which gets changed. With the thought process of progressive collectively, you take care of these things.
Why I ask that question, there's examples in IT industries is there, where you qualify, you upgrade yourself in software and all that, you automatically get the salary increase and the promotion, which we have to think how we get it now, the new age technology in our manufacturing sites also.
Correct.
No, in manufacturing also, like, most of the manufacturing companies now, since the automation is a new normal, I would say. So there's a demand of automation, and organizations, we witnessed it that, once when we took up the agenda of automation, it's a function of capex. You do a capex, there's an automation drive, but then there has to be a team which maintains those automated products. There has to be a team which actually formalizes the low cost automation within your plant itself. Why don't you generate it yourself? And that's where the reskilling and upskilling comes.
You want to?
Okay, yeah, I think I just had already much has been shared on this aspect. But your question is very intelligent question, because we have to first survive and then we have to grow. So here is the role of the management to carve out a strategy that how we are going to compensate for the higher skills, upskilling, and at the same time use those skills to grow in business to get more revenue. This is one strategic issue.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, please.
Just to come back and sort of pull this all back, is you moving from an unskilled to a semi-skilled to a highly skilled, multi-skilled, multidisciplinary. Maybe it's time to start building in allowances for these. And that's the way to progress this and to get more people to adopt these practices.
Yeah, please. Just give your name and.
Hello, sir. Thank you so much for such an insightful session. My name is Vishay Singh Chauhan, and I'm from Ford School of Management. I really like the idea that you just presented in front of us, like being fair, firm, and reasonable. But my question is, like, you have taken a lot of initiatives for the workers, for the ground level employees, for the workers that are on the forefront of being affected the first. But when we talk about self-reliant and a developed business world for the near future, business managers, young leaders who are upcoming are the change makers, or you can say at the forefront of that change. So have you also taken any initiatives that secures these managers? Or, as of now, there is not a clear-cut definition of a manager. If we talk about Factories Act, or if we talk about ID Act, or if we talk about Establishments Act. So we also need to secure the managers, because in a time of sudden layoffs, in an era where sudden layoffs, retrenchments are unpredictable, we also need to secure managers, because these are the change makers and the implementing agencies through which the change can be seeped in from the top level to the ground level.
You want to say? No, I think what I understood is that you're talking about this security for the manager, that how his job is secured. So I don't think, in case he's performing well, no owner or no managing director or the top guy would like to lose him. I think there's a huge demand for such people who are working with sincerity and who have all the skills and who are, managing since he's a manager and managing the department or the company very well. And I don't see there are any issues. Rather, there would be more demand for him from outside, from the competition. They would like to have him, and the owner would not like to lose him. So, I mean, it's just I mean, how you are really contributing and giving back to the business. I think it would be important. I mean, that's what I mean. I see like that.
No,
They're not covered in the labor.
Well, I think he must be what, 30, 40 years?
No, sir.
25. Sorry, 25. So you have not seen the turbulent time
Yes, sir.
which we had from
We are still
1960
studying
to
the
2000.
laws.
So 1960 to 2000. So you are a student already. Okay, sorry. So so don't worry. I think time is great for you people, and I think there are great opportunities which are there in the business in India, particularly now, and the employers, so to say, employers or the companies would be looking forward to young people like you to come and work for them. And if you are performing well, I mean, you are secured. Absolutely, don't worry.
I'll add to what
I would like to add
Sanjay.
one more thing, if you permit me, that management must take industrial relations specialists for.
Yeah, of
If
course.
anyone is put in that slot, then it's risky. Otherwise, they know.
I'll add to what Sanjay said. I think security is from my point of view, it's a state of your thought process. Right? If you are willing to come in front, face the turbulent time, no organization would like to leave this kind of a gem.
Absolutely.
Right. So it becomes other way around, as Sanjay rightly pointed out, that organizations can get insecure कि ये चला गया तो यार गड़बड़ हो जाएगी.
Absolutely.
So it's other way around.
It's other way around.
So I think I'll also just add in and weigh in on that one. It's very simple. You're talking about the frontline manager who is probably dealing with the union. I think that's the question that you're trying to ask. A frontline manager is not a change maker and a change driver. They also ensure that they are fully equipped with all the knowledge that they need in order to tackle a particular situation, right? And that's what makes them invaluable to organizations as well.
Absolutely.
And that's what drives their security of job. So I hope we're able to
Yeah, yeah.
somewhat answer your question.
You have a question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. My name is J.K. Jha from Sriram Rayons and head HR.
Good. I was about to
function.
say somebody from Shriram Rayan should ask you a question.
Yes,
Good. I'm happy.
definitely, sir. Sir, in industrial relation, the most challenging factor is building mutual trust and respect. And effective communication play an important role in building mutual trust and respect. Nowadays, this is the time of social media, and the way of communication is very fast. So, how do you think social media will play an important role in the success of industrial relation in coming future?
बताइए कनिका.
Very right in your observation. Social media is a very powerful tool,
Very powerful.
and nowadays most of the companies, industries, they are using social media for very effective communication, transparent communication, and prompt communication. And this is also helpful in getting the feedback also. So now this gives an added advantage that the management is able to be in touch with the workers individually. They are able to know their individual perspective also. So that gives them wider perspective and much more strong communication can be ensured.
You want to say something?
I'll give you example which we are also learning, from Bangladesh. One of my friend, he's the largest textile company owning about 22,000 employees there into garments. What unique they have done is they have created a social platform, digital platform for all their 22,000 workers. They have even built the utility stores within the factory, because whatever they have to buy, they can buy it online and it is delivered at the doorstep when they leave the factory. Plus, any grievance for any of these 22,000, that is there is a, you just click it, you go there and you can address it, and the management comes to know what exactly. So that's a great tool which we that's learning for, as an organization like us, which we are copying there.
I think we used the social media in our company, especially during COVID time, and that is how I could keep in contact with the workers also. Not only the managers, and of course you were in touch, but with the workers also we addressed at least once a month or once alternate month, because there was a big gap that you were not meeting them. I think that gave us this media, really helped us to really communicate with them and ensure them, because especially because when the lockdown started, for almost 1.5 months we were shut, and obviously those sitting at home, they were also worried, and we were also worried how to really restart and all those things. But finally, when we restarted and how to get the people, one was that social media helped us to communicate with them and tell them that the working environment is safe. We sent few photographs, how we are sanitizing the plant, how we are doing all that. So the communication really improved. But of course, you really need to know where to stop using WhatsApp and all, and I think that's also one has to ensure that the Lakshman Rekha, as we call it. But certainly it helps.
So, sir, I think I agree with you, and this is something that I keep talking about. And we live today in an age of instant gratification, right? And so a tool like WhatsApp, we have to remember, is a tool, right? We have to know where to draw the line, and this cannot be a replacement for traditional formal forms of communication.
Absolutely.
It's not. This is only an addition to help you disseminate information, communicate, but not an alternative or a replacement. I think that's something we must not keep it.
Absolutely.
I just want to add.
Yes, please.
It's not only the social media. There are multiple apps are available where it could be employee friendly. They could interact more. Like we are using an app, but we have developed. It's called WorkU. In that, more than around 10 lakh people are now they have joined and all. So they can see where their pay slip, they can see their upskilling status, what kind of the promotion could be available, their leave status. It's also related multiple vendors and merchandise where they can get a lot of sales, discount, bank loan, financial assistance. So in the single app, and also the AI control the interaction with the employers or the HR and anyone else. So it's not only in social media. I think there are a lot of other platforms which could be more helpful for.
No, I think one is using for all that how much is lying in my PF account, how much is what is that, and they all those kind of things which is now there, whether the employer has deposited the contribution or not doing that. So all this is social media is really helping that. Yeah. Yes, okay.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Lalan Singh from Ultratech Cement Limited. My question is that we are talking about the stakeholder of IR which are working under certain regulatory framework, that is government or employer or employee. But one of the major IR stakeholder, that is community, which is not under the purview of, I don't think, any regulatory framework. And it is evident since last few years, last 10-15 years, it is evolved as a stakeholder with very much resistant attitude towards the industry. Might be any specific reason, that reason, this reason. It might be due to the effect of, in pretext of atmospheric changes, any other climatic changes, or in pretext of the power center lies in the community for their vested interest in local bodies like things. So just I wanted to know that for future IR scenario in India, is there any planning for regulate these bodies also, or the person which are like policing also? There is no regulatory framework for policing or any specific protection from police to industry. They are not bound to protect industry under any certain any specific under any specific regulation, you can say. They treat industry like a common man. When and industrial and a person from industry going to file an FIR in police station for any incidents happened in industry, police just treated like a common man. So what I perceive in my last 10-15 year career, these are the most you can say these are the most apprehensive things going to be happen in future also, which will affect our IR scenario. What is your opinion about this, sir?
You mean that when the industry has a issue and they go to police for filing FIR, they are treated like a...
Not especially for police in FIR.
Sorry. So what
I'm talking about all the help, sort of help required for surviving of industry in any turbulence period when IR unrest is going on.
When IR unrest is going on. Okay.
Going on.
Okay.
Or any specific incidents which is very much you can say vulnerable towards the law and order situation, and you are seeking help from the authorities. Industries always feel like very helpless kind of
Well, I think you will have different experiences on this. It's not something uniform. What
no,
you're
this
saying.
is not uniform.
So
For
maybe it
for
depends
manufacturing.
on the officer concerned. Maybe it depends on. I mean, I don't see that, because you see today the government also looks at industry, promotes industry, protects industry, and see that the companies who are providing employments, whatever help they need, that is being provided. But maybe specific cases, I don't really.
No, that is nothing framed, sir. That is about there is no framework. So this is all about our skill set and the way we are dealing with the community.
Rakesh.
Very right. That how to deal with the community when there is no regulation, how to take care of the problems arising out of some grievances in the community, which is taking the shape of some dispute or agitation or disruption of business. Very right. You see, first of all, I will try to address your question of regulation. There is no regulation, but at the same time, whenever we are dealing with community, we should try to have discussions involving district authorities and police, so that whatever transpires, we are able to honor the commitments which we make, and we also expect, in case still sometimes they may resort to some agitation also. That time these district authorities, they are in the interest of the development of that area, police department also, they try to help and they try to pacify and assuage the situation. But for a long-term solution, we must use CSR, we must use welfare measures, we must take care of the environment, we must take care of in case we are obligated for providing employment, we must very transparently set up the process so that they can see that whatever growth this industry is witnessing, that is shared with the community, and they are very responsible from the ethical point of view, from the environment point of view, from a social objective point of view, and they are able to contribute out of their profits certain percentage as a sort of welfare measures to bring up the community, so that community also grows.
Something, Kanika?
I think it will always be looked at as a bit of a David and Goliath situation. It will always be the small against the big behemoth. And I think what Rakesh ji has said is actually the correct way to go about this. There is no one solution or one regulation that will fix this answer. First of all, every dispute is its own unique incident, right? Very rarely will you have more of the same. I think your pre-management of your environment, your own welfare activities, your internal activities within your organization, and the external environmental factors, right? How you're also managing them will all eventually play a much bigger role. Your company, if it's known to be a fair practice company within your region, will have far-reaching impacts. If they're known to be fair as employers, will have far-reaching impacts. Regulations, you can't go to an authority and say, no, treat industry fairly. Because then it's industry versus worker, and that's never going to get us anywhere. The idea is all of us to work together. But yes, there are obviously unique situations which can only be managed with better industrial relation practices, better environment management practices.
Thank you. You want to say this, me?
My question, sir. I think basically CSR can be used as a very powerful tool. One is, it has a positive community impact, and it also addresses the inclusive growth of that community. So if your company or any company is actually religiously involved in CSR activities in and around the manufacturing unit or whatever business you are engaged in, and plus you are a responsible ESG company, whenever this kind of unrest happens, my personal experience is that in fact the leaders from the community, they support you. They will go along with you to the police station. That, sir, this is as Kanika mentioned, that if your company is known in the region as a very fair practice company, they will stand with you to get the things resolved.
That's a very good point. Yeah.
And also, I think today in every state at a DIC level, government has a position to address these kind of grievances, and they come on board whenever these kind of situation comes.
Yeah.
Sir, this is Anurag. So actually happy to hear from our Rakesh sir that is now, and in his previous stage, so now the contract worker is treating as a family member.
Yeah, that's right.
So this is a very good thing, sir. But I just want to listen from our Kanika ma'am or any other designaries here. So why it is not contract workers is not treating well in the private institution or in factories? So this is, I think that is Honorable Minister is also about to come, but definitely you can also raise this. And second, my question is that law is also restricting, right? Because suppose we cannot engage contract employed in the soft floor area, mainstream they cannot deploy. And Honorable Supreme Court has also given one that is the judgment that we should not show master servant relationship between principal employer and direct contract employee. So my question is that the same, why it is the differentiate, sir? So why it is
differentiate between the permanent worker and
yes, permanent employee and the
contract employee.
Even though, sir, in Sikkim, sir, there is as per the Article 371 there. So there's no any terms, like even though contract workers also can deploy at the soft floor area, but apart from the Sikkim, we cannot deploy. So why it is the differentiating, and why as you are the seniors as so what initiatives you are taking to a contract employee as a part of our, just like Rakesh said, that is the family members in our HR terms.
No, certainly. I mean, there should never be a differentiation between a contract worker or your permanent role worker. I think this differentiation can be addressed with the new definition which is coming in the new codes, which can be a full-time contract membership, or that will change the complete paradigm way of looking at a worker.
Fixed
term employment, for a contract worker also.
No, fixed term is also at present we can deploy, so there is no need.
No, I think so long as I would say that the contract workers are working inside our plant, I think you don't differentiate between who's permanent and who's contract. I mean, what happens is that, as mentioned by, I think, EY Anurag also, there are factories which are seasonal. So you employ contract people for a short period, let them have for season. He said sugar factories. So you have, during that time when the sugarcane crops come, so you have immediate increase in the demand. You have the contract people, and then you don't need them. So obviously you cannot, let's say, have those people at the cost of survival of the industry itself, the viability of the company itself. So you have to see what is the good for the viability of the business, how you can sustain it. So of course, I mean, so long as they are inside, we have to take care. They are, I mean, let's say they are covered in ESI, they are covered in PF, they are, in case they get hurt or whatever you are giving, treating your permanent guy, so you will be treating the contract worker also. I mean, the difference is that there you are the principal employer, and in the other case you are the direct employer. I think that's the only difference. I mean, so long as they are working inside, and in case you are not treating them well, you are spoiling your own environment in the company, and that is going to have an impact on the production and other things also. So one has to be careful on these things, and I think this is how I would look at it.
I think it's more of a cultural issue than a
more of a
act
cultural
issue,
issue.
right? So say organization's culture is to treat everybody equal, then there's no problem.
Right, sir. I think I'm already getting sick. Okay, last one.
Good afternoon, respected panelists. I am Bhavya from ILM University. So we all talked about the IR rules that of being fair, reasonable, and firm. So my question is that organizations nowadays are moving towards diversity and inclusion. So how, or rather, what are the ways in which we can add flexibility to the major rules of being fair, firm, and reasonable?
No, even in diversity, you have to be fair and firm. Why not? You have to be reasonable there also. So it's not only that if there is no diversity, then anyway, you want to add something to Bhavya?
So,
yes, Rakesh ji.
actually, I'm asking, like, how can we add flexibility to that?
Yeah, I shared with you some of the happenings in my company. Taking a cue from there, one has to be flexible wherever you feel that fairness becomes an issue. So you should be ready to break the rule also. Of course, with the approval of competent authority, exceptions are always there. That courage should be there in the management to go beyond the rules.
I just want to add on her point. As Rakesh ji said, that we all know that diversity, inclusivity is now part of the ESG. So if any company which is concerned to improve in their ESG standard, they have to incorporate. So there is no other way. And there are so many now new industries who are specifically asking that whether the working force should be like that. So as a contractual employer, where we provide the large numbers, we get specifically the demand from a lot of industries. So it's now the matter of your own existence. It's not only that you have to do it.
Thank you very much. I think with this, thank you, Kanika. Thank you, Jasbir. Thank you, Rakesh. And thank you, the audience. I think keeping us, we were absolutely live throughout, and so many questions. I think industrial relation, as I said, one is the dealing internally, how you deal internally. But you certainly need a competent professional to deal with the external pressures also. I mean, it's not only that what is coming from your employees, or that is what the industrial relation is. You have to see what is coming from the competition, what is coming from the society, community. So, I mean, you need competent professionals to handle that also, and of course the laws by the government, whatever regulation comes. So we have to really be alive to that, and my professional, the competent professional, has to really keep himself apprised of the changes, whatever is there. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much. The session we heard a lot of mix of the public and private sector views on industrial relations of an organization. Now we are going to have a next session on the IR and the pandemic, the new normal. We have pre-recorded speeches of two of the leading eminent global speakers. The first one is from Mr. Roberto Santos, Secretary General, International Organization of Employers, Geneva.
Greetings from the International Organization of Employers. It's a pleasure for me to send this message to all of you. I apologize for not being able to be with you at this event because the event falls during the International Labour Organization governing body sessions and also during the managing board of the International Organization of Employers. I hope to join you soon in person in India in the near future. I want to thank our colleagues from AIOE and FISHI for this kind invitation to address you. The topic is about industrial relations. And I have to first start my intervention referring to the historical and cultural elements linked to each industrial relations. The industrial relation systems are totally linked to national, historical, economical, but also political and cultural contexts. And therefore it's very different from country to country. India has a very unique industrial relation system too. As a part of it, social dialogue is key. Key for communication, key for information, key for sharing, key for conflict prevention, key for conflict resolution, key for helping to overcome work-related challenges. We in IOE believe and firmly believe that social dialogue has demonstrated its potential as an instrument for social stability, for efficient implementation of policies, for cooperative relationship among workers and employers. We strongly believe in a real business case of social dialogue, which can lead to positive repercussions on the working environment and on productivity growth and economic growth, of course. But given the difference between systems, prior to getting established in a given country a specific model on industrial relations, businesses, investors have to properly assess and study and understand the way in which industrial relations work. For instance, they may want to know if collective bargaining occurs in a multi-employer context, or they need to understand whether collective agreements are extended cover all workers and employers, even if they are not members of a trade union or an employer organization. They need to understand whether multiple trade unions are allowed in a given company or if they have a right to sign a collective agreement. All these specificities are very important to really capture the essence of a specific industrial relation system. Also, the cultural elements are important. In some countries, the workers and trade union movements tend to be highly conflictual, and there is not a culture to engage easily in collective agreements. To sum up, all depends on complex regulatory, institutional, but even historical and cultural elements. Moreover, nowadays, because of globalization, new global strategies to broaden industrial relations systems have emerged at the international level. And now we have even what we call international framework agreements between global unions and multinational companies. These trends are also interfering with industrial relations system at national level. In any case, there is no one-size-fits-all. Countries need to develop, need to strengthen their models based on their specific situations, without being pushed or compelled to adopt a particular model that can work in a country but not in another country. For social partners to be able to effectively engage in social dialogue and play a role in the industrial relation systems, we need some conditions. First, there is a need for trust, a kind of sense of responsibility. This is the result of years of culture of industrial relations. This is a result of maturity. It cannot be given from one day to the other. It needs also solid institutions. Second is professionalism. It's important that the industrial relations systems are led not by amateurs, but by organizations that have the capacities, that have the knowledge, that have the expertise. Otherwise, it would lead to failure. Third, and very important, you need independence. Social partners, employees organizations, workers organizations need to be able to say what they need to say, need to have freedom of speech, need not to be afraid of expressing their divergent views vis-à-vis the government, vis-à-vis other social partners. From the moment in which this autonomy, this independence is in danger, we will have bad results in social dialogue. Fourth is representativeness. Workers and employees organizations need to have members backing them. We do not believe in IOE in artificial representativeness of employees and workers. Companies need to be behind employers' organizations. Workers need to be behind trade unions' positions. From the moment in which employers' organizations and workers' organizations deviate from this link with their own constituents, social dialogue starts to be empty. That's why this fourth element, trust and sense of responsibility, professionalism, independence, representativeness, are the four pillars on which IOE will be always continue with its own members. Let's not forget either that social dialogue can and should take place at the enterprise level. In other words, centralized approach for industrial relations do not always work. They need to adapt to the specific context of companies. They need to adapt to the specific context of workers and employers working in a company. In IOE, we work precisely to give the elements, to provide the elements to have effective industrial relations systems. We have a platform for discussing topics among employers, to bring together members of different countries, of different regions, of different kinds of companies. We have a very active and dynamic industrial relations policy working group with different backgrounds. Within this activity, topics such as industrial action, right to strike, collective bargaining systems, mediation systems, dispute resolution mechanisms are debated and are discussed with a view to finding common ground areas of concerns and of action for employers. But these discussions also lead to draft different policy papers, for instance, on wage policies. And this network also provides members a way to interact and learn from each other on different topics. We just organized one meeting a few days ago on the topic, and as such a real and important issue like wages and inflation in this moment. Furthermore, we also have launched a kind of observatory of trends in industrial relations systems through our newsletter on industrial relations in different languages. We look at different legal, labor, and institutional developments in different jurisdictions. This repository of knowledge can be very helpful in your deliberations and also in your advocacy work at national level. We cannot deny that the future of work, mega trends such as digital transformation, climate change, changing demographics, globalization, recovery from the pandemic, are impacting the way industrial relations work and operate. Precisely during the pandemic, social dialogue took place through innovative approaches and also through digital means. In some cases, it pushed further social partners to work better together and try to find urgent solutions to very demanding issues, like the concept of essential workers, so important for public services and public goods. Clearly, there are lessons to be learned, and some social dialogue mechanisms need to be kept and consolidated where others and whether other parties perhaps needs to be dismissed. At the global level, there are also some policy conversations surrounding different issues with you, with members, with employers' organizations, and we need to anticipate that. One of them in the ILO is the right to strike. What are the conditions for the right to strike to be accepted, to be operationalized? This is going to be an important discussion in the ILO. Another topic is productivity. and declining productivity in many countries and how this is impacting or can impact wages. Another important issue of discussion at global level is the new trend of remote working and its consequence on the concept of workplaces, and also the cross-border regulations affecting independent workers working from other countries. As important as that is the issue related to mobility of workers and talent mobility, which is also becoming a high issue in the agenda of many human resources managers. Skill shortages is not an easy issue to be dealt from a human resources perspective. All these discussions do not operate in a vacuum. They are linked to a reality in many countries like India, which have a huge level of informality. But it's also linked to the new reality of work we have to do with the digital economy. Precisely, the platform economy and its consequence for the new models of employment is an area of policy discussion that IOE is now handling in ILO and in other international organizations. We in IOE are here to help you, to provide you support, to provide you guidance, to provide you also support in terms of advocacy. Please do not hesitate to come to us and to engage with us further in order to have more efficient results. We wish you a successful meeting, and we thank you very much for inviting us to join you. Greetings.
We heard the employer's perspective on IR. Now we're going to play a pre-recorded speech of Mr. Shoyo Yoshida, General Secretary, International Trade Union Confederation, and listen to the trade union perspective.
Dear colleagues, greetings. I am Shoya Yoshida, General Secretary of the International Trade Union Confederation, Asia Pacific. To represent our 60 million members, I want to talk about the significance of the summit or Global Industrial Relations Summit and the importance of industrial relations in the Asia Pacific region and in particular in India. As we know, industrial relations play a crucial role in fostering a healthy work environment and ensuring the well-being of workers. The ITUC Asia Pacific and its affiliates have been working relentlessly to promote better industrial relations in the region. One such example is a Cambodian Unionist Network for Development project, which we supported over years. This project was instrumental in empowering Cambodian workers and their trade unions by providing them with training and networking opportunities. We also stand in solidarity and support with Philippine trade union movement, which has been fighting for better wages, job security, and decent working conditions for Filipino workers, both inside and outside country. Their efforts have been an inspiration to all of us in the region. I would also like to mention an example from my home country, Japan. The Japanese model of industrial relations, known as the enterprise-based union model, emphasizes mutual trust, cooperation, and communication between employer and workers. This approach has contributed significantly to Japan's economic growth and stability. In India, there is a pressing need to improve industrial relations to achieve a self-reliant and developed business world. We need to ensure that workers' voices are heard and their rights and welfare are protected. One measure that can help improve industrial relations in India is promoting social dialogue between employer, workers, and the government, in other words, tripartite cooperation. This will facilitate a constructive and collaborative approach to problem solving and lead to better outcomes for all stakeholders. Certainly, as a trade union representative, I can suggest some additional measures that can be taken to improve industrial relations in India. First, strengthening collective bargaining. Collective bargaining is a key tool for trade unions to negotiate better wages and other working conditions on behalf of workers. However, in India, the coverage of collective bargaining is low, and the bargaining power of trade unions are needed to be improved. To address this, we need to strengthen the legal framework for collective bargaining and promote the formation of protecting the right to strike. The right to strike is a fundamental right for workers, and it plays an important role in balancing power relations between employer and workers. However, in India, the right to strike is often curtailed, and workers who go on strike face victimization and harassment. We need to ensure that workers' right to strike is protected and that there are adequate safeguards against such victimization. Third, promoting social security. Social security measures such as pensions, health insurance, and maternity benefit can provide a safety net for workers and help improve their living standard. We need to promote universal social security coverage and ensure that social security benefits are adequate and accessible to all workers. Fourthly, strengthening labor inspections. Labor inspections are a key tool for enforcing labor laws and ensuring that labor standards are being complied. We need to strengthen the capacity of labor inspectors and ensure that they are well equipped with the resources and training they needed to carry out their own duties. Participation. Workers' participation in decision-making can help improve working conditions and productivity, and foster a sense of ownership and responsibility among workers. We need to promote workers' participation in decision-making and ensure that workers have a meaningful say in matters that affect their work and their lives. In conclusion, improving industrial relations in India requires a multifaceted approach that addresses needs and concerns of both employer and workers. By promoting collective bargaining, protecting the right to strike, promoting social security, strengthening labor inspection, and encouraging workers' participation in decision-making, we can create a more just and equitable working environment for all. The Global Industrial Relations Summit is an important platform for discussing and promoting good labor relations. My sincere thanks to all India organizations of employees, AIOE, International Labour Organization, ILO, Ernst & Young, EY, and the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, FICCI. We need to continue to work together to ensure that workers' rights are protected and that employers and workers can have mutual beneficial relationships. Let us take inspiration from successful initiatives from around the world and strive to improve industrial relations in our own countries. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you again.
This brings us to the closure of first half of today's session. Now we'll break for lunch. We are going to start the post-lunch session at 2:45 sharp, so where we have a lot of international speakers joining for the next session. So I'll request everyone to be here before 2:45. Thank you.
To perfect our craft, the art and science of producing industrial rayon. Established by century-old DCM Shriram Industries Group, a group founded by Lala Shriram, a doyen of Indian industry in the 1890s, to further the cause of the industrialization of India, while India was transforming itself as an independent nation after British rule. Following Lala Shriram's successful venture into textiles, heavy chemicals, sugar, alcohol and power, the group decided to step into the arena of industrial fibers. This is where our story starts. In 1965, when the group set up a rayon tire cord plant with technology from US-based Bonnet Fiber and engineering from US-based Chemtex. Since 1965, every day, inch by inch, we have continuously invested, monitored and tested, scrutinized and improved our technology, our production process, our training programs for employees, our sustainability and environmental impact to deliver the highest level of quality and efficiency to earn the respect as a trusted partner of our customers and stakeholders. Half a century later, this commitment, this dedication continues. It is a promise to our customers that relies on a focus on excellence in every step of our process. It starts with sourcing the best raw materials the world has to offer, including softwood pulp from top producers who practice sustainable forestry initiatives. All raw materials are thoroughly inspected. The wood pulp is steeped in caustic to mercerize the fibers, shredded to increase the surface area and aged. After this, chemicals are added to dissolve the fibers and improve the quality of the golden syrup called viscose. This viscose, pure and free from any contamination, is regenerated in deep trough spinning operation into yarn. The regenerated yarn is washed, cleaned and given a final coating of finish for improved processability. Meticulously processed with the desired properties imparted, the yarn is combed or twisted, woven and treated for the global market. Our customers from the plants of the world's leading tire giants continuously buy our products in different forms such as yarn, greyish fabric and dipped fabric. The final product is processed based on the exact specifications of each customer. Every process, every product is passed through rigorously monitored quality systems, put through an extensive series of chemical and physical tests, before being carefully packed, loaded for our global customers and shipped to their assigned destinations in any of the 6 continents, ensuring that a zero-defect product is received by our customers. Our commitment to environment is total, and we believe that the environmental norms set by our government must not only be met, but exceeded on a continuous basis. Over the last 6 years, we have reduced consumption of fossil fuel by almost half, replacing it with agro-waste, an environment-friendly renewable fuel. We are always investing heavily in both technology and safe environment practices. This commitment to excellence is strengthened further by a deep partnership with our employees and their families, a legacy of ensuring their health and safety. Our employees are continuously trained in every aspect of the product and process, safety procedures and standards, as well as emergency response procedures. We believe in a total quality management philosophy and have many Kaizen activities happening in the plant. For employees and their families, we take pride in our community resources and recreation centers that encourage their personal growth, well-being and happiness. It is this heartfelt connection with our employees, this commitment to the environment and community around us, this pride and passion in our craft, this meticulous focus and enduring promise to deliver the best, that every day, inch by inch, for half a century, has made us who we are. Shriram Rayons, excellence since 1965. Every day, inch by inch, for more than half a century, we have worked to perfect our craft, the art and science of producing industrial rayon. Established by century-old DCM Shriram Industries Group, a group founded by Lala Shriram, a doyen of Indian industry in the 1890s, to further the cause of the industrialization of India, while India was transforming itself as an independent nation after British rule. Following Lala Shriram's successful venture into textiles, heavy chemicals, sugar, alcohol and power, the group decided to step into the arena of industrial fibers. This is where our story starts. In 1965, when the group set up a rayon tire cord plant with technology from US-based Bonnet Fiber and engineering from US-based Chemtex. Since 1965, every day, inch by inch, we have continuously invested, monitored and tested, scrutinized and improved our technology, our production process, our training programs for employees, our sustainability and environmental impact to deliver the highest level of quality and efficiency to earn the respect as a trusted partner of our customers and stakeholders. Half a century later, this commitment, this dedication continues. It is a promise to our customers that relies on a focus on excellence in every step of our process. It starts with sourcing the best raw materials the world has to offer, including softwood pulp from top producers who practice sustainable forestry initiatives. All raw materials are thoroughly inspected. The wood pulp is steeped in caustic to mercerize the fibers, shredded to increase the surface area and aged. After this, chemicals are added to dissolve the fibers and improve the quality of the golden syrup called viscose. This viscose, pure and free from any contamination, is regenerated in deep trough spinning operation into yarn. The regenerated yarn is washed, cleaned and given a final coating of finish for improved processability. Meticulously processed with the desired properties imparted, the yarn is combed or twisted, woven and treated for the global market. Our customers from the plants of the world's leading tire giants continuously buy our products in different forms such as yarn, greyish fabric and dipped fabric. The final product is processed based on the exact specifications of each customer. Every process, every product is passed through rigorously monitored quality systems, put through an extensive series of chemical and physical tests before being carefully packed, loaded for our global customers and shipped to their assigned destinations in any of the 6 continents, ensuring that a zero-defect product is received by our customers. Our commitment to environment is total, and we believe that the environmental norms set by our government must not only be met, but exceeded on a continuous basis. Over the last 6 years, we have reduced consumption of fossil fuel by almost half, replacing it with agro-waste, an environment-friendly renewable fuel. We are always investing heavily in both technology and safe environment practices. This commitment to excellence is strengthened further by a deep partnership with our employees and their families, a legacy of ensuring their health and safety. Our employees are continuously trained in every aspect of the product and process, safety procedures and standards, as well as emergency response procedures. We believe in a total quality management philosophy and have many Kaizen activities happening in the plant. For employees and their families, we take pride in our community resources and recreation centers that encourage their personal growth, well-being and happiness. It is this heartfelt connection with our employees, this commitment to the environment and community around us, this pride and passion in our craft, this meticulous focus and enduring promise to deliver the best, that every day, inch by inch, for half a century, has made us who we are. Shriram Rayons, excellence since 1965. Every day, inch by inch, for more than half a century, we have worked to perfect our craft, the art and science of producing industrial rayon. Established by century-old DCM Shriram Industries Group, a group founded by Lala Shriram, a doyen of Indian industry in the 1890s, to further the cause of the industrialization of India, while India was transforming itself as an independent nation after British rule. Following Lala Shriram's successful venture into textiles, heavy chemicals, sugar, alcohol and power, the group decided to step into the arena of industrial fibers. This is where our story starts. In 1965, when the group set up a rayon tire cord plant with technology from US-based Bonnet Fiber and engineering from US-based Chemtex. Since 1965, every day, inch by inch, we have continuously invested, monitored and tested, scrutinized and improved our technology, our production process, our training programs for employees, our sustainability and environmental impact to deliver the highest level of quality and efficiency, to earn the respect as a trusted partner of our customers and stakeholders. Half a century later, this commitment, this dedication continues. It is a promise to our customers that relies on a focus on excellence in every step of our process. It starts with sourcing the best raw materials the world has to offer, including softwood pulp from top producers who practice sustainable forestry initiatives. All raw materials are thoroughly inspected. The wood pulp is steeped in caustic to mercerize the fibers, shredded to increase the surface area and aged. After this, chemicals are added to dissolve the fibers and improve the quality of the golden syrup called viscose. This viscose, pure and free from any contamination, is regenerated in deep trough spinning operation into yarn. The regenerated yarn is washed, cleaned and given a final coating of finish for improved processability. Meticulously processed with the desired properties imparted, the yarn is combed or twisted, woven and treated for the global market. Our customers from the plants of the world's leading tire giants continuously buy our products in different forms such as yarn, greyish fabric and dipped fabric. The final product is processed based on the exact specifications of each customer. Every process, every product is passed through rigorously monitored quality systems, put through an extensive series of chemical and physical tests, before being carefully packed, loaded for our global customers and shipped to their assigned destinations in any of the 6 continents, ensuring that a zero-defect product is received by our customers. Our commitment to environment is total, and we believe that the environmental norms set by our government must not only be met but exceeded on a continuous basis. Over the last 6 years, we have reduced consumption of fossil fuel by almost half, replacing it with agro waste, an environment-friendly renewable fuel. We are always investing heavily in both technology and safe environment practices. This commitment to excellence is strengthened further by a deep partnership with our employees and their families, a legacy of ensuring their health and safety. Our employees are continuously trained in every aspect of the product and process, safety procedures and standards, as well as emergency response procedures. We believe in a total quality management philosophy and have many Kaizen activities happening in the plant. Established by century-old DCM Shriram Industries Group, a group founded by Lala Shriram, a doyen of Indian industry in the 1890s, to further the cause of the industrialization of India, while India was transforming itself as an independent nation after British rule. Following Lala Shriram's successful venture into textiles, heavy chemicals, sugar, alcohol and power, the group decided to step into the arena of industrial fibers. This is where our story starts. In 1965, when the group set up a rayon tire cord plant with technology from US-based Bonnet Fiber and engineering from US-based Chemtex. Since 1965, every day, inch by inch, we have continuously invested, monitored and tested, scrutinized and improved our technology, our production process, our training programs for employees, our sustainability and environmental impact to deliver the highest level of quality and efficiency to earn the respect as a trusted partner of our customers and stakeholders. Half a century later, this commitment, this dedication continues. It is a promise to our customers that relies on a focus on excellence in every step of our process. It starts with sourcing the best raw materials the world has to offer, including softwood pulp from top producers who practice sustainable forestry initiatives. All raw materials are thoroughly inspected. The wood pulp is steeped in caustic to mercerize the fibers, shredded to increase the surface area, and aged. After this, chemicals are added to dissolve the fibers and improve the quality of the golden syrup called viscose. This viscose, pure and free from any contamination, is regenerated in deep trough spinning operation into yarn. The regenerated yarn is washed, cleaned and given a final coating of finish for improved processability. Meticulously processed with the desired properties imparted, the yarn is combed or twisted, woven and treated for the global market. Our customers from the plants of the world's leading tire giants continuously buy our products in different forms such as yarn, greyish fabric and dipped fabric. the final product is processed based on the exact specifications of each customer. Every process, every product is passed through rigorously monitored quality systems, put through an extensive series of chemical and physical tests, before being carefully packed, loaded for our global customers, and shipped to their assigned destinations in any of the 6 continents, ensuring that a zero-defect product is received by our customers. Our commitment to environment is total, and we believe that the environmental norms set by our government must not only be met, but exceeded on a continuous basis. Over the last 6 years, we have reduced consumption of fossil fuel by almost half, replacing it with agro-waste, an environment-friendly renewable fuel. We are always investing heavily in both technology and safe environment practices. This commitment to excellence is strengthened further by a deep partnership with our employees and their families, a legacy of ensuring their health and safety. Our employees are continuously trained in every aspect of the product and process, safety procedures and standards, as well as emergency response procedures. We believe in a total quality management philosophy and have many Kaizen activities happening in the plant. For employees and their families, we take pride in our community resources and recreation centers that encourage their personal growth, well-being and happiness. It is this heartfelt connection with our employees, this commitment to the environment and community around us, this pride and passion in our craft, this meticulous focus and enduring promise to deliver the best, that every day, inch by inch, for half a century, has made us who we are. Shriram Rayons, excellence since 1965.
गुड मॉर्निंग माँ, कैसी हो? हाँ माँ, पूरी शिफ्टिंग कंप्लीट हो गई और कल सारा फर्नीचर भी आ गया। आपकी तुलसी भी खुश है। अच्छा बताओ, नेक्स्ट वीकेंड की फ्लाइट टिकट्स बुक करूं? सुपर्ब। अच्छा माँ, दरवाजे पर कोई है, मैं आपको रात को फोन करती हूँ, ओके?
मैम, माई सेल्फ रमेश फ्रॉम क्लाइंट स्टार केबल नेट सर्विसेज।
आप बिलिंग के लिए आए हैं?
हाँ जी।
पेमेंट कैसे करनी होगी?
कार्ड मशीन है मेरे पास।
एक मिनट। थैंक यू भैया, फुल टाइम।
मैम, कैश और कार्ड?
कार्ड।
थैंक यू मैम।
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. I'll see you at the conference room after lunch. Rohan?
Yeah.
Just a minute. These macros are quite confusing.
I signed up for an online class for Excel macros. ऐप पे काफी अच्छा ऑफर चालू है. You should check it out.
Oh, really? Thank you. Flight tickets? Yes. Hi. Hi. I want to enroll for Wednesday 8 p.m. Zumba classes.
Sure, ma'am. For Sodexo consumers, we have a special 25% discount.
That's nice.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sodexo.
The Amber Group is a leading integrated solutions provider in room air conditioning and commercial air conditioning for Indian Railways, metro coaches, buses and defense equipment. It also manufactures critical reliability components for air conditioners and consumer durables at its 15 manufacturing facilities and serves all marquee customers. This growth story is built upon both organic and inorganic factors. The company added new customers and made certain strategic acquisitions, namely Sidwal, an air conditioner manufacturing company for mobile application, Ilgin, an electronics designing and manufacturing company, and BICL, a motor manufacturing company. The production facilities at Amber are geared to produce a wide range of products and components, including room air conditioners for railway and metro coaches, buses, and defense equipment, heat exchangers, multi-flow condensers, extrusion and vacuum formed components, sheet metal, copper tubing, injection molding, electronics PCB, and electrical motors. The group's R&D infrastructure is backed by more than 100 engineers, continuously working on new designs in accordance with customer and market requirements for air conditioners, motors, and electronic PCBs. Manufacturing excellence, unmatched service, precision engineering, continuous innovation, and responsive customer centricity. These attributes sum up the essence of the Amber Group. Leadership through innovation.
Every day, inch by inch, for more than half a century, we have worked to perfect our craft, the art and science of producing industrial rayon. Established by century-old DCM Shriram Industries Group, a group founded by Lala Shriram, a doyen of Indian industry in the 1890s, to further the cause of the industrialization of India, while India was transforming itself as an independent nation after British rule. Following Lala Shriram's successful venture into textiles, heavy chemicals, sugar, alcohol, and power, the group decided to step into the arena of industrial fibers. This is where our story starts. In 1965, when the group set up a rayon tire cord plant with technology from US-based Bonnet Fiber and engineering from US-based Chemtex. Since 1965, every day, inch by inch, we have continuously invested, monitored and tested, scrutinized and improved our technology, our production process, our training programs for employees, our sustainability and environmental impact to deliver the highest level of quality and efficiency to earn the respect as a trusted partner of our customers and stakeholders. Half a century later, this commitment, this dedication continues. It is a promise to our customers that relies on a focus on excellence in every step of our process. It starts with sourcing the best raw materials the world has to offer, including softwood pulp from top producers who practice sustainable forestry initiatives. All raw materials are thoroughly inspected. The wood pulp is steeped in caustic to mercerize the fibers. shredded to increase the surface area, and aged. After this, chemicals are added to dissolve the fibers and improve the quality of the golden syrup called viscose. This viscose, pure and free from any contamination, is regenerated in deep trough spinning operation into yarn. The regenerated yarn is washed, cleaned, and given a final coating of finish for improved processability. Meticulously processed, with the desired properties imparted, the yarn is combed or twisted, woven and treated for the global market. Our customers from the plants of the world's leading tire giants continuously buy our products in different forms such as yarn, greige fabric, and dipped fabric. The final product is processed based on the exact specifications of each customer. Every process, every product is passed through rigorously monitored quality systems, put through an extensive series of chemical and physical tests before being carefully packed, loaded for our global customers, and shipped to their assigned destinations in any of the 6 continents, ensuring that a zero-defect product is received by our customers. Our commitment to environment is total, and we believe that the environmental norms set by our government must not only be met, but exceeded on a continuous basis. Over the last 6 years, we have reduced consumption of fossil fuel by almost half, replacing it with agro-waste, an environment-friendly renewable fuel. We are always investing heavily in both technology and safe environment practices. This commitment to excellence is strengthened further by a deep partnership with our employees and their families, a legacy of ensuring their health and safety. Our employees are continuously trained in every aspect of the product and process, safety procedures and standards, as well as emergency response procedures. We believe in a total quality management philosophy and have many Kaizen activities happening in the plant. For employees and their families, we take pride in our community resources and recreation centers that encourage their personal growth, well-being, and happiness. It is this heartfelt connection with our employees, this commitment to the environment and community around us, this pride and passion in our craft, this meticulous focus and enduring promise to deliver the best, that every day, inch by inch, for half a century, has made us who we are. Shriram Rayons, excellence since 1965.
गुड मॉर्निंग माँ, कैसी हो? हाँ माँ, पूरी शिफ्टिंग कंप्लीट हो गई और कल सारा फर्नीचर भी आ गया। आपकी तुलसी भी खुश है। अच्छा बताओ, नेक्स्ट वीकेंड की फ्लाइट टिकट्स बुक करूं? सुपर्ब। अच्छा माँ, दरवाजे पर कोई है, मैं आपको रात को फोन करती हूँ, ओके?
मैम, माई सेल्फ रमेश फ्रॉम प्लान स्टार केबल नेट सर्विसेज।
आप बिलिंग के लिए आए हैं?
हाँ जी।
पेमेंट कैसे करनी होगी?
कार्ड मशीन है मेरे पास।
एक मिनट। थैंक यू। भैया, फुल टाइम।
मैम, कैश और कार्ड?
कार्ड।
थैंक यू मैम।
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. I'll see you at the conference room after lunch. Rohan, just a minute. These macros are quite confusing.
I signed up for an online class for Excel macros. ऐप पे काफी अच्छा ऑफर चालू है. You should check it out.
Oh, really?
Thank you. Flight tickets? Yes. Hi.
Hi.
I want to enroll for Wednesday 8 p.m. Zumba classes.
Sure, ma'am. For Sodexo consumers, we have a special 25% discount.
That's nice.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sodexo.
The Amber Group is a leading integrated solutions provider in room air conditioning and commercial air conditioning for Indian Railways, metro coaches, buses and defense equipment. It also manufactures critical reliability components for air conditioners and consumer durables at its 15 manufacturing facilities and serves all marquee customers. This growth story is built upon both organic and inorganic factors. The company added new customers and made certain strategic acquisitions, namely Sidwal, an air conditioner manufacturing company for mobile application, Ilgin, an electronics designing and manufacturing company, and PICL, a motor manufacturing company. The production facilities at Amber are geared to produce a wide range of products and components, including room air conditioners for railway and metro coaches, buses, and defense equipment, heat exchangers, multi-flow condensers, extrusion and vacuum formed components, sheet metal, copper tubing, injection molding, electronics PCB, and electrical motors. The group's R&D infrastructure is backed by more than 100 engineers, continuously working on new designs in accordance with customer and market requirements for air conditioners, motors, and electronic PCBs. Manufacturing excellence, unmatched service, precision engineering, continuous innovation, and responsive customer centricity. These attributes sum up the essence of the Amber Group. Leadership through innovation.
Every day, inch by inch, for more than half a century, we have worked to perfect our craft, the art and science of producing industrial rayon. Established by century-old DCM Shriram Industries Group, a group founded by Lala Shriram, a doyen of Indian industry in the 1890s, to further the cause of the industrialization of India, while India was transforming itself as an independent nation after British rule. Following Lala Shriram's successful venture into textiles, heavy chemicals, sugar, alcohol, and power, the group decided to step into the arena of industrial fibers. This is where our story starts. In 1965, when the group set up a rayon tire cord plant with technology from US-based Bonnet Fiber and engineering from US-based Chemtex. Since 1965, every day, inch by inch, we have continuously invested, monitored and tested, scrutinized and improved our technology, our production process, our training programs for employees, our sustainability and environmental impact to deliver the highest level of quality and efficiency to earn the respect as a trusted partner of our customers and stakeholders. Half a century later, this commitment, this dedication continues. It is a promise to our customers that relies on a focus on excellence in every step of our process. It starts with sourcing the best raw materials the world has to offer, including softwood pulp from top producers who practice sustainable forestry initiatives. All raw materials are thoroughly inspected. The wood pulp is steeped in caustic to mercerize the fibers, shredded to increase the surface area, and aged. After this, chemicals are added to dissolve the fibers and improve the quality of the golden syrup called viscose. This viscose, pure and free from any contamination, is regenerated in deep trough spinning operation into yarn. The regenerated yarn is washed, cleaned, and given a final coating of finish for improved processability. Meticulously processed with the desired properties imparted, the yarn is combed or twisted, woven and treated for the global market. Our customers from the plants of the world's leading tire giants continuously buy our products in different forms such as yarn, greige fabric, and dipped fabric. The final product is processed based on the exact specifications of each customer. Every process, every product is passed through rigorously monitored quality systems, put through an extensive series of chemical and physical tests, before being carefully packed, loaded for our global customers, and shipped to their assigned destinations in any of the 6 continents, ensuring that a zero-defect product is received by our customers. Our commitment to environment is total, and we believe that the environmental norms set by our government must not only be met, but exceeded on a continuous basis. Over the last 6 years, we have reduced consumption of fossil fuel by almost half, replacing it with agro-waste, an environment-friendly renewable fuel. We are always investing heavily in both technology and safe environment practices. This commitment to excellence is strengthened further by a deep partnership with our employees and their families, a legacy of ensuring their health and safety. Our employees are continuously trained in every aspect of the product and process, safety procedures and standards, as well as emergency response procedures. We believe in a total quality management philosophy and have many Kaizen activities happening in the plant. For employees and their families, we take pride in our community resources and recreation centers that encourage their personal growth, well-being and happiness. It is this heartfelt connection with our employees, this commitment to the environment and community around us, this pride and passion in our craft, this meticulous focus and enduring promise to deliver the best, that every day, inch by inch, for half a century, has made us who we are. Shriram Rayons, excellence since 1965.
गुड मॉर्निंग माँ, कैसी हो? हाँ माँ, पूरी शिफ्टिंग कंप्लीट हो गई और कल सारा फर्नीचर भी आ गया। आपकी तुलसी भी खुश है। अच्छा बताओ, नेक्स्ट वीकेंड की फ्लाइट टिकट्स बुक करूं? सुपर्ब। अच्छा माँ, दरवाजे पर कोई है, मैं आपको रात को फोन करती हूँ, ओके?
मैम, माई सेल्फ रमेश फ्रॉम प्लांट स्टार केबल नेट सर्विसेज।
आप बिलिंग के लिए आए हैं?
हाँ जी।
पेमेंट कैसे करनी होगी?
कार्ड मशीन है मेरे पास।
एक मिनट।
मैम कैश और कार्ड?
कार्ड।
थैंक यू मैम।
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. I'll see you at the conference room after lunch. Rohan?
Yeah.
Just a minute. These macros are quite confusing.
I signed up for an online class for Excel macros. ऐप पे काफी अच्छा ऑफर चालू है. You should check it out.
Oh, really? Thank you. Flight tickets? Yes. Hi.
Hi.
I want to enroll for Wednesday 8 p.m. Zumba classes.
Sure, ma'am. For Sodexo consumers, we have a special 25% discount.
That's nice.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sodexo.
The Amber Group is a leading integrated solutions provider in room air conditioning and commercial air conditioning for Indian Railways, metro coaches, buses and defense equipment. It also manufactures critical reliability components for air conditioners and consumer durables at its 15 manufacturing facilities and serves all marquee customers. This growth story is built upon both organic and inorganic factors. The company added new customers and made certain strategic acquisitions, namely Sidwal, an air conditioner manufacturing company for mobile application, Ilgin, an electronics designing and manufacturing company, and PICL, a motor manufacturing company. The production facilities at Amber are geared to produce a wide range of products and components, including room air conditioners for railway and metro coaches, buses, and defense equipment, heat exchangers, multi-flow condensers, extrusion and vacuum formed components, sheet metal, copper tubing, injection molding, electronics PCB, and electrical motors. The group's R&D infrastructure is backed by more than 100 engineers, continuously working on new designs in accordance with customer and market requirements for air conditioners, motors, and electronic PCBs. Manufacturing excellence, unmatched service, precision engineering, continuous innovation, and responsive customer centricity. These attributes sum up the essence of the Amber Group. Leadership through innovation.
Every day, inch by inch, for more than half a century, we have worked to perfect our craft, the art and science of producing industrial rayon. Established by century-old DCM Shriram Industries Group, a group founded by Lala Shriram, a doyen of Indian industry in the 1890s, to further the cause of the industrialization of India while India was transforming itself as an independent nation after British rule. Following Lala Shriram's successful venture into textiles, heavy chemicals, sugar, alcohol and power, the group decided to step into the arena of industrial fibers. This is where our story starts. In 1965, when the group set up a rayon tire cord plant with technology from US-based Bonnet Fiber and engineering from US-based Chemtex. Since 1965, every day, inch by inch, we have continuously invested, monitored and tested, scrutinized and improved our technology, our production process, our training programs for employees, our sustainability and environmental impact to deliver the highest level of quality and efficiency to earn the respect as a trusted partner of our customers and stakeholders. Half a century later, this commitment, this dedication continues. It is a promise to our customers that relies on a focus on excellence in every step of our process. It starts with sourcing the best raw materials the world has to offer, including softwood pulp from top producers who practice sustainable forestry initiatives. All raw materials are thoroughly inspected. The wood pulp is steeped in caustic to mercerize the fibers, shredded to increase the surface area and aged. After this, chemicals are added to dissolve the fibers and improve the quality of the golden syrup called viscose. This viscose, pure and free from any contamination, is regenerated in deep trough spinning operation into yarn. The regenerated yarn is washed, cleaned and given a final coating of finish for improved processability. Meticulously processed with the desired properties imparted, the yarn is combed or twisted, woven and treated for the global market. Our customers from the plants of the world's leading tire giants continuously buy our products in different forms such as yarn, greyish fabric and dipped fabric. The final product is processed based on the exact specifications of each customer. Every process, every product is passed through rigorously monitored quality systems, put through an extensive series of chemical and physical tests, before being carefully packed, loaded for our global customers and shipped to their assigned destinations in any of the 6 continents, ensuring that a zero-defect product is received by our customers. Our commitment to environment is total, and we believe that the environmental norms set by our government must not only be met, but exceeded on a continuous basis. Over the last 6 years, we have reduced consumption of fossil fuel by almost half, replacing it with agro-waste, an environment-friendly renewable fuel. We are always investing heavily in both technology and safe environment practices. This commitment to excellence is strengthened further by a deep partnership with our employees and their families, a legacy of ensuring their health and safety. Our employees are continuously trained in every aspect of the product and process, safety procedures and standards, as well as emergency response procedures. We believe in a total quality management philosophy and have many Kaizen activities happening in the plant. For employees and their families, we take pride in our community resources and recreation centers that encourage their personal growth, well-being and happiness. It is this heartfelt connection with our employees, this commitment to the environment and community around us, this pride and passion in our craft, this meticulous focus and enduring promise to deliver the best, that every day, inch by inch, for half a century, has made us who we are. Shriram Rayons, Excellence since 1965.
गुड मॉर्निंग माँ, कैसी हो? हाँ माँ, पूरी शिफ्टिंग कंप्लीट हो गई और कल सारा फर्नीचर भी आ गया। आपकी तुलसी भी खुश है। अच्छा बताओ, नेक्स्ट वीकेंड की फ्लाइट टिकट्स बुक करूं? सुपर्ब। अच्छा माँ, दरवाजे पर कोई है, मैं आपको रात को फोन करती हूँ, ओके?
मैम, माई सेल्फ रमेश फ्रॉम प्लान स्टार केबल नेट सर्विसेज।
आप बिलिंग के लिए आए हैं?
हाँ जी।
पेमेंट कैसे करनी होगी?
कार्ड मशीन है मेरे पास।
एक मिनट। थैंक यू भैया, फुल टाइम।
मैम, कैश और कार्ड?
कार्ड।
थैंक यू मैम।
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. I'll see you at the conference room after lunch. Rohan?
Yeah.
Just a minute. These macros are quite confusing.
I signed up for an online class for Excel macros. ऐप पे काफी अच्छा ऑफर चालू है. You should check it out.
Oh, really? Thank you. Flight tickets? Yes. Hi.
Hi.
I want to enroll for Wednesday 8 p.m. Zumba classes.
Sure, ma'am. For Sodexo consumers, we have a special 25% discount.
That's nice.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sodexo.
The Amber Group is a leading integrated solutions provider in room air conditioning and commercial air conditioning for Indian Railways, metro coaches, buses and defense equipment. It also manufactures critical reliability components for air conditioners and consumer durables at its 15 manufacturing facilities and serves all marquee customers. This growth story is built upon both organic and inorganic factors. The company added new customers and made certain strategic acquisitions, namely Sidwal, an air conditioner manufacturing company for mobile application, Ilgin, an electronics designing and manufacturing company, and BICL, a motor manufacturing company. The production facilities at Amber are geared to produce a wide range of products and components, including room air conditioners for railway and metro coaches, buses, and defense equipment, heat exchangers, multi-flow condensers, extrusion and vacuum formed components, sheet metal, copper tubing, injection molding, electronics PCB and electrical motors. The group's R&D infrastructure is backed by more than 100 engineers, continuously working on new designs in accordance with customer and market requirements for air conditioners, motors and electronic PCBs. Manufacturing excellence, unmatched service, precision engineering, continuous innovation and responsive customer centricity. These attributes sum up the essence of the Amber Group. Leadership through innovation.
Every day, inch by inch, for more than half a century, we have worked to perfect our craft, the art and science of producing industrial rayon. Established by century-old DCM Shriram Industries Group, a group founded by Lala Shriram, a doyen of Indian industry in the 1890s, to further the cause of the industrialization of India, while India was transforming itself as an independent nation after British rule. Following Lala Shriram's successful venture into textiles, heavy chemicals, sugar, alcohol and power, the group decided to step into the arena of industrial fibers. This is where our story starts. In 1965, when the group set up a rayon tire cord plant with technology from US-based Bonnet Fiber and engineering from US-based Chemtex. Since 1965, every day, inch by inch, we have continuously invested, monitored and tested, scrutinized and improved our technology, our production process, our training programs for employees, our sustainability and environmental impact to deliver the highest level of quality and efficiency to earn the respect as a trusted partner of our customers and stakeholders. Half a century later, this commitment, this dedication continues. It is a promise to our customers that relies
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. May I please request everybody to please settle down. We'll now begin with our next session. The panel discussion on the topic, the global canvas on industrial relations, practices and perspectives. May I please request Ms. Veena Swaroop, Chairperson IR Summit and former Director HR Engineers India Limited. Mr. Ravi Piris, Senior Specialist Employers Activities, International Labour Organization. Dr. D.P. Chandra, Program Head, HRM Institute of Public Enterprise, Hyderabad. We also have Mr. Datuk Shamsuddin Bardan, Secretary General, Malaysian Employers Federation. And Mr. Wajira Alopla, Director General and CEO, the Employers Federation of Ceylon. They have joined us virtually. Ms. Veena Swaroop will be moderating the session.
So we'll just be starting in 2 minutes. We're just waiting for our co-panelist from Malaysia to join. These are some problems that come in when you're doing it in hybrid mode, but we didn't want to miss his presence. So bear with us. Oh, he's from Sri Lanka. Even there, I think some junior is there, but he has not come as yet. I can see Nurul there, means he's. Wait for a moment and then I'll start. For Mr. Shamsuddin, yes. Yeah. How's the crowd thing? Those are interested. My policy is those who are interested, not interested. Their loss. I think I'll start then. They're waiting. Good afternoon, everyone. A tough time to keep your eyes open after a sumptuous lunch for a conference like IR, but I can assure you we'll make it an interesting session. And as I was telling Mr. Ravi Perez, crowds thin down after lunch, but then those who stay back are the ones who are really interested. So thank you for being here. We were actually waiting for our co-panelist from Malaysia to join in. But since he's taking a bit of time, I'll start. So this session is about the global canvas on industrial relations, practices and perspectives. So you would wonder that we just finished a global session pre-lunch and why have we done this? This is more so to share the best practices and of that specific country. So we have someone from Malaysia, someone from Sri Lanka, Mr. Ravi Perez talking about the ILO perspective, and Professor Deepti Chandra talking about the Indian perspective. So I'm sure there'll be good learning from this. Since the morning today, we are discussing the importance, the relevance, and the impact of industrial relations on business and the nation at large. This being such an important and yet subtle area, the relations between worker and management. And what does it do? It's important to safeguard interest of workers and management, to avoid industrial disputes, to raise production capacity, and to establish industrial democracy. Through collective efforts, they set the rules to maintain transparency, faith, and credibility. And believe me, I've practiced IR myself for many years. Even today, my old union leaders interact with me. I have my team from EIL sitting here. They are aware of the union leaders even today. Remember me in EIL and do send me greetings on every festival. I was with ONGC in 2012. I moved on to the board of EIL. Till this day, I have union leaders from ONGC interacting with me. So it's your own relationship. And the only thing which I experienced was credibility, faith, and trust that you build with them. The scenario is prevalent world over in varying degrees, each country having their own systems, own processes, rules, and best practices. There are employer bodies and employee bodies across the globe, each vouching for their tried and tested experiences. So while we will be discussing all the nuances of IR, we'll be discussing it in these 2 days. This session will focus globally on the concept of IR in different countries, types and roles of trade unions, positions they hold vis-a-vis their employer, and the best global practices. I would like to welcome our panelists. We have Mr. Ravi Perez, Senior Specialist Employer Activities, ILO. Mr. Shamsuddin, Secretary General, Malaysian Employer Federation. Mr. Vajira Elapola, he is the Director General and CEO of the Employers Federation of Ceylon. And Dr. Deepti Chandra, She is the program head, HRM IP University, Hyderabad. So the format of the session which I thought we will maintain is that I will request each of the co-panelists to speak for 5 to 7 minutes, their opening remarks, their thoughts, whatever they want to share. And then maybe we have a discussion amongst ourselves at the panel level for about 5 to 10 minutes and then open it for question and answers. And since we are behind schedule and you have a very interesting masterclass, I will be very happily giving away 15 minutes of our session to the masterclass. If my co-panelists agree, we will try to close the session in 45 minutes so that we are back to our initial timings and you all are not very late to go back home. So thank you. And with this, I would like to invite Mr. Ravi Paris to start with his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, madam. Good afternoon, friends and colleagues. Firstly, I would like to thank All India Organization of Employers for the kind invitation extended to me. It has always been a pleasure to be connected with the IOE, even before I started my journey with ILO. When I was working in Sri Lanka for the Employers Federation of Ceylon, I had very close connections with the IOE. So thank you very much for the kind invitation. As Madam Chairman mentioned, I've been asked to give some ILO perspectives to this theme for discussion is the Global Canvas on Industrial Relations, Practices and Perspectives. I'm not going to talk of practices because actually right now I'm not a practicing industrial relationist, although I did so for 20 years before I joined the ILO. And also we have some very eminent co-panelists with me, two from leading employers organizations from Malaysia and Sri Lanka, and also we have a very renowned academician also with me. So what I will try to do is to try to give an ILO perspective and also try to relate the evolution of the ILO in the context of industrial relations and see how the evolution of the ILO over the years has some contextual base for industrial relations today to move forward. So let me draw a comparison first, because when you talk of industrial relations, you talk of employers, you talk of workers, and also you talk of governments who basically make the policies and the legal framework. So it's a tripartite. Once again, the ILO, as you know, is one of the distinguishing or a very peculiar UN organization, because unlike any other UN organization, it is formulated by the basis of tripartism, governments, employers and workers. So there is that connection. Industrial relations on one side and the ILO on the other side. So that's a very, very strong connection. So if you look, the ILO is more than 100 years old now. If you look at the ILO, how it has evolved, well, one can say that in the first 70 or 80 or 90 years, I think up to the 1990s, if you look at the ILO standards that were adopted, because ILO is an organization with a very strong normative framework, and we have the standards, ILO standards, we note that all these standards presuppose the existence of an employment relationship between an employer and a worker. If you look at ILO conventions, for example, freedom of association, collective bargaining, then we have conventions on minimum wages, we have conventions on working hours. These are all connected to an employment relationship. In 1990, since 1990s, there was a somewhat of a significant change. It brought about some important developments in the context of the mandate of the ILO. We witnessed ILO standards which were going beyond the traditional employment relationship. We had standards, for example, conventions on home workers, Convention 177, which basically covered independent workers who were not considered as employees.
Then there was also a convention in 1997 on private employment agencies. This was Convention 181, and this convention recognized and accepted the principle of outsourcing, where you outsource your workers to another, not being the employer. So this is also very significant. Then in 1999, which was a very significant year for the ILO, this was the year that the ILO promoted the concept of decent work. Decent work, but not decent employment. Decent work encompasses decent employment. So the terminology is very significant, because even today, the ILO's main development framework revolves around the Decent Work Country Program. And in 2015, once again, there was a very special recommendation on transition from the informal to the formal economy. There was a lot of emphasis on informal workers and informality. This recommendation applied once again to all workers and also economic units, including enterprises, entrepreneurs, and households in the informal economy. So then you see that the ILO has somewhat evolved with the changes that were happening in the world of work. Now today, coming back to right now, in my view today, in the world of work, we have two formidable challenges. And I think these challenges are also equally very applicable to India. Number one, rise of informality. Number two, new work arrangement practices that are redefining the employment relationship. For example, I'm sure you all know about the famous cases that were going on in different parts of the world, Uber cases. In UK, there was a Supreme Court judgment, Uber versus Aslam and others, where the Supreme Court carved out a new category called dependent contractors, saying that these are not employees, nor are they not workers. They are dependent contractors and they should be entitled to certain benefits that should be entitled to employees, but not all the benefits. So we are coming into some very, very interesting scenarios. Just 2 days ago, I read that in California, the appeal courts have very clearly held that none of those drivers, the Uber drivers, are employees, but they are all independent contractors. So we have different jurisdictions coming out with different decisions. And this is becoming a very interesting situation. So my question is, would this change the canvas of industrial relations today? How do we connect to the millions of workers who are outside this net of industrial relations in the context of a traditional employment relationship? Shouldn't we have a new paradigm shift that focus on a broader canvas? The gig and platform economy is emerging as the new face of informality. I think there is a need to redefine the contours of our traditional industrial relations and explore new strategies. Now, having said that, I will dwell on two aspects. One is, so what can trade unions do in this context? What can they do? How do they respond? Well, trade unions need to position themselves in a broader context, in the manner envisaged by the ILO when it talks of an organization of workers which also includes employees. Those who work include everyone who work and may not necessarily be employed. The reality
that work can be done outside an employment relationship needs to be acknowledged because it is becoming a reality. Let me give an example because India has always led the way. I'm sure you have heard about the National Association of Street Vendors. This was set up in 1998 for promoting the rights of street vendors, recognizing them as self-employed workers. A strategic approach was adopted by NASWI by commissioning a study which led to the government adopting a policy and legislation in 2014. This landmark legislation, apart from securing the protection of street vendors, stipulated training programs on their rights and responsibilities, food safety, hygiene, and waste disposal. This is a case study or an example of collective bargaining happening outside an employment relationship. It is certainly a successful process of social dialogue culminating in a collective bargaining agreement. Although in the traditional sense we would not say, because collective bargaining agreements are only between employers and workers or employers and trade unions. Then we also, I'm sure all of you know about SEWA, the Self-Employed Women's Association in India. It is the largest trade union of informal workers in the world. It has 2 million working poor women in 10 states. While SEWA is primarily a trade union, it engages in a wide range of interventions, including leadership development, collective bargaining, policy advocacy, financial services, social services, and so on. Now I would turn to, not to employers as such, having worked in an employers organization, please permit me to dwell on an employers organization and see what can an employers organization do in this context. What should it do, or what are the options that are available? Well, employers organizations need to review its role in the context of the transformation that is taking place in the nature of work and those who are looking for work. Uberization of workforce or the gig economy has allowed talent to work on a demand and supply model, moving across projects and organizations as per the demand and their areas of interest. I know there are many studies that have been done on the gig and platform economy, but according to the NITI Aayog's Gig Economy Report 2022, which is one of the latest ones, the gig workforce is expected to expand to 23.5 million workers by 2029-30. The gig workers are expected to form 6.7% of the non-agricultural workforce, or 4.1% of the total livelihood in India by 2029-30. The ILO Bureau for Employers Activities, for which I work, just concluded a study, a very interesting study, on the expansion of the gig and platform economy in 3 countries, India, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. More importantly, what we did through this study was to look at opportunities that are available for employers' organizations to offer a valid value proposition. What can they do? What should they do? And we have had some recommendations. We haven't still had a discussion on this. We will be having one very often. Actually, I was talking to Satish during the lunch interval also, and saying that we need to have a very, very broad discussion, bringing out all the stakeholders on this. But the key takeaways were that employer organizations need to take specific steps to recognize and attract membership among platform economy companies. The services rendered by employer organizations may need to evolve and become more relevant to these companies. Employers' organizations can play a role convening and shaping national debates on the new social contract and be an informed partner in policy issues on the platform economy and gig work. In the morning, we were talking of the new Social Security Code having provisions
This is something that an employers organization like AIOE can take on the discussion forward. Moving forward, I think we need to accept and respond to this reality that industry relations need to extend beyond the employment relationship. Employees, business member organizations and trade unions have to carve out their niche spaces on a broader canvas of workplace relations. I'm sure I may have sounded quite provocative, but I truly believe that we need to be quite attentive to this reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perez, for giving us an overview of the evolution of ILO and the changes that are taking place in the present days. I think Mr. Shamsuddin is yet to join us. So in the meantime, can I request Mr. Vajira Elapola, DGCO, the Employers Federation of Ceylon, to please come on.
I'm already online.
Okay, Mr. Shamsuddin is online. So now I'm in a tight spot because I've already invited Mr. Elapola. So if you don't mind, can I request Mr. Elapola to continue and then I'll come to you, Mr. Shamsuddin.
Sure.
Yeah, please. Mr. Elapola, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me congratulate IOE and all the other organizations for organizing this first Global Industry Relations Summit. And thank you very much for inviting me to share the Sri Lankan perspective. And I consider it a privilege to be associated with this summit. With regard to the Sri Lankan context, the industry relations, evolution of industry relations, what I would share with you would be initially give a brief background about the industry relations overview of Sri Lanka, and thereafter in the second session during the panel discussion, I can discuss more about the current situation and the industrial relations in Sri Lanka. When we discuss about the industrial relations in Sri Lanka, it goes back to the colonial period where the British Sri Lanka was under the rule of the British, and the main produce was the agricultural produce. So that's the kind of background from where the Sri Lankan industrial relations evolved. With that, there was a gradual development into the legislation, where in 1935 the trade unions ordinance was introduced. Before that, there was no legislation in particular evolving the industrial relations, so it was on the basis of the relationships that did exist surrounding the agriculture sector. In 1935, when the trade unions ordinance was introduced, trade unions were reluctant actually to register. There was a requirement for the trade unions to register under the trade unions ordinance, and there was reluctance on the part of the trade unions to register, considering that it is a mechanism to control by the British rulers to control the trade unions, because that was a period where there was a lot of disputes taking place. They considered that there was a mechanism that was being brought in by the British rulers to control them. Well, at that time, the Employers Federation, which was established in 1929, thought otherwise, because even an employers organization was able to form a trade union, trade organization of or register under the trade unions ordinance as a organization which represents the employers. So with that, the Employers Federation is the first organization to register in Sri Lanka as a trade union. I think that is something very significant. A trade union of employers registering as the first trade union under the trade unions ordinance. And thereafter, a lot of other trade unions also did follow and they registered. So that's the kind of initial background. Along with that, we also have seen negotiations between the trade unions and employers taking place, but it was shaped more with the legislation when in 1950s the Industrial Disputes Act was introduced. For the first time in 1950, the Industrial Disputes Act introduced collective bargaining and collective agreements through the Industrial Disputes Act, and that gave some sort of legal framework and validity for collective bargaining and for industrial relations within the framework. In the case of Employers Federation, mainly dealing with the private sector, Employers Federation deals with trade unions in engaging in negotiations and entering into collective bargaining. If you look at the trade union formation in Sri Lanka, we see different trade unions, which are some of them are political, with a political affiliation or background, and also we have independent trade unions as well, and also trade unions which are on the basis of trade-based trade unions. So we have a mix of all these trade unions, and of course, when the negotiations are in place, we have always maintained the position that they should check their political affiliations and sit at the discussions on the basis of the interest or on the basis of their negotiations, on the basis of the employees and the persons they represent. Also, with regard to collective bargaining, if I may just give some sort of details about the collective bargaining. Initially, we have seen collective bargaining in Sri Lanka more on the trade-based collective bargaining. If you take the banking sector, we have seen it's more of a trade-based collective bargaining that was visible at the very beginning. So the plantation sector negotiations, the trade-based negotiation or banking sector, like the sector-wise bargaining was visible initially in Sri Lanka. But right now we see the parties, the trade unions and the employers have moved out of the sector-based collective bargaining, and their relations are more centered on the basis of each organization or its company-based collective bargaining they have moved into. So we see now even in the banking sector, earlier there was one collective agreement covering all the private sector banks, but now we see separate collective agreements being signed between different banks. The only collective agreement still that is continuing on the trade-based or the sector-based is the plantation collective agreement, which covers the tea, coconut and the rubber manufacturing growing company. So that is the only sector-based collective agreement we see still continuing. But I believe that also is something that is being tested right now in the context of individual organizations coming forward to look at their own strength and giving bargaining with the trade unions. At national level, the industrial relations fabric is designed on the basis of, at national level, Sri Lanka has the National Labour Advisory Council, which is a tripartite mechanism to discuss matters at national level. So as much as we have the organization-based and the bipartite negotiations, industrial relations mechanism within organizations, we have the tripartite national level, the apex body to discuss national level issues, which is called the National Labour Advisory Council, which is headed by the Minister of Labour. And then we have the ministry officials with the Secretary, Commissioner General, and the trade unions, the most representative trade unions, and the Employers Federation and the other employers organization and the trade organization. So that is the composition with regard to the National Labour Advisory Council, which discuss about national legislation, the amendments to the law, or new policies, or at national level, various issues that come up to discuss. That is the forum that is being designed at the national level. In addition to that, Sri Lanka also has the minimum wage fixation tripartite mechanism, which is called the wages boards, where in order to decide the national minimum wage or the minimum wage of various trades, trade unions, employers, and the state representatives sit and they decide the minimum wage for a particular wages board or a trade. And there are about 42 different trades right now. And this tripartite mechanism, they sit and discuss about the minimum wage that should be determined. So that's the national level tripartite mechanism in industry relations covering the Sri Lankan context. What as a EFC, what I can share is at enterprise level or as an employers organization, what we have seen is the industry relations, the credibility that you build, the trust that you build with the trade unions and the employees, and your transparency and your relationships and your negotiations with the trade unions is something that really will build industrial relations to a level which will be a formidable, a very constructive and a very strong foundation that each party will understand their contribution, their value, and also they will realize that together they can achieve if they formulate that kind of a relationship. So that is what as Employers Federation, EFC, what we have seen. And to just give an example, actually there was one particular trade union which came into being, and there was a lot of information where they said that this particular trade union has a militant background and that will create a lot of issues for the private sector. But we took a different approach. We welcomed them. We gave them understanding about how we deal with the trade unions and built our relationship. And now in today's context, they have realized that they are contributing in a major way towards the private sector. And we have seen that a lot of strikes, everything has been through discussions, we have been able to avoid the adversarial kind of approach that was visible earlier in the industrial relations in Sri Lanka. That adversarial approach, from adversarial approach, we have moved into a more kind of a cordial and a negotiation-based kind of a forum or an environment which ultimately brings results for both parties together. So with that kind of overview, I will stop at that and share more information during the panel discussion about the during the crisis situation, how we build on these relationships further. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Alapola. So you beautifully brought in the entire scenario in Sri Lanka, where you've spoken about the evolution of trade unionism and how the ID Act impacted the legality of collective bargaining and the various agencies that you have for decision making. And for the participants here, you will find me looking down and wonder why I'm looking down when I'm talking, because I can see them only down here. The screen is on my seat here, so I have to look down. Please understand that. Okay, so now inviting Mr. Shamsuddin, please, to share your thoughts. After that, we'll have you, Deepthi. Please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, fellow panelists, and thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me and MEF to share our Malaysian experience as far as industrial relations is concerned. Mr. Bajira had explained about the context in which industrial relation is being developed in Sri Lanka. I think we share the same platform. We were earlier colonized by UK, and of course Malaysia also shares similar platform like what Sri Lanka is, And basically, of course, we have three major labor laws that shape our industrial relations. One is the Industrial Relations Act, second one is the Trade Union Act, and the third one is the Employment Act. Yeah? And let me just perhaps share with the participants here about what really happened during the COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah? Of course, Malaysia had actually taken a very tough stand as far as trying to contain the pandemic, yeah, and we had quickly declared what we call it as a movement control order, where most companies are not allowed to work, not allowed to operate, and only some of the essential services are allowed to operate for most part of 2020, effective from March up to right to end of 2021. And that caused a lot of, I would say, issues, a lot of problems as far as employers' relation with the employees. Yeah? So question of payment of wages, whether they should be able to claim for laid off benefits, things like that, often were discussed during that period. And of course, during the tough time, about 160,000 employees lost their job, yeah, for the 2-year period. And at that time, about 43,000 companies ceased operation. Yeah? Of course, the latest figure that we actually got as far as closures are concerned, up to November last year, 2022, about 190,000 companies were not able to continue their businesses. Of course, all these things led to losses of job, and of course, like what Faris had just now shared, that led to the emergence of what we call it as platform economy. And during that period, yes, I would say that the only organization that actually had expanded their businesses are those under the platform economy, yeah, because there is demand for their services, demand for their products, and of course, before the pandemic, about 500,000 people were involved as gig workers. But when the pandemic set in, and even up to right now, the number of people involved within the gig economy had increased to about 4 million people. Of course, like what Faris had said, these are new relationships, but of course, in a Malaysian context, I would say that the platform operators are very lucky because the courts had established the ruling that these people are not employees of the platform economy. They are not employees, and of course, as such, there is no employer-employee relationship. Of course, despite that, of course, we in the employers community also say that these people need to be protected from the social security point of view. So what actually we had actually established together with the government was to say that, yes, let us register them and actually insure them under the social security, not as employee, but more like self-employed person. So now the requirement under the law is basically that all the gig workers must register themselves with the social security organization, but as self-employed, and the same thing like the old age saving. They are also encouraged to actually contribute to the provident fund, so that at the end of the day, if anything untoward happens, they can still have some old age saving within their account. So in that aspect, of course, these are the kind of difficult period that we went through, but unfortunately, things is not really plain sailing for employers in Malaysia. Yeah. In May 2021, there was this particular new order on minimum wages, where it was actually increased to 1,500 ringgit, and that is amounting to something like 20% to 36% increase in the minimum wages itself. And of course, this caused a lot of problem to the employers in Malaysia, especially the small players. Yeah, and of course, the law basically here doesn't really differentiate whether you are a big player, whether you're a smaller player, or whether you're a very small player. But of course, as MEF, we pleaded to the government to say that the real small players need to be assisted, because if the government insists that they implement the new minimum wages rate, then of course there are a lot of issues. Of course, the union doesn't like the approach taken by MEF, but MEF has no choice but to do that particular pleading for the smaller employers. And of course, we are quite lucky in the sense that the government agreed to defer the implementation to 31st December last year, but they also see that the economy is not improving very much during that period and further postpone the implementation to 1st July this year. So we are yet to see how actually things will develop as to whether these companies are able to survive during that period. Yeah, and of course, in terms of numbers, the smaller companies are really high in numbers in the Malaysian context. More than 98% of all companies in Malaysia are considered as small players, small and medium industries, and the real small players with less than 5 employees are about 650,000. Yeah, so that I think is a real big number. We are talking about the smaller employers. Yeah, and things doesn't end there as far as increases in costs is concerned. The government actually had embarked on reviewing the basic labor law, that is the Employment Act, and had amended, I would say, many provisions that actually add cost to the employers. Yeah? So you're talking about reducing the working hours from 48 hours to 45 hours per week, increasing the maternity leave from 60 days to 98 days, in line with the ILO Convention on Maternity Protection, and also, of course, talking about other, what we call it as benefits that are adding cost to the doing business. And of course, the government also introduced what they call it as paternity leave. Before that, there was no provision for paternity leave, and the government said that, yes, they want the employers to actually give up to 7 working days as far as paternity leave is concerned. So all these things actually added up to something like increase in cost of about 30% to the original cost. So in that sense, of course, in that kind of situation, of course, we are saying that employers need to be assisted more by the government. Of course, the union side say that, okay, look, you just cannot talk about employers, but of course we are saying that when you assist the employers, then you also would assist the employee side. So we are glad that during the pandemic period, actually the government had embarked on many forms of wages subsidy. The government spent more than 25 billion ringgit in trying to make sure that employers are not retrenching more during that period. And of course, that is at the end of the day able to stabilize a bit the labor market. And of course, we are experiencing something like even more than 5% unemployment rate during the pandemic period. But we are glad that now we are able to reduce the unemployment rate to something like 3.7%, 3.6% currently. So of course, that is the economic scenario where employers are operating. And of course, the government also is under a lot of pressure from the international community to actually improve the Industrial Relations Act itself. Yeah? So of course, a lot of amendments were actually introduced in the Industrial Relations Act, but the government found that actually, yes, even though it is being implemented like that, or even the law is being passed by Parliament, they are not really ready to implement it. Yeah, of course, yes, we are in a situation where at the end of the day, possibly we have no choice but to implement those amendments. So, of course, a lot to do with recognition of trade union, thing like that. And of course, recognition under the current law, possibly it is very difficult for union to get recognition, taking a long time, thing like that. But under the new law, the processes are being simplified. And what worries MEF most is basically to say that under the new law, it is much easier to get recognition, and also the fact that it is going to create what we call it as multiplicity of union in organization. And that, of course, can create a lot of issues. And also under the new law, it is basically when you talk about whether you got enough support from the workers or not, it's no longer going to be based on the membership, but it's going to be based more on whether the employees support that particular union or not. So a lot of difference, basically, ladies and gentlemen, as far as whether you are supporting the union or whether you are really a member of the union. And as far as the right to form union, Mr. Vajira had mentioned that in Sri Lanka they also have a system of unions being based on trade, occupation, or industry. Malaysia have that up till now, but of course the new law actually is going to actually go on the basis that no, the trade union cannot be segregated based on trade, occupation, of industry. So the government is more like trying to establish what we call it as omnibus union. The membership is not based on trade, occupation, industry. It's based on whether you're employed or not. But even that also, there are also moves to say that if you had retired, if you had been dismissed by the company, or you are actually, you had resigned from the company, you can still maintain your membership. Of course, MEF is not comfortable with that, but that is what is being in the pipeline as far as the law
sorry
is
for
concerned.
interrupting you. So you've given us such a good overview. If you could finish your opening remarks, we have one more speaker, then we'll have a discussion.
Yeah, sure. Madam, I will just stop right there now. Yeah, thank you very much.
I don't want you to stop abruptly.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I can just stop and then the next speaker can continue.
Okay. So thank you so much for sharing the Malaysian experience where you talked about the IR Act, the Trade Union Act, the Employment Act, and how the gig workers had to register and what the scenario is presently. So before I come back to you, the last amongst the panelists is Dr. Deepthi Chandra. You had a long wait. So Deepthi, over to you. Yeah.
Very good evening to a very good afternoon to everyone. First, I would like to thank our very esteemed Ms. Veena Swaroop for inviting me and the organizers. It's a wonderful summit to attend, and thank you to all panelists for this session. I have been invited to talk about the global industrial relations as well as give a little bit about the Indian perspective. So global industrial relations, when we talk about, is a byproduct of the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century. Now, in the Indian context, when we say this term is not restricted merely to mean the relation between employee and the management, but I realize it is an entire gamut of relationship that is existing between the union and the management, then the management and employers, then the union and the employees, and among the employees themselves. So all these parties to IR, that is the employees on one side, employees and workers on one side, employers on the other side, employee associations, employer associations, government, as well as the judiciary in the form of courts and tribunals. When we talk about the labor laws in India, they derive their origin, strength, and authority from the Constitution of India, in line with the fundamental principles and fundamental rights and directive principles of the state policy. And labor reforms have been an ongoing process. It has been a continuous process, and government has been introducing new laws and amending the existing ones. So very recently we have this amendment which has happened just before COVID 2019 as part of the Labour Reform Ministry of Labour, Government of India has decided to amalgamate labour laws into 4 codes, which will be called the Industrial Relations Code 2020. So we are kind of, submerging laws related to wages, which will be called as Code on Wages 2019. Then Industrial Relations Code will comprise of 3 major legislations for our country: the Trade Union Act, the Industrial Disputes Act, and the Standing Orders Act. Then the Code on Social Security is some 9 legislations are being merged into, and the Code on Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions will be submerging around 13 legislations, important legislations. So when, as a professor, when we teach industrial relations, we teach our students that industrial peace is what we aim at. All the parties to IR, we always say we aim at industrial peace, and code of discipline is essential for peaceful industrial relations. Indian labor movement, especially, it turned out to be, it is very sentimental for us, it turned out to be revolutionary as it became part of our freedom struggle. So the birth of ILO in the year 1919 was a savior to the working class, not only for India, but also around the world. India became one of the founder members of ILO, and Mahatma Gandhi, he proposed the trusteeship approach. He said conflict is inherent to IR, but he said we should follow, or we may follow, the partnership model of sound industrial relations, which emphasizes that it is the mutual responsibility of all the stakeholders here, and we should aim at collaboration, which will create a win-win situation for all the parties here. And the Indian trade unions are a major component of the industrial relation system of our country. So we also say that the right to protest is a fundamental right, but the right to strike is a legal right of every employee or worker. The Indian Trade Union Act was passed in the year 1926, which has specific provisions on registration and recognition of trade unions by the management. So registration, the trade union can get it done by the registrar of trade unions, but recognition again lies in the hands of the management. And the dilemma here is both registration and recognition still are not mandatory by the law of our country. So many more things, many more changes we can expect when we have the actual Industrial Relations Code 2020 being implemented. So that is what the time we'll see what is coming next. When we talk about industrial disputes of our country, they majorly take the forms of a strike or a lockout or a gherao. Gherao is a typical Hindi word when we say that the prominent persons in the company, they are encircled or surrounded by workers to exert pressure on the main key persons of the company so that their demands are accepted. And another trend which we are noticing these days is layoffs. So we say in our Indian system there are 2 methods to restore industrial peace. One is the methods for prevention of industrial disputes. What we say is we should try to solve our problems or issues within the 4 walls of our organization. Those are the measures which we say they are measures for prevention of industrial disputes, like collective bargaining, grievance procedure, consultative machinery, we have works committees, we have joint management councils. These are some of the measures. But when we concentrate on the machinery for settlement of the dispute, meaning the dispute has already happened, and then now how do we resolve the issue to aim at industrial peace? So we have 3 major ways. One is conciliation, second is arbitration, and the third is adjudication. Now, what are the issues and challenges that are coming in the next 5 to 10 years? One is the technological revolution, which we have to, we are witnessing that space, distance, and time all have lost their relevance. And we have seen rise of automation. We will be witnessing rise of artificial intelligence and robotics. National boundaries have withered away. Now, world is becoming one big giant global city, wherein we see global entrepreneurs that are coming with multinational and multicultural characteristics, and global competitiveness is increasing. Now we have intelligent paperless offices with very few manpower. And we are coming up with knowledge employees who are young, who are educated, they are full of expectations, they are full of aspirations, and they are also very highly career oriented. We are seeing a diversity in the workforce because the nature of workforce is changing rapidly, and the institution of trade unions is getting weak here. Long-term strikes and lockouts and other violent activities which were prevalent at one point of time, now we are seeing they are dormant these days. Rather, unions are becoming too matured, responsive and realistic in their thinking as well as action. And unions these days are reconciled to economic reforms. So discussions today, they are more on productivity, technology, competition, etc. So what can we see? What are the trends that we will see in the coming years? One thing is for sure, employee relations will remain front and center, but mental health issues is what has become the most pressing issue in the 21st century. As per a pilot study, 18 to 36% of the industrial workforce showed signs of anxiety and stress. And this again has connections with the productivity and profitability. So mental health conditions, what the WHO is also saying, will cost around $1.30 trillion in the coming years. So I think we should focus more on this aspect as well in the coming years. Then depoliticization is another trend that is witnessing, and high professionalism among the trade unions is also evident. So that is all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deepti. You were really brief. We are running out of time, and I don't want to eat into the masterclass because that should really be something which all of you will enjoy. So I don't think we can really start a discussion at this stage. But if I can just have a rapid fire and ask each of the speakers in one sentence to spell out what comes uppermost to your mind to be the two main challenges for successful industrial relations, and two very brief suggestions for effective industrial relations. Two challenges and two suggestions, but very brief in a sentence or two before I ask at least one or two questions from the audience in case they have some questions. So starting with Mr. Ravi Paris.
I think I'll be very brief, and both your questions I will answer in two quotations if you don't mind.
Sure.
Well, one quotation that I really liked in industrial relations is from E.F. Schumacher. I think this encapsulates what exactly has to happen right at the grassroots level between employers and workers. Open quotes. He says, "If we cannot achieve a real meeting of minds with the people nearest to us in our daily lives, our existence becomes an agony and a disaster. In order to achieve, I must be able to gain knowledge of what it is to be like you, and you must be able to gain knowledge of what it is to be like me." Close quotes. The other one is, I think, especially during the pandemic, with a lot of threats and challenges for closures, for cutting down salaries of employees, and these are challenges. And I think in the morning, our officer in charge, Mr. Satoshi Sasaki, in his address mentioned the collaboration we did with the AIOE in highlighting some effective case studies. I would encourage you to go to the ILO website and check out that report, because there are some very, very illuminating case studies. How workers and employers got together during this time. There was unity in diversity. And here, one very strong message that came out is that businesses that consider their employees as an appreciating asset outperform those that treat their employees as a cost to be trimmed and adjusted with fluctuations in their sales and profits.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ravi Paris. So over to Preeti. Two suggestions and two challenges. Very brief.
So I think in the present time, instead of focusing on what has already happened, let's start focusing on the way how the world is evolving. So that is a pressing challenge of what I see: rise of artificial intelligence and the robotics. How we are going to adapt to the sudden change that has come also after COVID, and then how fast rapidly we are moving to industry 5.0. So the way we are doing the work is transforming, and the changing nature of the workforce is a pressing issue. How we are going to cope up so rapidly, because globalization and the way transformation has happened in how we are doing the work. Because I got to know about a video which shows that a robot is taking our classes. So the professor is there, but the robot is taking the classes, answering questions. So how it is, changing, transforming, that we have to cope up with. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Mr. Vajira, over to you.
Yeah. I think I see two major challenges in the current context. The first one is the ever-evolving world of work, that is with the technological changes that are being brought in, the challenges on the basis of the evolving world of work associated with technological changes. That is one challenge. The second challenge is the rapid change of the environment, the disasters, and the impact of those disasters on businesses and the world of work. So those are huge challenges, and we see in the today's context those things happening in very short spells, and also without much kind of preparation, giving time for preparation. So that's a huge challenge for both. Then with regard to suggestions how we should address, to keep it very brief, I think resilience and embracing change would be the two major suggestions that I would suggest.
Very nice. Thank you. And over to you, Mr. Shamsuddin. Two challenges and two suggestions.
Thank you very much, Madam. Yes, I would say that now and in the near future, I think we should emphasize more on embracing the environment, social and governance principles, that is ESG, is very critical for employers and employees to embrace those three principles on ESG. And also it's very important actually for companies, for employers to invest on new technology in digitization and also mechanization, so that at least we can improve our productivity, and that's the only way to compete in the world market. And of course, for the employees, it is very, very important also for them to actually work together with the employers to actually always strive at win-win solution. And also it's important that basically that the whatever issues that they have with the employers should be trashed out during dialogue.
Thank you. Thank you. So with this, I would like to thank my co-panelists. I'm sure each one of you had a good learning in this session. It's been so diverse, and yet everyone is conveying the same message about the importance of IR and how we really need to tackle it. So there isn't any time for any questions, but still, if anyone has one question or maximum two, if anyone has questions, I think the audience wants to help Mr. Mehrotra and Mr. Nigam. Yeah, Tripti. Yeah.
So, yeah. Ma'am, one thing that concerns me, during the COVID, we all saw, an absolute exodus, all the labor walking on the streets, going to their hometowns. And the India Incorporated had the argument that we never saw something like this. This is the first time something like this happened. And that was a very good excuse to, not really take care of the labor that was working. How is, and that is one. Are we now prepared for it? Now we've seen it once.
You would like to take it on?
A very good question, and once again I would like encourage you to do a research on a study that we've done on the same thing that you said. AIOE with the ILO, we did a study soon after COVID, actually during COVID actually, on mainly on internal migration. And three matters we looked at, the same question that you're asking, was in relation to how are you going to build the trust and confidence on the part of labor. The two, how are we going to take the manpower requirements when they have gone back to their villages, or will they come back, and how are the employers going to look at that issue. Thirdly, and about reintegration, right? So I'm happy that AIOE, again, we are collaborating with AIOE, ILO to take, because one of the findings of this report was there was no formal setting up of a social dialogue mechanism, but it took place automatically. Automatically it took place during that time. The employers and the workers, they were getting together and trying to solve the problems. Of course, there were a lot of problems, but there were these informal setups wherever there were. So we are trying to now see, it was actually in three states, Maharashtra, UP and Kerala. And we are trying to see whether we can quietly sort of set up a social dialogue coalition between employers, workers, and probably the government representatives also, to take on from where we stopped. So thank you very much, ma'am.
But here I would say that, to my mind, what comes is it's the leadership, the resilience of the leadership. This was a time to exhibit leadership, you see, and the kind of communication that you have with your people, and the faith and the trust. So something failed somewhere. Maybe it came by everyone was caught unawares. I'm sure. Let's hope pandemic never comes. But if such a situation is there, I'm sure people will do better now. Yeah, sure. Quickly, Deepti.
So this issue of migrant labor, that alarm was raised during the COVID-19 pandemic only, when we saw this on the streets. Workers were walking and they were run over by trucks, and very heartening to or even say these things. But in the new labor codes, when all this was highlighted very clearly, there is a provision that a national database will be prepared, and that will be an online portal in which they can register themselves. Aadhaar card will be the main document which they will have to avail. And then one thing which came to highlight was the ration cards were not portable at that time for the migrant workers, because if they are working in another state within the country, they could not avail the facility through ration cards. So now it has been proposed that it will be all portable now. They can use it anywhere. And then another proposal that has come is to and fro travel allowance will be provided by the employer himself. So whenever they have to travel in case of emergency, they will have this travel allowance provision.
Let's hope it facilitates. So
Yes.
with that, I would like to thank Mr. Ravi Perez, Deepti, Mr. Samshuddin and Mr. Vajra for their excellent remarks and giving so much of input for this session, which I'm sure has benefited all of you. And I'd like to close the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I thank all the panelists for their valuable insights and sharing their country perspective with us, the evolution and the current situation. It was a very enlightening session, and I'm sure all of you must have benefited from the deliberation. We'll quickly move on to the masterclass on the topic effective negotiations and communication skills, imperative for successful industrial relations. I'd like to call upon Dr. Rajan Mehrotra, former Senior Specialist Employer Activities, International Labour Organization, and Professor Shailendra Nigam, International Management Institute, New Delhi.
Well, good evening, everybody. Time is 4 o'clock. We were supposed to start this session at 3:45 and we're supposed to close at 5:30. Now, it's a tough task, right at the end. So what we have decided, and when this program was designed, Madam Veena Swarup said that this is a master class. So she has put two people looking at it that, there are students, there are people from private sector, there are people from public sector. तो ये शाम को इन तीनों को पढ़ाओ, जो समझ में आएगा ठीक है, नहीं आएगा तो भी ठीक है, नहीं है, बट देखिए हम पूरी कोशिश करेंगे कि आपको समझ में आए। और इसलिए सबसे पहले तो मैं कहने वाला हूँ शैलेंद्र निगम साहब को, ये तो पढ़ाते रहते हैं रोज, इनके भी कुछ स्टूडेंट्स हैं IMI के, so I'm asking him to start the session. Now we will have to monitor time because obviously people don't want to get caught up with the traffic jam, and tactfully the organizers have kept the high tea after the session. So you will get high tea. I don't want to delay you for high tea. So let us start, and what I would suggest is confine yourself to half an hour. Or less you want.
Half an hour is too much to start. It's fine.
So I leave it to you. 20-25 minutes. I'll then take 20-25 minutes. I'll also make a presentation. And the theme is effective negotiation and communication skills, imperative for successful industrialization. And this was designed out that, okay, there were talks, how negotiation will take place, what is effective communication and all. So with this, the floor is yours, Shailendra Nigam.
Thanks, sir. Thank you very much. So good evening, friends. First of all, my heartfelt thanks to AI, All India Association of Organization for Employers, for inviting me for this important Global Industrial Relations Summit. My personal thanks to Veena ma'am, and more so that she tried her best to build up pressure on us during her session. Again and again she said, we are curtailing time so that our class can continue for more. That is what she kept on saying, and that was actually building as a pressure on me that how much I have to speak. No. But still, ma'am, so it's really difficult. When you start speaking, it really becomes difficult to speak for a couple of minutes, and now Rajan sir has said that you have half an hour to keep on speaking. Yes, I have a presentation which will talk about some pointers only. Otherwise, yes, as a professor, we are used to speaking. And if I can have an audience, I can continue. So half an hour is also at times might be a very small time for us. If there are audience who may simply hear me and not listen to me. That will be more important, because the moment you start listening, you will start understanding what I am speaking.
And then they'll ask questions, otherwise they won't ask.
Otherwise they won't ask. So it's always better that, yes, you are hearing me and not listening to me. Fine? Okay. So as all of us present here know that this is what the topic which has been given as part of masterclass. And we are actually talking about communication and negotiations. Although the topic starts talking about effective negotiation and communication skills, when we were discussing about it, we thought that everything starts from communicating. So it would have been better if I would have made it effective communication and negotiation skills, because negotiation will definitely be followed in the process. Now, with regards to communication, this is the most
important aspect which we are actually talking about right now. Even when you people are sitting, you are communicating, all of you. So someone is talking to her or his colleague. That's a communication, that how much attentive I am with regards to listening to you. Someone is busy playing with his mobile. That's again a communication for me, that how seriously that individual is taking me as a speaker. So communication is everywhere. The communication happens even in a non-verbal mode, when no one is speaking and is still a message is being sent across. So somebody is sitting with a folded hands, he's not very much receptive to me, because he is closing the flow of my statements. Someone sits with extending his legs and taking a laid back approach, then the message is already being sent across. Now in an employee relations scenario, this actually starts the whole communication. How someone enters the room, how he takes the chair, is he contacting through the eyes or not? That's what some of the students who are sitting here should learn, that when you enter for your interviews, remember these things. By the way you will enter the room, the way you will pull the chair without any noise, the way you will seek permission to have a seat or remain standing for few seconds before the interviewers offer you to sit, will make a hell lot of a difference. And that's why in our day-to-day life, everywhere, you communicate, na? If you are not happy with the evening food because it is a potato curry which has been cooked and you don't enjoy having potatoes, you communicate that no, I'm more interested in having a burger or a pizza. And that again leads to a different employee relation aspect which was talked about in the previous session when we were talking about platform economy. Can the workers of platform economy or the riders or delivery boys of Swiggy's and Zomato's and of the world can be brought under the gamut of some protection? Maybe not directly by law, but maybe through policies, maybe through some other means, but they also need some sort of a protection. Yes, we have in India a couple of examples of good places to work, certain organizations who were working tirelessly during COVID. When there was a complete lockdown, the pharma companies were supposed to keep on providing drugs on daily basis, maybe multiple times, to the retailers, to the distributors. And how they were able to do it? Only by ensuring that their sales guys are there in field throughout the tenure, when everyone was locked up in their rooms or houses because of the pandemic, but they were on the streets. You were there in your house, not interested in cooking, so you were looking forward to having food. They were also there. So these things lead to such scenarios in an employee relations aspect. So that's what it says. It is one of the most important factors which either improves or spoils the relationship. Now it's your choice whether you want to build up a relationship or you intend to break a relationship. Mind me, building a relationship will take not only days but weeks, at times months, at times years. And if I'm talking from the organization point of view, building a relationship with my employees as an employer, it might take a larger time frame. for building that trust which we all talk about, for building that. We all talk about one single aspect in today's world, and that is employee engagement. When an employee is engaged, when he works from his heart, otherwise every time it is work to rule. 5 बजने वाले हैं, 4:30 बजे से अपना बैग पैक कर दिया, 10 मिनट लगेंगे फैक्ट्री के गेट तक पहुंचने में, 4:50 पे बसेस लग जाएंगी, 4:30 बजे काम बंद हो गया. But if the work is there and I am engaged, I will not look at my watch. I will be doing it. So everyone talks about those engagement, and that engagement comes if I have trust in my organization, if I own my organization, if I am really interested in being part of the organization, contributing something which indirectly will come back to me only with better wages, better incentives, better bonuses, or better working conditions. And these all are part of industrial relation scenarios. So you are talking about all those aspects. But what we do is, the single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. That's the biggest challenge. And this is what the quote of George Bernard Shaw talks about. We always believe कि सामने वाले को तो सब पता है, बिना कुछ बोले उसको सब पता है. तो शाम को हमें आलू की सब्जी नहीं खाना है, ये मम्मा को पहले से पता होना चाहिए. And I can show my tantrums if it is a potato curry. And this is where the illusion is. And this happens everywhere. Everywhere. Every single organization. That we presume the researchers and the academic data talks about. In today's world, strategy is a very big word to be talked about. Everything has to be strategic. Everything has to start from the strategic level. But if you talk to the ground root worker, only 5% know what is a strategy. 95% are not even aware of what strategy is. But we keep on talking about that. And we presume that yes, we have decided, looking at the vision and mission of our organization, a strategy has been decided and it has to be implemented, and we expect the grassroots worker to really understand it and perform accordingly. Have a heart. Your education level when you are at the senior management group, and your worker who is illiterate or semi-literate, you expect him to be capable enough to understand without that being communicated to the last mile employee. That's where the problem, the illusion is there. If you feel that there is something I'm not speaking correct, or you want to inject, you can inject me. You are free to inject me. Excuse me, I differ with your opinion, and I'll try to address that. So if I intend to look at employee relationships, what I personally feel is that employee relationships and communications are two extraordinarily important but less obviously appearing areas of the operation of organization. With full respect to my employers sitting here. But this is what the academic researchers talks about. That at operation level, it is not there. You know your organization better than anyone can comment. You might be doing much better than what is being presented on this slide. But again, I will go back to what George Bernard Shaw said. It is the illusion. Your employees doesn't believe it. That's why the data which we collect from your employees say that they don't know it. You might have communicated, you might have sent across one email that from 1st April 23 onwards, we will be having a new vision mission statement. Who cares? Which employee will be interested in your vision mission statement? No one. Yeah? Now you have to design strategies how to get it to the last mile employee or worker who can really understand that with this change in your vision or mission, what change will happen in the working process, what changes will happen in what is expected from him, and if he changes to that, what will be stored for him if he goes for all those things. Otherwise, no one is interested in any change. Change is the biggest fear. Badalna hi nahi hai. That's the biggest risk. Huh? But why I have used this is, my reasoning is very simple, that since employees are part of the process of creating value, the handling of extremely diverse, what attitude do the employers or the management group show, and what kind of role can the HR management fill back? So I have brought down to the next level, wherein I am saying the management has a specific attitude, the senior management is talking about a specific attitude, but how the HR is communicating that to the whole employee base is important. And this is where you need to see that it is being addressed at the strategic level. It should not be left simply by giving a strategy. No. They should integrate the HR middle management team members, explain it to them, and have them conduct sessions, maybe counseling sessions, maybe chai pe charcha, or whatever mode they would like to implement, or they also would like to send it across an email further to the workers. This has to be decided at the strategic level. Yeah, that's something very important. Now why I'm saying all these things is that a healthy employee relationship ensures a positive environment at work. Do you agree with me or not? That this will happen. It also helps the employee to achieve their targets at a much faster rate. Because if the employee is engaged, he would be interested in having some extra incentives. So automatically the pace increases without compromising on the quality aspect. The third one, people are more focused, can concentrate better in their assignments, and hence the output increases. This we ignore. You create an environment of fear because the senior management, some of the managers who are recently being recruited are too autocratic in their behavior, and they may simply want the results. Throw it out. I simply is interested in outcomes. That's it. Now, do you believe an employee who has, in the morning when he enters your factory and while commuting, he witnesses an accident where someone died? What will happen to that employee when he comes to the shop floor? Can he give 100%? He's supposed to give 100%. Na? इंडिया अकेले में 1.4 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन है, एक के साथ हादसा हुआ, आपकी सेहत पे क्यों फर्क पड़ा? No. He will never be in a position to deliver 100% at that on that very day. Maybe for a couple of hours. First half उसका ऐसे ही निकल जाएगा. आप कितनी भी कोशिश कर लो. This is where as professors, we face this thing, and this is where we feel that the problem is that why engineers tend to do management programs. They might be very good technically, but they lack behavioral skills. They cannot understand these aspects. And pardon me, ma'am, in your session when you were asking for 2 challenges and what are they, I really feel in this present era of 21st century, the biggest challenge is that we are becoming more as robots instead of being human beings. We are ceasing to exist as human beings. So there are issues of values, belief, feelings. And these all things are really driving in a different direction. With more of work from home, culture is going for a toss. So the culture of ONGC, the culture of EIL, or the culture of Dabur, or the culture of Adani's, everything will go for toss. No one knows anyone. So there are no one-to-one relationships. And we are talking about overall employee relationships. It's already 15 minutes. Employees are not engaged in constant fights, are eager to help each other and do not take work and they enjoy each and every moment at work and do not take leaves often. So now, couple of minutes back, I was standing outside and I was seeing these stalls. One of the Global Business Lab people, and I was chatting with them where they are saying they have a software which has helped the organization to reduce the absenteeism in a big way, because they could send across their complaint through their SaaS tech enabled system. So if my employee is being heard, he will be engaged. So the golden rules, what we are talking about for negotiation, which Rajan sir is going to talk to you people in detail. And this is what we decided, and I am privileged that I am sitting beside him, a stalwart in employee relations. Right, as an employer, as a management professional, and as a policy decider, being a super specialist in ILO and deciding on policies for global acceptance. So the communication has to be transparent and precise for a warm relationship among employees. The second one is the employees must be very clear about what is being expected from them. And this is where I started. Are we actually reaching out to my last mile worker and he understands what is expected from him? Even if he is a sweeper in my organization. Actually, whether he understands what his role is. Should he be touching your table or not? His job is to do dusting. To see that your tabletop is sparkling clean. And you come in the morning and you find your papers are being stacked in a proper manner and you blast that poor sweeper or the peon who has done the stacking. Mera paper nahi mil raha. What message I am giving to him? You are communicating. You need to understand that yes, what is his role. उसको पहले से बता दो कि टेबल टॉप हमारी आप नहीं छुएंगे, दैट्स इट. वो क्यों छुएगा? लेकिन उसने सब चीजें तरतीब से लगा दी, आपको कष्ट हो गया. जो कागज चाहिए था वो अब मिल नहीं रहा है ना. So that's what. The another important thing is don't change your statements quite often, and this is my personal request also with the managerial staff, people sitting here. Please, before you commit anything, before you say something, don't take it in a light mode so that you are not changing your statement. नहीं हम क्या करें, ऊपर से आ गया, गलती हमने करी थी और जवाब क्या दिया, नहीं इसको बदलना पड़ेगा. क्यों बदलना पड़ेगा सर? आपने कल तो इसके लिए कहा था. नहीं, अब वो ऊपर वाले ऐसा कह रहे हैं. ना उसको पता ऊपर वाला कौन ने बोला, ना आपको पता कि किस ऊपर वाले ने ये मैसेज भेजा था. लेकिन हाँ, अब ये करना, कल ये नहीं करना है, आज ये करना है, बात खत्म. So please think twice before you speak. It's difficult when you are agitated. This is what is required. Avoid using foul words in your office space. People are so used to, and pardon me if some sales guys are sitting here, they are fond of using every single 3 statements and they will ensure that they will make you remember your ancestors, हर तरीके के फैमिली मेंबर को याद करा देंगे वो, एंड दैट्स देयर लैंग्वेज. सेल्स का प्रेशर है. And I keep on hearing my students speaking in this language. They forget about the professor is sitting when they come for alumni meets or otherwise. All of a sudden phone call आई और उन्होंने मालूम पड़ा सारे रिश्तेदार याद करा दिए अपने सबऑर्डिनेट को कि काम नहीं हो रहा है, मैं आ गया हूँ. So please avoid doing these things. Important information should be passed on in the presence of each and every employee for better transparency. That's something very important. We tend to ignore this aspect. अपने से नीचे वाले को समझा दिया काफी है, बाकी उसकी ड्यूटी है कि वो दूसरे को समझाए. And then the story all of you must have heard multiple times, anybody, somebody and nobody. ना तो किसी ने कुछ नहीं बोला और सबने मान लिया कि कोई समझा देगा. And this is my personal thing to share, even to employees, to managers, to everyone who have a subordinate superior relationship. In a subordinate superior relationship, superiors will be comfortable in giving you orders in verbal, and you cannot say no to them. The best part for you is comply with that order if it is within the legal limits, and send a mail on it as shared on telephone or in my personal discussion. I have completed the job, and you have ensured that that is documented. Period. Now, either he should ignore, reject that job कि मैंने तो कहा ही नहीं था, और अगर वो काम हो गया है जो उनसे उनके सुपीरियर ने कहा होगा तो उसको वो एक्सेप्ट करना पड़ेगा. बट यू हैव डॉक्यूमेंटेड इट on the basis of your verbal instructions. I have done that. I have talked about all of these. I have said that whether it is active listening or not, if I am not having questions after my session, then I'll still believe that it is only hearing and not listening. Clear? Visual communication, you are seeing me face to face, so I am not in a hybrid mode and I'm using tech to be sitting somewhere, and the moment my session goes, I switch off my video and I'm into something else. क्लास में हम लोग रोज ये चीजें देख रहे हैं. ऑनलाइन क्लास में बच्चा जो है वीडियो ऑन करके, वीडियो ऑफ करके बालकनी में 3 इंचेस स्टिक्स के साथ खड़ा दिखाई देगा, हॉस्टल में सामने दिखाई देगा, आपकी क्लास चल रही. So I'm already there as a visual and believe me, or all of you understand this thing, that visual, anything which is visually communicated is received much faster than what is written or what is in a verbal mode. And in the latest environment is the mass communication aspects, where you have started seeing the social media have come in a big way, or you have started using tech. And one of the things what ma'am I was sharing, that we are becoming more often, that if I book my tickets on IRCTC, the moment I fill up my data, the first question which I have to tick mark is, I am not a robo. That's the irony. Some human being has prepared that software, that program, and he has ensured to authenticate my existence. He's asking me that I am not a robo. And as a human being, I'm tick marking it. Yes, I'm not a robo. Otherwise, anyone could have done it. So, to sum up the things with regards to employee relations and negotiations aspect, I have assimilated 10 commandments for success as better negotiators. The first one, let the other side talk first. Now, there is an irony in it. All of you must have heard the name of FIR. That is First Information Report. And that makes a hell lot of a difference in every single case. Who has filed the first information? So in your life, it is always better that you are the first in communicating the issues. अगर siblings में मारपीट भी हो जाए तो you will find कि जो छोटा kid है वो ही थप्पड़ मारेगा और वो ही रोने लगेगा, and he only communicates first. तो मम्मा आके आपके दूसरा थप्पड़ मारेगी कि वो क्यों रोया, जबकि सही माने में उसी ने गलती करी थी. So you always land up. But for negotiation, remember this thing. Never be the first. Let the other side give you the first thing. I'll use another simile. We go to INA market में कितने लोगों ने shopping करी है यहाँ पे? They are the best negotiators who have done shopping in INA market. So there you must have seen. Have you been to Sarojini market? Sarojini market में कैसे ड्रेस खरीदी? Yes.
So we are not very good negotiators.
But still, खरीदी कैसे?
We take our mothers with us. They negotiate.
Good. But finally, who gave you the price first?
The shopper.
The shopkeeper. You made him give a price. और उसने 500 बोले और आपकी मम्मा ने कहा कि 100 रुपए में दे दो, सीधे 1/5 कर दिया. यही चीज चाहिए नेगोशिएशन में कि दूसरी पार्टी को पहले बोलने दो. The best thing, let him speak first. Have patience. The second one, use silence to your advantage, and it's golden. When you don't have an answer, please don't speak. Keep mum. Let him continue speaking. Frustrate your opponent कि ये कुछ react ही नहीं कर रहा है, and you will win over those negotiation deals. Yeah. The third one, prepare your cases and there. And this is something very important when I'm dealing in employee relation issues with regards to trade unions. So if I am a trade unionist, I'm supposed to understand the employer's perspective. What is the data they have with them to counter my... So it's a game of chess. 1 to 16. एक पॉन चलूंगा, सामने वाले के पास 16 ऑप्शंस हैं चलने के लिए, लेकिन हमारा दूसरा पॉन तभी आगे बढ़ेगा जब हम उन 16 की चाल समझ लेंगे. That's what chess is all about. I always recommend that my management students should learn how to play chess. That's the best thing. Clear? Next, tell the truth. Be as transparent as you can. Veena ma'am was sharing about this, that she still gets calls from trade unionists after so many years leaving ONGC. She was director with EIL. The unionists still remember her because she was too authentic with her data. She had their data and her data, both employer and the employees, and she was perfect in that. And that is what has made a difference. Communicate with the right people. This is the another aspect. Although we learn this thing in our houses, मम्मा से काम कराना है तो पापा से हाँ करा दी. Who is the right person to give you the freedom to go and have party till 9 PM? मम्मा तो कहेगी 8 बजे के बाद बाहर रहने की जरूरत नहीं. और कब पूछना है? जब शाम को पापा ऑफिस से आके चाय पी रहे हैं. So in fact, we have learned these tricks in our house on a daily basis. लेकिन जब ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जाते हैं तो भूल जाते हैं. तब हम रिएक्शनरी होने लगते हैं. And that is where we make faults. Avoid displaying internal dissensions. बेडरूम में फैशनेबल जीन्स जैसी चादर हो वो चलेगी, लेकिन ड्राइंग रूम बिल्कुल अलग होता है. ना, तो इंटरनल डिसेंशन की चीजें पब्लिक में नहीं करी जाती. So I should never be talking about that. Yes, I being a party to representing the employers, and then during conversation I said, yes, I can understand your point of view. We were discussing, but some of us were not agreeing on it. Sorry, don't do this. Your internal dissension is for your consumption, not for your opponents. So please avoid doing those things. Strive to speak, shall not be rushed. That is, again, the patience is the keyword for winning anything. Every time when you are in a negotiation, there is a zone of possible agreements. I will never forget the statement made by Mr. Ratan Tata when he purchased Chorus shares for 515 sterlings. And one of the journalists said that you have paid a very heavy price for the Chorus share. He said, no, I don't feel that way. I think they agreed much earlier. Otherwise, they could have got a much better deal from me. Because for his zone of agreement was somewhere around 590. In 530 पे deal complete हो गई. So this is what is important, that you are not rushing to close the deal. Try to speak softly. And one last thing, seek agreements and not victories. You may go back to your team and say that you have won. We have learned this aspect. It should be a win-win situation in every negotiation. The unions can go back and say to their employees that they have won. The employers' representatives need to go back to their owners and say that they have won. Agreed. It should be projected as a win-win situation. But always strive to have an agreement. Because that will be the road forward. Na? I need to have an agreement. Clear? And for this aspect, there are 5 secrets. One is get around the rules. First, define the rules of negotiation and get around it. Income tax lawyers, chartered accountants are very good at it. They give you the learning कि टैक्स कैसे बचाया जाता है. एनजीओ से कुछ क्लेम कर लो, कुछ एनपीएस में कर दो, कुछ जो है होम लोन ले लो, कुछ जो है बच्चे की एजुकेशन का लोन ले लो, यूनिफॉर्म अलाउंस अपने एम्प्लॉयर से कंपनसेशन पैकेज में डलवा लो, बहुत सारी चीजें. So always learn to move around the rules, not with the rules. That's the learning. The second one, it says go straight to the top. कोई फायदा नहीं है बीच के लोगों से बात करने से. Who is the actual decision maker? Talk to him. मॉल में जाके किससे बात करते हो जब और फर्दर डिस्काउंट चाहिए? सेल्स गर्ल थोड़ी दे देगी डिस्काउंट और सेल्समैन थोड़ी दे देगा डिस्काउंट. जो ओनर वहां बैठा है आप उसके पास जाके बात करते. So go to the top and you will have a better deal at any given point of time. Don't get angry, get actions. One important factor, never communicate in a crowd. Public में negotiate नहीं किया जाता. That has to be in a small group only. क्योंकि 10 लोगों के साथ आप negotiate करने लगोगे कुछ भी हाथ नहीं आएगा. 10 लोग, 10 तरीके की बातें, 10 तरीके की reasoning, nothing will be there for agreement. So it's important that I should continue with not negotiating in a crowd. And lastly, it says give in order to get. If I need something from my unions, first give them something so that they can go back and say that they have got this, and you get what you want, and you go back to your owners and say, I have got this. Learn to give to get something. That's important. Fine. So finally, to wind up, sir,
Yes.
Another a minute?
Yes, 1 or 2 minutes.
Yes. It's all boiled down to what you say, how you say, and in a employee relation negotiation table, it is all about who you are and your position. It will all be dependent on that. Nothing else. These three are the golden rules for any negotiation aspect. What you say, how you say, and then what is your position. Kai baar, and this is where power politics comes into play. Person who is, as a professor right now, I am in a position to speak anything. Even garbage would be heard by you people. Because I am in that position. As a speaker, I got that privilege. आप यहाँ आके आप अपने हिसाब से बोल सकते थे. Huh? So this is what I believe, what I have said. I hope you understand what I said. Huh? But I'm not sure what you heard is what I said. And for this, it is important that I should communicate effectively and clearly. Yeah. Thank you for your patient listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Shailen Nigam, I have heard you. I also watched that when you started, there were 67 participants. Now the strength is 60. I've been also counting. Let me now tell you, it was planned out that Shailen Nigam will speak with reference to communication. I get down to negotiations. I must say that you have since morning heard 17 speakers and I am the 18th speaker. I am the last speaker when all of you plan to move out of this one. So my job is toughest to keep you sitting because I am delaying your departure. So I need to plan out as the 18th speaker and there is limits to what one can keep on listening, hearing and understanding. So I must be careful of it. Let me look in terms of the theme itself. We are talking of communication. We are talking of negotiation in the context of IR. I in my career have dealt a lot of negotiations with union leaders, long-term settlements, single union, multi-union, three companies. And let me tell you, it is complicated. One needs to understand. He has given certain examples. And can I move to the PowerPoint presentation? Can the organizers put my PowerPoint? So let's look at this. I have seen that. Is there a screen there to watch when you stand? No. So I'll just watch from here and I need to move fast because you know, as a chairman, I'm also chairing and keeping the time. Kissa kursi ka hai. Dekhna hai ki time se khatam hoye. Now, when you look at it, please try and realize that negotiation is specific to an enterprise. And look at the background information of a company, and the background information of every enterprise differs. We looked in terms of what's happening globally. We can look in terms of the law. We had the Ernst & what are the labor codes. We have the various examples of various countries. Let's try and look at it that when you look at an enterprise, there's a history of union management relationship and you cannot erase history. History teaches you some lessons but makes you learn that where are the faults, try and rectify them. There is a history of also role of union leaders, history of management, and there are details of settlements that you have signed in the past. You have signed some of it, you have been successful, some places you have not been successful. In fact, one of the principles when a settlement is signed, please ensure that the clauses that are put in the settlement are implemented from day one before the ink dries. I have known of company settlements that I deal with. It is written that, people can move from any place to any place, and the reality is that, it does not take place. Now, this is a failure of management also. But when you do a settlement, survey the wage structure of organization, industry cum region, look in terms of what are the working conditions, what's the average pay, what's the leave holidays. See, what happens is people, the unions will always come and say, "Sahab, wo karar itne rupaye ka hua wahan." Nobody looks at what are the amount of leave you give, what are the perquisites you give. These are not there. At the end of the day, all of this costs money. Look at it. I also would suggest, that please try and understand. You have greenfield sites, you have brownfield sites. Most old companies have a DNS scheme. And the DA allowance, if you look at the pre-independence one, you have a double linkage. I mean, it is a deplorable. I had to deal with double linkage and I understand how painful it is. And wo nahi saab, 2 paisa milega, kuch nahi, the cost is hell of a lot. And please be clear, unless you look at DA. And I must tell you, a lot of students that are here, please learn how DA is calculated and how the consumer price index comes, how the Shimla series comes, how it goes up. Let me tell you, if some of you want, I'll send you a detailed article on it. Please, a lot of people don't realize the complication of DA. All these new greenfield sites, the companies which are all only engaging in the service sector, they give only a consolidated wage. There's no DNS allowance, so they have got away with it. At the same time, I also see analysis of proactive, non-active and reactive strategy. All three strategies are there in the companies. Please look at it. What do you want to do? Now, given this background, I will say company executives need to understand one thing. Basically, collective bargaining issues and individual discipline grievance issues, these are two different things. But somehow or the other, when discipline issues get clubbed with certain dismissal of people, they do become collective bargaining issues. And this is something one must recognize, the reality of what happens. Sometimes companies consciously also do it to shift the goalpost so that you negotiate departure rather than money. So it's a question of what company strategy is there. But when I look in terms of the workers, and when you look at the reality in India, there are three things that you need to understand. One is vocational locational mobility. The other is norms of output and performance. And the third is behavior and conduct. When I say vocational locational mobility, let me tell you, the contract of employment as written, the contract of employment as practiced are two different things. The laws as written in this country, the laws as practiced, and the laws as implemented are three different things. You can write in the contract of employment that your services can be transferred anywhere in India or abroad or with the acquisition of a company. 25 साल से तुमने एक मशीन से उसको दूसरे मशीन में ट्रांसफर नहीं किया. Let me tell you, it is going to create IR problem. Forget the contract of employment. Now this is reality of companies. So when you look at this vocational locational mobility, this is a major problem. You can keep on doing skill upgradation and others. Kanika in the morning was talking of technological. These companies basically have graded up, educated their people, moved up. But please try and realize that there is a problem of vocational locational mobility. Nobody wants a geographical transfer of more than 100 kilometers. Let's be clear. 30-35 kilometers I will travel. Most people. Second is norms of output and performance get fixed over a period of time. You like it or not, quota system gets built up. And when you want to break quota system, there is going to be resistance. There is the third problem, which is their behavior and conduct of people. There are people that are very cooperative. There are people that are non-cooperative. There are people that are litigant. There are unions that are litigant. And we have all shades in this country. Let's not say that everything is very nice. There are problems in certain places. Now, there is a company history of role of line people. I am a person that comes from line background. I don't come from an HR background. And I believe that when you looked at long-term settlement, it's the responsibility of line people to handle it. I have a different opinion with a lot of people. HR people need to come in. But line people must own up responsibility of a long-term settlement. If the line man is not convinced, no HR guy will be able to sign that settlement and get improved productivity. Some or the other, There is a profile and capability of HR at all levels, both at the management as well as the union level. You also need to train union leaders. Now, when you look at communication methodology of management and unions to employees, there's a difference between normal time and critical time. You were dealing heavily with communication. You were also giving examples when you said in terms of somebody dying. You will recollect in the morning there was a presentation where Rakesh Kumar mentioned that 20 people died. And then he as the CMD went. Action is also communication. Please try and recognize it. Your inaction is also communication, both. And I'm just linking because some of you who have attended since morning will be able to recall what Rakesh Kumar dealt with. And he then said that how he changed. I was later interacting. Let me tell you, Neville Lignite has been a company with a lot of problems. There have been violence, there have been strikes. I must say they have turned around. I have myself read their long-term settlements, and that's how I know, because they had competed for the IOE award for IR, and that's how I'm speaking this background. So when you look at it, at the same time, there was an emphasis in the morning, there is a grievance procedure. Look at a grievance procedure, try to halt it. Please try and realize the capability of a union lies in converting individual grievances to collective disputes. I am not speaking to trade union leaders here, but a good trade union leader knows how to convert these into disputes. A sharp management knows how to convert disputes into individual grievances. It depends on which side of the table I sit. And since I have always sat on the management table side, and I do believe that I will continue to sit on the management. I have nothing against the unions. I've dealt with them. But yes, I do recognize that grievances, you must prevent them from becoming disputes. And when grievances collectively become dispute, you pay an expensive price to resolve it. And this is something that one must. I'm just going to briefly cover. See, most company managements have a lot of statistical data. You need to measure productivity in terms of your company standard. What is your output per unit resource? What's your energy consumption? And use this as bargaining tool. Basically, there's a lot of company data in terms of the field force. If you want to look, what is their output per unit person? What is the output in territories? Try and use this. I personally look at this. In fact, there are lots of companies with restrictive work practices over a period of time which they have inherited for whatever reason. I have myself worked in companies which were born all pre-independent. I started my career with Mukund Iron and Steel, which was born in 1936. I worked with Sandoz, which was born in 1942. I later worked with ACC, which was equally born in 1936. And some of the plants were before 36 because ACC was Associated of Cement Companies of India. It was a cement company that merged way back. So when you look at these all greenfield sites, brownfield sites, there were a lot of inherited restrictive work practices. Some or the other, the union leaders are son-in-laws of the company. They don't work at all. Now, do you want to do away with that union restrictive practice, or do you want to solve it? So list down all your restrictive practices. Look at it, when they started, why they started, and does it make sense in tackling it? But most old brownfield sites have this. Others, I keep on saying, look at your total. See, the business model and the employment model is purely a top management system. Most new companies have taken a business model in terms of outsourcing and have basically kept an activity with themselves. If you recollect early morning when Brijesh Upadhyay started, Brijesh Upadhyay made a statement with reference to the supply chain. Most old companies have gone down to becoming assemblers and then called it core, non-core activity, said that I'll take away core. Core and non-core now for the first time is being defined under the new code. It was already defined under the Contract Labour Act rules by none other than Chandrababu Naidu in the case of Andhra Pradesh. So let's try and realize that you have all this data with you. Look in terms of what is your manning norm. Permanent, temporary, badli, casual. I come from that generation. Contract labor came in only after 1970. I started my career. I have worked for 10 years when I had no contract labor. And I was quite comfortable dealing with 2,000 workmen which were either permanent or temporary. I mean, I was a manufacturing man. Today the concept is most enterprise want people, not necessarily employees. And this is the new business model. NEEM trainees, you have seen how it has been misused by companies, where the government just came out very recently in Delhi High Court. There's a stay order that has been obtained by none other than TeamLease, because TeamLease, Manish Sabharwal is the biggest supplier also of that manpower. Not only that, there are places, Yashasvi there in Western India. You have got this genius consultants in Eastern India. I mean, I don't want to name all of them, but that's the reality. So look in terms of what is the background in which you are negotiating. I also see that compile a charter of management demand. Don't be apologetic about it. There are some companies that are reluctant to call something called management charter. If you don't want to use the management charter, say management desires certain changes. It's a question of terminology. Identify all the restrictive work practices, identify when they came up, why the workmen have an interest. There is a lot of place where there is 1:1 manning, where there is a built-in overtime system. Now also, whenever restrictive practices are of a collective nature, the resistance to change will be high. When a restrictive practice is a beneficiary of one or two individuals, then the resistance to change is easier to negotiate. So you need to, as a management, identify, compile all this management charter, look in terms of your business strategy, what you want to do, and then basically, I have looked at, there are two things. What is the interest or benefit of a management in trying to get this change? And rank it out. There's no point trying to solve all problems. You cannot solve all problems in one settlement. So decide what you want to negotiate, what you don't want to negotiate, and I am also saying what you want to enforce. The contract of employment gives a lot of power to enforce. Some of the other enforcement has a backlash. Are you prepared for the backlash is a question of strategy. My own experience as a manufacturing man is, I have always identified areas of low output, looked at technological change, looked at balancing equipment and bargained. Now, when you were saying that, large numbers you don't bargain, I have a difference with you. Unions invariably will bring 20 people and sit down. Sab hamare ye sab committee member baithenge. Nahi to hum nirnay nahi lenge. Arey, I would also bring 20 managers and sit down here. I'm quite used to this. Tumko 20 aadmi lane hain, main bhi 20 aadmi le aun. But you decide who speaks. So you must decide what your negotiator are. Identify and prioritize areas in the charter and share the discussion within the management. I must also admit, that you must have a management team that must be united. And I have learnt a lot from the workmen. I must tell you, when I took over the manufacturing of Sandoz, I got an industrial engineer, looked at every equipment and tried to get the standards to be settled. I had a metal box packing machine with 60 cans per minute on a liquid pan. You didn't need an industrial engineer. The total output was hardly 7,000 to 7,300 cans in a shift, which clearly indicated that in an 8-hour shift, there was 2 shift outputs. I had decided with my management team that I will negotiate out. And let me tell you, when I started, and I have learned one thing, workmen have tremendous solidarity even on wrong issues. And a good trade union leader defends them. One of the internal chaps said, and he was saying in Marathi, I'll just translate it. We were negotiating, I showed the figures, and I said that we needed. He said, Saab, काय म्हणजे हे 30 सालतून काम होते तगडे. आम्ही काय 30 सालतून गोसलो मध्ये होता काय? What he's saying is for 30 years we gave you this standard of output. Was it Goslo? And then he beautifully asked one manager, Dr. Desai, तुम्ही सांगा काय? And that fellow remained silent. I mean, I remained silent at that and skipped the topic. I did not get negotiation. And let me tell you, I later called my management team. I said, learn solidarity from those guys. The fellow is speaking wrong, but everybody, and you remain silent. Now, unfortunately, management teams also don't have solidarity. So I then told them, henceforth, if any one of you don't agree to me, please be clear, I will see exit of yours from this company. And my bark can be bitter than my bite. I can tackle managers very toughly. I must tell you, I stood on that equipment myself on a Saturday, Sunday, along with 7 engineers, sat on the machine and produced 3 times the output. I am a typical manufacturing man that started my career as a shift supervisor. मैं खड़ा होके काम कर सकता हूँ. I'm not scared. And then it started the controversy. साहब आपने तो एक दिन काम किया, हमको 365 दिन काम करना है. This is a standard dialogue. अरे तुमको तो 365 दिन काम करना पड़ेगा, मेरा काम नहीं है 365 दिन काम करना. I was very blunt. And I said nothing doing. Since you are not giving the output, I reduced the wages to 1/3. The fellow rushed in what is called the MRTU Pulp Act in Maharashtra, went and brought a stay order. I also deposited the money in the court. Finally, the union came and settled with me and signed a settlement in terms of 2.5 times the output. So there is something called enforcement also if you are taken for a ride. Let's not just be all this goody talk. I have handled tough union leaders. I have dealt with Dr. Samant in my career. And let me tell you, militant trade union leaders are no saints. You have to learn to deal with it. So this is reality of what happens. Union also compiles the charter, let's be. And the union philosophy is, साहब पिछले टाइम करार इतने का हुआ, इससे ज्यादा होना चाहिए. This is the standard dialogue. Inflation, no inflation, whether you are giving DA rise, whether the company is profitable, not. So you will have to try and look at this, that what you can do. Some realities in this country, wage settlements invariably are delayed. And the union leader says, कोई फिक्र नहीं, तुम्हारा पैसा fixed deposit में है. And I tell you, most companies pay arrears, and wage agreements are company specific. They are not industry specific, except for textile industry, cement, tea, banking, journalism. In fact, even in textiles, this has fallen down. Somebody was from Ultratech in the morning raising. In fact, Cement Manufacturers of Association negotiates the settlement. I was with ACC and Ambuja because Wholesale had taken over. They became non-members of CMA, so I had to negotiate out such settlement there. I don't know now with Adani having entered, they may join CMA. So this will be. So they must have already joined. So basically things will. So you have certain sectors where you have got industry specific settlements, like the banking, nationalized banks have it. But that's not the case everywhere. This was also mentioned, if you recollect, the Sri Lankan example was speaking about the plantation sector. Now, when you look at Sri Lanka example that was being mentioned, Ravi Perez is not here. At the same time, when Malaysian Employers Federation, when he was speaking, please try and realize Employers Federation of Sri Lanka and Malaysian Employers Federation on behalf of the employers negotiate with the trade union. AIOE does not negotiate with any union. Let's be very clear. Neither the unions will come to them. But when you look at it, I jokingly keep, Ravi Perez doesn't like it, and since he's not here, I tell it. I always say that they are basically a law firm. They have as many as 50 lawyers. Please be clear. It is like running a law firm. So their ability to negotiate in the context of Sri Lanka and Malaysia is very different than when you look in India. India model is not that employers. It is only when I see the cement manufacturers or Indian Bank Association that negotiate, or in the plantation sector, it is UPASI. You can see this even in the Eastern India that takes place. So these are some realities in India. The capacity of companies to pay is going to be under pressure. At the same time, due to increase in competition, traditionally wage agreements are delayed. Companies will have to give increases. I'll give you some examples. I just was doing something for Tata Motors that compiled. In fact, most companies delay settlements. 4 months, 5 months, 16 months. I'm just showing you their recent. This is their Jamshedpur plant. There was a lady here, so I just put this because she was from Jamshedpur. Now, when you look at collective bargaining, it's a democratic process for institutional interaction between the unions and the representative constituency, the employers, to get what you want and try and be innovative. And to me, innovation, is there a better solution? Find it. Don't think it is Edison, trying to get a bulb and all that. कुछ नहीं साला दूसरे company में होता है वो लो, and if you are not doing it, is innovation in your company. This is the way I look at it. I just want to put a conceptual model during negotiation. I have on the base put values of an enterprise. Now, there are companies that have a concept that top management will negotiate. There are companies where middle management will negotiate. There are companies where owner will negotiate. There are companies that are ethical, there are companies that are non-ethical. So everybody has their own value system, and I'm not passing a value judgment whether it is right or wrong. Well, each one is running the business and they do. What is essential is what you require, what you desire, and what you will get are two different things. You can't say that whatever I've asked, I'll get everything. That will not take place. Hence, be prepared in a negotiation. There is a give and take. It cannot be only take and take by a union. Let me also make this part clear. Basically, managements have also to bargain out and see what they can get. There have been innovative agreements in this country. Look at all the public sectors. They are all 10-year settlements. All private sector settlements will be 3 years. Very few private sector companies have been able to bargain. I mean, I saw that Lubrizol was one. Suzor India basically tried to do this. Reduction of percentage DA, Walchand Nagar did this, Rallis did this, Mafatlal Industries, Upasi did this. New grade structure with newcomers, Rallis, Maral, no inflation linked DA. I myself did it in Sandoz. I gave a fixed system. Where's the question of DA? Nothing doing. And I tell you, this I learnt as a student. Some of you are students. 68, 70, I was a student of Bajaj Institute. And I will never forget that the personal director of Air India, Banavlikar, came and gave a lecture to us. And he had been the Labour Commissioner of old Madhya Bharat. He said, no law in India lays down that you have to give DA. The law lays down minimum wage. And I recollect, I had a real problem with the IR head. He says, Sahab, ye kya wage structure aap bana rahe? I said, dekho, DR Kamath, what I tell you, you will implement. I am the boss. That's all. And I must say, I had a wage structure without any DA. I kept it totally. I gave basic salary and no DA. Where's the question of inflation? Every 3 years you have to settle. And then they say, nahi, wo to paisa sarkar deti hai. Arey, sarkar deti hai, so why do you come for a long-term settlement? Now, these are realities in the country. Let's not get into it. There is also freezing of DA. Sulzer did it. Garware sealing on DA. Bombay Stock Exchange, Dina Mehta, a lady, I must say, bargained toughly with it. She said, where is the law? And nothing doing. She said, I am prepared to. So, there, Indal Taloja, which has now become part of the Adit Birla Group, they brought in 100% flexibility of movement of people. So, double linkage to single. Godrej Boys did this. Godrej and Boys, for where a lot of the furniture is made. Tough bargaining, let's be clear. Changes in canteen subsidy, Oswal Agro, Godrej Boys. Voltas did this. Canteen to be run through employees. Maynard Operation Sequence Technique, what Mahindras have done, which is called Maynard Operation Most. In fact, there is what is called a speed at which it works 3 miles per hour. Bargained out, it is part of their settlements. I mean, if some of you want, I'll send you the settlement. See how tough bargaining is done in this country. Then there is Toyota Production Systems, the Southern India companies, a lot of them have done. Then elimination of restrictive work practices. So there are a lot of these new trends that are taking place. I just want to be that when you have to negotiate, prepare, management must be clear on what it expects in a charter. Similarly, anticipates union interest and perception to management charter. I want to deal with this because something which Surendra Nigam said, you know, when he was referring to INA market mein kaun gaya, I put up my hand. देखो, INA market में negotiate करना या Sarojini market में negotiate करना is very different from negotiating with a union. Please be clear. As far as I am concerned, in an enterprise, as far as the union is concerned and the workmen are concerned, it is a marriage without a divorce. I can't say I don't want to deal with them. I will have to deal with them. Neither can they say they can't deal with me. But when I go to Sarojini market or I go to INA, अरे वो दुकानदार से नहीं लेता तो मैं दूसरे के पास जाता हूँ. I can't do that. Please be clear. So these are two different dimensions that you need to understand in negotiation. One when you're negotiating in an enterprise and one when you're negotiating in a shop. I just wanted to bring this out. When you look at it, most unions take up positional bargaining. There is a concept of position, interest and perceptions. Whenever you negotiate, try and find out what is the interest of the other side with reference to it and what is your interest. What is their perception about you? What is your perception about them? There is a book called Negotiating to Win by Uri and Fisher. I would suggest that please go through it. It is taught mostly in marketing, but I have used this concept myself in negotiating. My own perception in negotiations have been, I have always looked at employee cost as a ratio of value added and not employee cost as a ratio of turnover. Some or the other, all HR guys will take employee cost as a ratio of turnover, say our employee cost is 7%, it has gone up, it will remain. Please be clear, if your denominator is filled with a lot of other items. Value addition is your employee cost plus profit before tax and depreciation plus interest charges. I need to look what is the value addition I do in the business. And this is the Japanese concept. There was the Japanese person who was also speaking. If you recollect, the trade union leader, he said that, enterprise-based negotiation. Enterprise-based negotiation in Japan is that the employee cost as a ratio of value added does not go up, whereas the salary of the workman goes up. So basically you look at generating wealth. So when you are negotiating, always ask that, can I have an alternative? Be clear of your intentions and expectations in negotiation. Both sides have interest and perceptions. Have an approach of finding solution through dialogue rather than confrontation. I just want to look at some angle. There are 4 types of options that take place, not necessarily that you do it. And I want to show. One is power play. There are situations in company where you have arm twisting and power play also in negotiation. And these are companies that go through strike, violences and others. There is some places where you use higher authority that you go in terms of minister and use. There's collaboration and there's also avoidance. Kuch nahi karenge. There are certain owner-managed companies that also take this approach. Kuch nahi dena hai. Where's the question of giving anything? Ye isse zyada nahi milega. So all types of things take place. So I'm just saying each one will have their different strategy. Basically try to collaborate. That's the way I would look at it, and not get to the others. You have to recognize that solutions need to be found. There is something called principal negotiation where you do in terms of the Harvard package and try and look at the interest. Whenever people take positions in the union, ask for alternatives. A sharp negotiator from management does not give the position initially. The union may put a position, साहब हमारे करार में हमको 30,000 रुपए महीने मिलना चाहिए. So you ask that, okay, can you suggest how this can be generated? Let us have discussions on how this can come. What I am doing is I am trying to find alternatives and not give my decision. At certain stage you will have to come with an answer, but try and find alternatives and do not get down to positional bargaining. Most unions want positional bargaining. Positional bargaining helps in the case when you are in Sarojini Nagar market or if you are in INA market. It does not help here because then it becomes on either side. Some do's that I see: before negotiation, information and data, copy of the charter available to everybody, understand what you want and pursue, check the progress agenda, listen and understand, be in control. If suppose it is not getting into and it is getting hot, say, अरे अभी बैठो यार सब लोग बैठ के चाय पीते हैं. Try and break the monotony. Also, discuss on facts. One of the problems is if you don't have facts, you have a problem in a management. And one problem, most HR people keep changing their job too often. Unions, workmen, internal leaders don't change the job. So they are highly factual. Now, there are companies where people have risen up, they know facts, but when you keep transferring and coming from one company, you don't know facts, please pick it up. And keep notes as areas of agreement, disagreement, because memory can be short. Need for one-to-one meeting if the problem is not getting resolved. Some don'ts which I have put down. Don't get into an ego conflict. This has been my experience. Don't lose focus on the larger issue and get sidetracked. This is another thing in negotiations that take place. Don't hesitate to ask questions and clarify issues. Don't lie or abuse trust. Please remember, trust is built on trust. Trust is never built on mistrust. तुम हमको एक बार धोखा दोगे, तुम दोबारा तुमसे सोच के बात करूंगा. Trust is always built on trust. Trust is never built on mistrust. And this applies to both sides, both management as well as union. I have just tried to put a conceptual management. Management's unions basically have data, information, management charter. They have a team, they test their assumptions, and then they sit down and bargain. Similarly, the union does. Both have skills. The skill sets can differ. I must admit, external leaders have far more experience in union negotiation. Most managements, I mean, you would have done 6 negotiations, 7 negotiations in your career. Some of these people like Brijesh Upadhyay must have done 100. So they are seasoned negotiators, and don't get upset with them. The process involves the perception, position and integration on either side. Also look in terms of it that you will be a give and take. I have also that you will have to give some benefits and concession. Another thing, never keep a negotiation open-ended. Put a time limit. And I have always looked festival as a time limit. अब होली आने वाली है तो सेटलमेंट, अच्छा होली खत्म हो गई, अब देखो दूसरा त्योहार कब आ रहा है. Put that as a time limit. Let me tell you, it also helps unions to market the settlement because people get arrears and at festival time people meet money. So time limit and using festivals, and at the same time you can't solve all problems, take calculated risk. In conclusion, I will always say, people keep on saying try and expand the pie. It is true, if you can expand the pie, fine. But sometimes you can be in a company with a shrinking pie and you have to negotiate. Learn to negotiate that also. And with this word, thank you. The time is 5:15. So we'll give something, 2 or 3 questions. So this is what I wanted to say. Anybody, I know we are delaying you. I did say I'm the last speaker. When I speak, you want to move out. No, I just gave an experience of mine. But management cannot, and even if union slips off, gradually you have to educate them to build it. Any comments, any suggestions, any questions, feel free. I know it, time is 5:15. You can challenge my assumptions also. नहीं ऐसा नहीं है यार.
सर, आपने अभी एक जो निगोशिएशन के ड्यूरेशन में एक कई सारे इंडस्ट्री का एग्जाम्पल दिया और जिसमें वालचंद नगर इंडस्ट्रीज का भी आपने एग्जाम्पल रखा.
वो घाटे में चल रही हैं.
घाटे में चल, करेक्ट सर, क्योंकि मैं उसका पार्ट रहा हूँ, क्योंकि मैंने भी उस कंपनी में काम करा है.
See, it is a, I did say that it is a shrinking pie. Did I not say?
Yes.
I tell you, I have had Ramchand Pillai, who became the CMD of none other than National Textile Corporation. Now, let me tell you, it was one of the toughest jobs because they are all loss-making units. इन्होंने तो पैसा बनाया जमीन बेच के.
Yes.
See, there is a life cycle of a company, and God forbid you are caught up. See, everybody keeps on saying growth, give more, give more. How do you negotiate when you have to close down? I don't have money. I have limited funds. And I still have to negotiate. And it is true that there are companies that some of them sell off. Some of them, what they do sale of undertaking to, and then the new employer, when he buys it, and this is permitted under the ID Act, he can terminate all the employees without taking permission for retrenchment. I don't want to name certain companies that have done this. If you sit 1:1, I'll tell you the names also. Now, this is also true.
Yes, sir.
There is a start phase, there's a growth phase, there's a stabilization phase, there's a re-emergent phase, there is a stagnation phase, there's a decline phase, there's a coma stage, and there's a death phase also. And let me tell you, the law in this country is that business has to learn to live in coma before it dies. Because none of the governments at the state level would grant you permission for retrenchment or closure. It is only after Arun Jaitley brought the Bankruptcy Act that you have got some relief in terms of it, but that also is lingering. It is only the Bankruptcy Act. Otherwise, you have to go under Sikka and all that. That's not the points I'm dealing just now.
So building on where you left, so if it is a dying phase, but suppose only a part of the business is dying, not the entire business, and then that kind of situation is not really covered in law. If you have to negotiate an exit of the people, how do you go about it? What are the best
See,
practices?
first of all, when a business is dying, first try to revive it.
No, not the part. Business is not
let me see.
dying.
Businesses
doing
don't die
good, but
overnight.
part of it is unproductive.
No, it's unproductive. Then you have to look in terms of it. See, if it is part of a particular company, you can't take a section separately and then say, उसमें घाटा हो रहा है, उसको मैं बंद कर दूंगा और आपको compensation नहीं दूंगा. That nobody will buy. Look at what is an integrated balance sheet. Unless it's a hived off separate company. See, this is another problem. I'm not getting into companies bifurcate and split the business and then try to do this. And there have been cases where have been filed against companies. But I agree that if you're a total part, find a solution. Quite often, see, there was a time, a lot of companies have restructured post 1991. Private sector, public sector, both. Post 1991, in this economy, voluntary retirement schemes were the method that were worked out. There is what's called the Gujarat model, there's what the public sector model, there's the private sector, the banking sector did bit. One is the law in retrenchment. You will not get permission. Closure ka permission nahi milega. These are realities of life. So you innovate and find out. Or if you're not capable, sell it to somebody who knows how to do funeral services. See, funeral services is not everybody's cup of tea. Closure is a very painful process. Please try and realize. Not only that, managers also lose their job in a closure. The last chap is the HR guy that goes.
Sir, I have one.
Yeah,
you are talking about this industry level settlement. My view is it's basically successful in terms of wage and allowances. Wage part negotiation, it is successful. But for other issues like mobility and other issues,
like
mobility, like transfers and other local like issues. So industry level settlements are not so much successful. I have exposure of banking sector a little bit and certain plantation side. So
banking sector, even the officers are unionized in the nationalized banks. So that's a different cup of tea. You will have to negotiate there. Because in a unionized situation, see, the executive mobility was never a problem anywhere else, other than where you have got in certain sectors where they have unionized. So that's a very separate, and this is only in the nationalized banks. This is not in the non-nationalized banks. So you're referring to two different examples. But let me tell you, the contract of employment permits transfer. You have to selectively transfer people and then handle it out. Yes, you had a question.
Sir, you said about management tactics that you have to convert collective dispute into individual disputes. I'd like to, if you want to share one or two tactics.
I said that, a union basically tries to convert grievances into a collective dispute. Take, for example, I have joined this company in 2020, same qualification as you, and my salary is higher though that you joined in 2015. And I have a grievance. Or take, for example, I'm only given to work on all holidays in a 24/7 plant. I have every Sunday to work, whereas you enjoy Sunday off. Now, I have a dispute. I have a grievance. The union will look at this as a dispute and break it up. Now, when it was a grievance, can you sort it out by giving a grievance and allowance separate or calling and resolving it out? See, these are grievances. I don't get leave, he gets leave. He works in an air-conditioned office, I don't work in an. I have a bigger size family, he has a smaller size family. We are in the same grade, but I am given a lower size accommodation, he is given a higher size. When you are township company. So these are grievances. When you are not able to resolve grievances, they become collective disputes. Ability in management lies to see that you don't permit them to become collective disputes. I am saying ability as a union leader lies, and if I run a program for trade union leaders and I am honest to the constituency that I teach them how to create problems for management. Please be clear. I am running a trade union leaders program. And if you are not able to solve, why should I not teach them? I am teaching them. I've been the president of Industrial Relations Institute of India, and we do conduct program for trade union leaders. And they want to learn. And let me now tell you, the social media will become exceedingly powerful. I don't know how many of you remember. Look at the violation that was done on 12th December 2020 by none other than Wistron. Wistron is the Taiwanese company that is making Apple phones. Each Apple phone is how expensive? In fact, I wrote a feature article, Apple falls on the head of Wistron. None other than, I tell you, this took place where the damage was worth 50 crores of rupees in the plant, because what happened is that there are 9,500 contract workmen, 1,200 permanent workmen. I come from a manufacturing background. If somebody says that 9,000 contract workmen were all doing loading and unloading, I tell you, you're bluffing under the Contract Labour Act and got it approved. तुम क्या लोडिंग अनलोडिंग का धंधा करते थे कि विस्ट्रॉन के फोन्स बना रहे हो? And what happened is you paid single overtime to it. I don't want to name. There are 4 companies that supplied manpower. 2 are MNCs. If you want, go around on the website and see it. And I must tell you that this incident took place on a Saturday morning. Within 2 hours, I had 3 recordings of people that sent to me, known to me, HR people from South. In fact, everybody got into damage control, the management as well as the state government. This happened in Karnataka. It's in Kolar. It's a productivity-linked incentive scheme project under the government of India. I mean, if you are going to pay single overtime to 9,000 workmen and say computer mein error hai, then jhoot bolte ho. I have no hesitation in telling that. No, we had problem. Kya sala problem hai? Now, this is equally true. I mean, I'm also giving you the other side of the story. And I have no hesitation. I write it. In fact, I wrote a feature article. And I quoted what is published literature. I, in fact, even quoted the 4 names of the agencies that have supplied manpower. Now, this is also, let's be clear, the social media is powerful. I mean, how did I get the recordings in just 3 hours later? And this was sent to me by HR chiefs of some companies in Karnataka. Obviously, they got it from some of the internal union guys that have, or some workmen that have recorded it. Okay, time is 5:25, 5:28, 5:30 we were supposed to close. So last word to Veena madam and to Arvind. 5:30 बजे दुकान बंद करनी है. 5:30 बजे चाय पिलाएगा, हाई टी.
So, thank you, sirs, for this beautiful session that we had. Very enlightening, very engrossing. And actually, there were so many practical instances which were stated. So, really, thank you very much for this session. And he has come all the way from Mumbai for us. So
I have to listen to both these people. They are our bosses.
So, how was the session today? Good, excellent, very good. So, first of all, thank you all for coming and joining. And this brings us to the close of day 1. We started with the inauguration session, which talked about how IR is not limited to closed boundaries, but it goes over the closed boundaries outside the premises and reaches the society and the economy as a whole. We also saw the importance of IR during the current times and how we need to change, looking into the globalization and other changes that are happening all around us. Then we came to the second session, which was the plenary session, and Anurag very well took us through on the changing roles of the all the tripartite players, the government, the employers and the workers.
and how we have changed, we have evolved, and also talked about the labor codes. And I could see a lot of interest when he started talking about the labor codes. And as I informed you that tomorrow the first session is on labor codes. So I will request everyone to be here tomorrow at 10 a.m. because it's going to be a very, very important session. Then we moved into the CEO panels, and we could see how these CEOs, they spoke from their heart and they shared their experience in IR and how they tackled IR situations in their own organizations. Then we moved into the next plenary talk on the industrial relations and pandemic. And we had two international speakers who spoke to us. One was Mr. Roberto. He is the Secretary General of International Organization of Employees. Just wanted to tell you that Confederation of Indian Employees is the member of IOE, International Organization of Employees. And there are three constituents of Confederation of Indian Employees. It is All India Organization of Employees, Employee Federation of India from Mumbai, and SCOPE, which is the public sector association. So these three constitute the Confederation of Indian Employees, and we are the members of International Organization of Employees, which is the largest employer body in the world, and they are based out of Geneva. So that is the reason why we work very closely with ILO on many projects and many other areas. So Roberto shared about the employees' perspective about how the IR is and how it should change. And then we had Mr. Shoyo Yoshida, the General Secretary of International Trade Union Confederation, Asia Pacific. He also shared his views. Then we moved on to the next session, which was on the global canvas, and which was chaired by our session chair, was chaired by Mrs. Veena Swarup, who is also the chairperson of this IR summit. We had two international speakers joining us from Malaysia, Mr. Samshuddin, and then we had Mr. Wazira joining from Sri Lanka. And we had Mr. Ravi Perez, who is the employer specialist in ILO for Southeast Asia for Decent Country Work Program. And we also had Deepa Chandra, who is the program head from the HRM Institute of Public Enterprises. And then we moved into this great session, the master class. And I hope you all must have enjoyed throughout these sessions. There are many more interesting deliberations which has to happen tomorrow. So we'll close here, and I'll request everyone to have high tea, and we can also network and then come fresh in the morning for the next session. Thank you all.